time watching it, as well as us on desk. I mean, 5 out of 6 games they were on the podium, on the top
guys, आवाज आ रही है?
Pretty insane. So really loving what we got from them, and we still got 6 more games of vitality to go.
Oh, 6 more games indeed, and this is important because there is one squad that is currently fighting for those club championship points. If we want to take a little bit of a deeper look,
भाई बैकग्राउंड देख के तुम लोग समझ गए होंगे अभी घर आ गया हूँ मैं कल मैं लाइव इसलिए नहीं आया था कल ट्रैवल में बिजी था पूरा दिन ट्रैवल किया कल
me to bring you some absolutely awesome news from the club championships, especially from Tekken 8 and For Honors.
Honestly, things were absolutely insane. We're going to break down exactly what happened for RCC, but let's dive into the 2 championship moments that we had yesterday, starting with Honor of Kings. This was a huge story, and it ties into what we've got going on here in PUBG Mobile as well, because we had
भाई कल वेट कर रहा था लाइव का कल ट्रैवल कर रहा था यार लक्की भाई घर आ गया हूँ वो कैंप पे था ना परसों
2025. These two teams faced
कल
off
ट्रैवल
again.
में
This
चला गया
time
पूरा
around,
दिन
the result
तो लाइव नहीं आ
was
पाया मैं
different. KSG was able
हेलो
to
सर कैसे हो आप मैं बिल्कुल बढ़िया
and claim the win, which means that AGAL ended up with the second place, did not
और
defend
बताओ
the
गाइस क्या
title.
चल
They
रहा
were
है
not happy about that. But then if we go over to the Tekken 8 side of things, AGAL found the success.
भाई तुम मार्वल फैन हो क्या हाँ यार मार्वल की अच्छी तो रहती हैं भाई मूवीज ब्रो फेम भाई ने आपको हेट दिया है अपनी वीडियो में भाई मैंने वीडियो देखा उस बंदे ने एक्चुअली वीडियो में आधी अधूरी चीजें काट के दिखा रखी थी बहुत ज्यादा कई चीजों में जगह पे झूठ बोल रखा था उसने डोंट वरी गाइस मैं उसके ऊपर वीडियो बनाने वाला हूँ और मैंने उसकी वीडियो के नीचे कमेंट भी किया था उसने मेरा कमेंट डिलीट कर दिया था तो तुम लोग समझ सकते हो भाई कैसा बंदा है डोंट वरी भाई वेट करो बनाऊंगा मैं उस पर वीडियो कल ट्रैवल कर रहा था तो उसकी वजह से मैं वीडियो बना नहीं पाया नहीं तो कल ही बना देता डोंट वरी
ये बिक्सी भाई इसको ऊपर लेना
इसको लेना ऊपर एक सेकंड
ये ले
तुम्हारी आवाज जा रही है ठीक है स्ट्रीम पे
हां पता
अरे यार ये ट्रैक क्यों नहीं हो रहा चलो भाई कैसे मैचेस गए कल मैंने कल के मैचेस देखे नहीं यार चैट क्या रहा कल गोल्डल के मैचेस से क्या रहा उनका
Yes, and of course we have AGAL who were
कल देख नहीं पाया मैचेस
PUBG Mobile. Now Jukes, they were in 7th place coming out of our group stages, which means that they go to the survival stage. Do you reckon they can bury their way out and head to the finals and add some more club championship points?
100%. I mean, when it comes to the AGAL PUBG Mobile team, this team qualified by being the #1 PEL seed coming into this tournament. So they are used to being able to handle the pressure, right? But
कैसे मैचेस गए गाइस कल #5 टॉप 5 गोल्डल टॉप 5 में अच्छा थी बढ़िया खेल लिया गोल्डल भी मतलब है सही है यार गोल्डल से उम्मीद भी है भाई अच्छा खेलेगी गोल्डल भाई एक ने चलती गाड़ी पे पैन मार दिया है चलती गाड़ी में पैन सीरियसली अबे यार कल के मैचेस मिस हो गए हैं मेरे को कल ही ट्रैवल करना था ज्यादा ही खतरनाक हो गया है तो
I thought I could scare him again.
No.
But of course, for our final day of group stages here for Group B, we want to be
Bro,
looking at the bubbles, but our top 5 teams. But of course,
कोई नहीं भाई मैं बनाऊंगा उस पे वीडियो गाइस जितने भी लोग देख रहे हो डोंट वरी रिप्लाई आएगा भाई ने बहुत सारी बातें घुमा फिरा के आधी अधूरी दिखाई हैं मैं सारी चीजें डिटेल में बताने वाला हूँ
specifically for hustlers.
For Hustler crew.
Yes.
From Great
एक
Britain.
टीम के 108 पॉइंट है पहले ही दिन 108 पॉइंट है
All right. I need those guys to lock
ऐसे कैसे हो सकता है
because we need them
6 मैच में 108 पॉइंट
to the plate. I see in their eyes the same potential as a
ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है
क्या
कितने पॉइंट कर दिए उन्होंने एवरेज कितने पॉइंट थे उनके पर मैच
has to be able to step up to the Hustler play. I need you to sell fish and chips for £3.30 on the Blackpool Pier.
#1 108 पॉइंट #5 37 पॉइंट भाई देखो 37 पॉइंट ठीक है बट 108 पॉइंट कुछ ज्यादा ही होते हैं भाई कौन सी टीम है ये खतरनाक की टीम है भाई ये जो भी है 39 पॉइंट इन फर्स्ट मैच एक ही मैच में 39 पॉइंट है
But look, thank you so much. Now, Jukes, we obviously have
ऐसा
our
कैसे हो
bottom 3.
सकता है 29 किल चिकन किया है फर्स्ट मैच में
I want you to
Bro.
stare down the barrel of the camera.
क्या टीम
and I
रही
want
होगी
you to
बे
give your best motivational speech to them.
All right, I got it. Let's do this. Listen, ETSH, you got 15 points. Some people see 15 points and they see disaster. You know what I see? That's 15 points, more than 0, baby, right? You gotta make it happen right here, right now. Speedo, I need more speed. Fajita,
Vitality team, भाई बहुत जबरदस्त टीम है फिर तो ये बहुत जबरदस्त टीम है भाई.
And you other two players, just get some damn eliminations, please. All you gotta do is not get top 3, and you're gonna make it. All right? Wait, you're not listening? You know, that's it.
Arena ने 29 kill plus chicken first match.
Sorry.
पैन वाली रील भेजी देखना. ओके पल्लव भाई देखूंगा यार देखूंगा.
Guys, you know what? Just make it happen. Please.
Now, if you guys aren't feeling motivational after that 7, how are you feeling? Are you feeling motivated, or you think you might get hit by a shoe by hot tubes?
Yo, those flashbacks. It used to be a chancla though, but I'm so motivated that if I make this shot for those bottom 3 teams, it's gonna get a lot better. So let's see if I can actually make this shot real quick. You know what? I'll do it backwards. Watch this. Okay, for the bottom 3 teams, it's going to be a lot harder today. TSH, I'm looking at you, 721GS, and as well as Hustler Crew. Those squads are going to be having a lot of trouble, but let's take a look at the overall. That way we can get an idea of where all the teams are currently sitting at.
That team who did 29 kills in first match different team.
No surprise, Vitality at the top.
108 point वाली team है ना ये वो.
Has to be between 5th place and 12th place because the difference between all those squads is just 14 points, and Godlike is currently in that 5th spot.
अच्छा यार
Yeah,
Godlike
it's going to be really
#5
tight. Really, I mean, if you get
क्योंकि हम अगर OG का देखें ना guys, first day
you're going to be able to jump up so many extra ranks. We're actually talking about the point gap between those teams here, 7th in the middle of the leaderboards. I'm looking especially at the point gap between the arena in 4th position and 5th position of Godlike.
पर ये team vitality है ना भाई, ये बहुत जबरदस्त team है भाई.
If those teams in the top 4 Nipsha today get a decent
भाई इनके
day, we're talking
71
like 30
elimination points हैं
like
यार.
that.
बाकी teams के आधे भी नहीं है लगभग
Many
इनसे.
spots remaining for the grand final. So right now,
क्या
Godlike,
team है
you've got to
भाई,
be
क्या
careful. You've got
gunpower
a
है इनकी.
massive target on your
दो
back.
chicken भी
They
हैं
did
ऊपर
fix
से.
the hot drops, which is good, and we'll talk about that later on. But Godlike, everyone
बहुत
is going
जबरदस्त
to be
team है भाई ये,
chasing you down
vitality.
today.
Oh, they absolutely are, and that is why we need to have top-tier gameplay from them. We've seen it; they can do it. They can be super aggro. We saw them get take out Hora. They took out A7, like all in one map, right? E-Arena as well. So they are able to fend
Gordon ने हक दिया था कल भाई ऐसा नहीं है #5 है वो लोग भाई बहुत बड़ी बात है.
On a consistent level here.
World की best teams है bro इसमें. #5 होना कोई छोटी बात नहीं होती है.
Wolves had an okay day. Alpha 7, we saw some glimmers of hope from them, but coming on through. Who? A7?
Alpha 7. Oh, you said Alpha 7, the reigning champions of
Atif Malik, bhai,
PMWC
thank you
that I'm
so much
expecting
for
a
being the
lot
heart,
of.
mere
They're
bhai.
currently just playing so disappointing. I'm expecting that team to actually bounce back. I got a chance to talk to Carrillo. They were saying they were making a lot of mistakes. If you guys want to check that out, make sure you check it out at the 7WG. What's your Instagram, Natura?
Natura Cass.
Max?
Max Mancast.
और कल शॉटगन से मारा सब पागल हैं. कोई नहीं यार.
Make sure you check that out. But yeah, for Alpha 7, a disappointing performance so far. They're not happy with it. They're looking to improve. But we got to talk about the Sony story of the day, which is just pure domination from Vitality. And we want to just paint a picture for this Sony story of the day because Vitality, as I've been saying, they ended up getting more points than 4 Thrives. And you can see the stats right there. What's crazy though is I want you to look at 4 Thrives elimination.
Flash और OG इंडिया की कुछ मैटर है क्या मेरे को नहीं पता भाई. मेरे को कोई आइडिया नहीं है इन चीजों का यार.
Than Vitality. That's in 2 days, though.
In 2 days.
In 2 days. So yeah, 4 Thrives got 80 elims
Atif
in 2
Malik, bhai, thank you for,
days.
again,
Vitality
finger
has
heart.
71 in 6 matches in 1 day, right?
भाई कल कहा था कल यार ट्रैवल कर रहा था आज घर आया हूं ना मैं कल पूरा दिन भाई मेरा ट्रैवल पे गया पता है मैं कल बिल्कुल सोया भी नहीं और ट्रैवल किया मैंने करीब 13-14 घंटे लगे ट्रैवल करने में तुम सोचो बिना सोए
in 1 day.
जो रात को सोया हूं ना मैं कम से कम 12-13 घंटा सोया हूं भाई 2 दिन की नींद ली है मैंने कल.
It's pretty insane. I know 4 Thrives were wanting to get some wins in their group stage and they
अभी
did
थोड़ी देर
it.
पहले ही उठा भाई मैं.
Vitality were really able to capitalize on that with 2 wins, and that makes me a little bit more hopeful for them going into those finals, right? Because we do see very similar plays for them, but when it comes down to that smash rule, when it comes down to that pressure being put on them, it seems like Vitality still can win.
Max, and if we break it down a little bit more, it was the way that Vitality was just playing yesterday. A completely different playing style than everybody currently in this Group B lobby. The way that they were doing their splits, the way that they were just taking control of an area was so impressive.
I think mainly they learned from PMGO Season 1 and PMWC earlier this year. They're like, we were just too passive, not being involved in any of these fights in the discussion in some of these games. But man, they switched it up to 11-12 almost going into this one. And it's good to see not just Razak and Federales doing good, which we would really expect on the global stage, those guys to put up massive numbers. Axel came out swinging. They're chickened in on the wrangle up against Tora. Oh my goodness, Axel, the IGL, was looking like a fragger. He was a frag GL in that game. So I'm just super stoked about this team. And I just want to see this continue throughout the entirety of the event, because compared to 4 Thrives, they can actually get wins. So if they do get in the smash zone, hey, who knows, Vitality might take home that trophy.
But with that kind of lead, we usually end up seeing teams do something a little bit different. I got a chance to talk to Federales yesterday. I also got a chance to talk to Axel, and they were saying that they might end up putting one of the substitute players just to get some experience in case you never know what's going to happen in finals. And I'm completely fine with that, because it's going to allow the spark point to not be so heavy towards the top.
That's true, and you know, there's no better time to do it than now, right? Because NSR and Nongshim Renforce are in second place with 60 points. There's a 48 gap lead there, and so you're looking at,
दोनों चीजें मैटर करती है, आपका डिवाइस और आपका खेलने का
even
तरीका,
if
हर
it
एक
doesn't go all that well, it gives them practice without the pressure coming on through as well. So really happy to see maybe a substitute coming on in there. But for me, I'm thinking that honestly, Vitality, they are going to just want to chill out.
कितना टाइम है स्टार्ट होने में? अभी स्टार्ट होने वाला है.
Like Nongshim Red Force.
बाकी गाइस जितने भी लोग देख रहे हो ना, स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो यार.
I like saying Vitality is very
और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर देना गाइस.
But I love saying Hyunbin in particular, because right now, I mean,
say it again.
Hyunbin.
Ajay bhai, thank you for 20 rupees super chat.
Every time I say it, but like no, the entirety of Nongshim Red Force were looking so good, and in particular, we know their drop location is farm. They go for these quick rotates on the island
Arish bhai,
finishes,
thank
and they
you
get
so much
back-to-back
for hiding
wins
here.
on the military island finish. If it goes down south every time, it's just win, 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 and win for the South Korean team. So I'm absolutely loving it, and in particular, it's not just XEY and also Hyunbin doing well. You saw so many great plays from So Easy in particular in the intro. We were talking about So Easy really having some massive step-up plays, so they're just looking like the whole package right now. It's just hard to stand out when Vitality had such a good opening day, but Nongshim Red Force were playing out of their minds on day 1 of Group B.
Yeah, I do want to say that I was disappointed with Nongshim in the first 2 games. We saw 0 or 2 points come out of them in 2 games.
It's not to stand on the first game on Monday, right?
13 and 16th place.
Yeah, exactly. However, I do think that they're doing just enough. They got back-to-back wins. They got a second place to finish off the day. They're doing just enough to get to those finals to make sure that they qualify, and then we'll probably see a much different team in those finals this weekend.
Hopefully we'll end up seeing a different team, and hopefully that consistency that we saw towards the second half of the day for Nongshim Red Force will be there as well. One team that ended up surprising us a lot in the way that they were able to change again. For Group A, we saw it with OG. For Group B, we saw it with Godlike. I know Kalari's got a chance to talk with one of the players from Godlike, so let's send it over to them.
Hi, Kalaris here at PMWC for EWC 26. We're in day number 2 of Group B here, live from Paris, and I've got Admino here from Godlight to talk about some of the results from yesterday, as well as how things have been going overall. So thank you for joining me here, Admino. To start things off, looking at the results from yesterday, bit of a rougher start, but then you guys gained some traction towards the end of the day. Can you talk to me about the day as a whole and what you thought about it?
Actually, in the beginning, we tried to do some experiments, like we tried to take drop clashes and a little bit more kind of stuff that we already planned, but that didn't work in our favor, so we tried to stick on our basics and try to like go to a random drop and gather loot and everything and play a decent game, and that worked in our favor, and we performed well after the first 3 matches.
So also, it's basically your first international tournament, right? As Godlike, and being able to play here on the stage in Paris. How have you been enjoying the experience so far? And hey, what's Paris been like?
Paris kind of good, but we haven't gone out yet because we have a tournament and we have to practice that. We didn't get the device earlier, so we need to set our hands in the device. And after that, if we qualify from here, we will try to explore Paris a little bit because we will be having some off days.
आज Godlike chicken निकालेगी, बिल्कुल निकालेगी Kratos भाई. मेरे को उम्मीद है Godlike से.
It doesn't matter for us like who is playing against us and like that. We all have in our mind that we are best and we will perform good.
A big fight back for Godlike today?
For sure.
Thank you very much, Amina, for joining me here.
भाई जैसे कि इसने बोला ना एडमिनो ने, मैं वही चीज तो बता रहा हूँ. देखो ये लोग इंटरनेशनल नहीं खेलते उतना रेगुलर, ठीक है? इनको नहीं पता बाकी टीम्स की स्ट्रेटजीज क्या है, किस तरीके से खेलना है. तो शुरू के मैचेस खराब जाने ही हैं, क्योंकि उस टाइम पे शुरू के मैचेस में क्या रहता है कि हम तुम थोड़ा सा एक्सपेरिमेंट कर सकते हो कि भाई इस तरीके से खेल के देखो, उस तरीके से खेल के देखो. फिर एक बार तुम्हें प्रॉपर आइडिया आ गया कि भाई कौन सी स्ट्रेटजी वर्क करेगी, फिर उसी पे स्टिक रहो.
Before we send it over to the stage, here we go.
भाई इस बार भी मिस हो गया इससे.
So close, but let's send it over to Barney and Luti.
स्टार्ट होने वाला है. बिक्सी भाई ग्रुप बी में तगड़ी टीम्स हैं. हाँ दिख रहा है भाई, वो 108 पॉइंट निकाले एक टीम में पहली दिन.
Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue. Yesterday was the day of records. Today we will find out who will get to the final and who will get eliminated.
That's right. Today the reality is that dreams will end, and so that's the nature of this competition. But I can guarantee you that none of these teams will go down without a fight.
Yeah, Bunny, we've seen it before. Like it's always the same. You can just standing can change in just a few good or bad games.
That's right. So whether you are at home or right here in the Port de Versailles, in the heart of Paris, it is time to see who will rise above the rest and continue their journey in the PMWC. Starting with EDA Esports.
TT Project.
ETSH Esports.
World Esports.
Nongshim Red Force.
Tianba.
Dopeness.
Hustler Crew.
Alpha 7.
E-Arena.
भाई किल नहीं हो रहे, क्या करूं? प्रैक्टिस करो भाई. चलो भाई आगे अपनी टीम.
721 GS Esports.
Team Vitality.
गेम खेलना छोड़ दे भाई.
S2G Esports.
पूछू तुम कल कहाँ थे? अरे डीएन गेमिंग भाई ट्रैवल कर रहा था यार. घर आया हूँ ना आज. तुमने देखा होगा कल पूरा दिन मेरा ट्रैवल में गया है. सोया भी नहीं था पता है मैं.
Defending PMWC champs, Yangon Galacticos. Nous y voici. After just 6 games, the top 5 will make it into the finals. Some will survive, and the bottom 3 will see their key sent to the crusher.
The level of competition on this stage is staggering. This isn't luck, it's instinct, it's preparation, and it's synergy. It's time for Group B to come to a close. Let's find out who has what it takes. Sixteen teams have patiently waited on the sidelines for their chance to shine. Players who are hungry to make a statement on the Gdynia city grid.
It is time to introduce our team. ETSH Esports, Alpha 7 Esports, Team Vitality.
And finally, your defending champions of PMWC, Yangon Galacticos!
Day 3 of the PMWC group stage at EWC 2026 starts right now!
अरे ये था क्या वो? अरे बट
Vitality trying to win out versus Nonshin Red Force.
ये था वो पैन वाली क्लिप.
Yangon left with just Smile, but that might turn
क्या
into
मारा
a
भाई?
frown if they can get the angle onto him.
अरे भाई
Smile dropped off the
साहब.
top side. He's doing good work here.
कुछ क्रेजी ही देख लिया भाई, ये तो मैंने कुछ क्रेजी ही देख लिया.
Now looks for one more, steps up and gets it. A 1v4 essentially for Smile. Sleepy with a warning shot. The
Are
buggy
you
comes
getting
by. Close quarters engagement as Vitality look to hold on. No fear down. More damage done. Last left alive here, an incredible player on 9 elims this game. It's a hard fight though, a 1 versus 2. Molotov goes long, he runs straight into it though, keeps backing off into the nade. It might be lights out for Axel soon. Oh, that's the nade to do it as Hora. They lay claim to the second chicken dinner.
Hora कहाँ की team है guys? किसी को पता है?
Oh, we got in the Alpha 7 first.
Hora किधर की team है?
But let's see if Alpha 7 can
Nepal
bring
की
the
team है ना
thunder
शायद
on
से?
the close quarters engagement. Goodbye Milu as Tiamba get hit by the front of the vehicle.
Nepal, okay.
Quick flicks coming out from A7.
Light आ गई Bixi भाई नहीं आई यार लाइट नहीं आई भाई गर्मी हो रही
exactly
है
what's happening because you got another can of Hyunbin down south with that P90 and that is it. It's a back-to-back chicken dinner on the side of Nongshim Red Force.
Let's put the 11th on the board. Looking for TZ, is it a self-denial? It might be. Get to double digits on the
And
events
that's
and
it.
burn yourself down to the ground because Vitality live on top of the tables and beating a 2-day performance.
Match start होने वाला है भाई होने वाला है
What
start.
a shutdown, 108 points in 6 matches. Oh yes, another day of competition here as things get loud. Hot Jigs in a building right next to me, and of course it's me, Jackie Powers in the commentary.
मैं आ
We're
जाऊं
gonna be
क्या
getting
आपके
loose
बदन
and
को
waxing
और गर्म
lyrical
करने यार
today,
सोल
Jigs,
भाई क्या कर रहे हो
because
यार तुम
we
क्या हो
get
गया
some more
यार
teams popping off with some big plays here in PUBG Mobile.
Oh, and man, talking about big plays.
You should have seen
yesterday
sniper
was
shots Bixi भाई yesterday
absolutely
match crazy हैं
insane.
sniping हुई है
That's
क्या
the
कल
only word I can say. The question is who's getting
Crazy.
second place today, right? Yeah, who's getting second place? Who's getting into the top 5? Because you want to punch that ticket straight to the finals. No messing around today.
No, man, it's going to be big. It's going to be exciting. You know, back when we got into Group A, right, we were thinking, wow, we're being spoiled for some of the runs we're seeing for these teams, the points we're accumulating over such a short space of time. Yeah, well, forget about that. Group B's been a whole different beast, buddy. What was going on yesterday, man?
Dude, I mean, it's like everything went just in a wild situation. We had a world record breaking game number 1. Almost every single circle the entire day was just ridiculous, right? And then even with a 39-point game in day 1, that's not the team that's at the top of the leaderboards here. It's just unreal. That's the only way I can say it is like
भाई ग्रुप बी में सारी टीम तगड़ी है ना जस्ट 3-4 टीम्स की डोमिनेशन है ग्रुप ए की टीम ज्यादा डेंजरस है वहाँ सारी टीम्स अच्छा खेल रही थी इसीलिए कोई टीम की डोमिनेशन नहीं हुआ ऐसा नहीं है यार देखो मेरे हिसाब से तो दोनों ही ग्रुप में अच्छी अच्छी टीम्स हैं मैंने कल के मैचेस देखे भी नहीं है मैं क्या ही बताऊँ ना आज देखते हैं कैसा रहता है बट जिस हिसाब से मैंने देखा ना भाई ये क्लिप पैन फेंक के मारने वाली और तुम बता रहे हो स्नाइपिंग हुई है 108 पॉइंट निकाल दिएगी टीम तो है भाई ग्रुप बी में भी है तगड़ी टीम
getting into that grand finals here and now is so critical because of those point sponges. We're going to see most likely some monster squads in that survival stage.
Oh, we are indeed. We are indeed. And of course, that's in reality, if you're able to push through, live on to fight for the survival stage, have a chance to make it to finals. Our teams that are crowned strong enough will go right through here from Group B, joining some of the best from Group A. And then again, Jukes, we've got to crush those keys and say bye-bye to 3 of our squads.
Ooh, yeah, 3 teams going home today. So you got to make sure that you put everything
29 kill chicken dinner.
But it's time, folks. Here we go. Match number 1.
चलो हो
of
गया
the
भाई start
second
match.
and last day of Group B and our group stage. Let's get it going.
Rondo match.
Is that all we got, Paris? Can we get a little bit louder than that?
Let's go.
There we go. Getting fired up in the building. Live from EWC 26 for PMWC as we get into our opening game.
And it's none other than Rondo. All I know is that now I just want to see stadium finishes every single day going forward. But I don't think we're going to see that here. I don't even know if we'll ever see
इंडोनेशिया वाले बहुत तगड़ा खेल रहे हैं. Okay, इंडोनेशिया की कौन सी टीम है?
History, bro.
That was history.
Crazy.
That was history. But let's see what's going to happen here now. Teams are starting to pop out. I wonder which squads did their homework, because in Group A we saw some squads finds those recall players, take some teams out early, right? So I wonder if we're going to see that here. I wonder what's on the mindset of Team Vitality today, because they're a lock, right? They're going to the grand finals. Today could be a great day for them to make some tweaks, some adjustments, even take some risks, right? Like, hey, this is our weakness. Let's work on it here and now, so that way we're prepped, ready, so we can get that big $1.7 million prize in the finals.
India top पे रहेगी, देखना तुम.
Struggled yesterday. Can they come alive even more? We're straight into it with a classic battle.
अरे होरा के बंदे ने 2 किल दिए यार. क्या बात है?
As the shots are
होरा वाले भी अच्छा खेल रहे यार.
Swinging the blade immediately there, mate.
Obscure knifing some players here. Alpha 7, a team everybody's got their eyes on today, and we got the Wolves were able in the final games yesterday to push themselves out of that bottom 3, and now they're facing some titans in this lobby. You got ETSH, that's a squad that needs to put something in here. Now you got EA as well. Fights happening all over the place, and they gotta happen here pretty quickly. Southern circle effect. Getting those shots through that little tiny angle, but oh, that one was a good one. Effect making it happen here with the S12K.
भाई अच्छा मारा, अच्छा प्लेयर है. भाई बहुत प्यारा मारा.
The arena having a bit of a
struggle
start there on the drop in towards Neox, looking to get that early point accumulated off the back of it. And TT happy to take those duels quite comfortably.
Yes, bro.
3 healing points to start us off. Obviously, Rondo's Rondo, so don't worry. There'll be a lot more action yet to come.
Oh, yeah. Non-stop action here. You can see 721GS getting a knock there onto ETSH. That's actually a very important fight.
Nice.
Oh, wow. There we go. Fahita turning up the heat. Making us proud. You can see down on the bottom left, Alpha 7 crowd always so hyped, excited for their team here. They're not too far away from that top 5. Game right here could definitely put them in a good spot. Meanwhile, you got Nasser. He's got that S12K in hand. He is ready for it. Oh, he's wide open, though. He's got to be careful. Never mind. Rehan said, let's go find another angle.
Swing out quick as well. That's a nice connection on the doorway. Off-angle play for Fahita, seeing if he can do too much more from this. They're going to try and bait him in, close the door, and keep him guessing. Rest of the squad going down in the meanwhile. The bouncing headshot.
That's what I'm talking about. Jumping and from the top ropes, able to hit that shot and save the squad. So 721GS should be able to get a full reset here. ETSH quick on that recall.
S-Power, Admino, Manya और Some.
But we're going to see these teams really get set up and good to go. Young on Galacticos only have that single player up, taking a little bit of time here to get that
एक भी बंदा नहीं मरा और 2 किल ले लिए. चलो.
रिकॉल पे कौन गया है?
रिकॉल पे कौन है इनका?
Quite far out, all the way over towards Hora.
I guess number 4 है.
Get to the recall either.
नहीं ये
yeah, that's why I was wondering. I was like, where is he? And it looks like that's actually something we should actually take a look at, because Romeo is going to be heading towards TT Project Neos to try and get his recall in for his team. And that would be a devastating loss for Young Galacticos to go out right here, considering that they're right there on that cutoff in 6th place.
Yeah, didn't have the best run of things yesterday in some of the matches, so if this is the way they start things off, it could be very uncomfortable. We'll give you the context to that one if it happens. In the meantime, it's still a rotation for Romeo. Like Duke said, though, Neo's in position to try to defend against that recall. Could be awkward. We'll stick with the fight we got here, though. Vitality. The Kings yesterday. But can they keep it up right now? Clash versus Dopeness, back and forth blows. Axel going down as well. He was a key piece of the puzzle. Already removed.
Nice.
Oh, this is not what you want.
ये VIT वही है ना टीम जो कल टॉप पे थी.
इसका बंदा मरा अभी. Very, very nice on the side of Dopeness.
Recall हो जाएंगे वैसे तो.
And that is how you get it done. Now it does look that like Young Galacticos Romeo was avoiding that fight. He saw TT Project there. He ends up going most likely all the way down to Long Ho. And he should be able to get that res for his squad in just a couple of minutes. But this circle is on the south side here. We got Nongshim Red Force all
रिप्लाई
the way
देखा
in the
देखा
north.
देखा भाई मैं इसके ऊपर वीडियो बनाने वाला हूँ भाई ने बहुत आधी पूरी चीजें दिखा के पूरा घुमाई फिराई हैं बातें डोंट वरी मैं बनाऊंगा उसको मैं पूरा डिटेल में एक चीज बताऊंगा कोई नहीं
Obscure holding this angle, waiting for someone to cross. Oh, but here comes Godlike.
नेट से फटेगा अरे बच कैसे गया नेट से नाइस यार फेल दिया बहुत बढ़िया क्या खेल ली भाई गोल्ड लाइक क्या खेल लिया पे गोल्ड लाइक यार
simultaneously. It'll be a great start for Godlike Jukes. Get some early energy into today's game.
और क्या बात है बे क्या बात है भाई
Wow,
क्या
throwing
बात
that
है
nade up the stairs, catching him off. Necessary's holding those angles. He's doing those tight peaks in a 1v2 situation. Godlike too strong to defeat, and they are looking to be the kings of the Ox Factory.
Crazy.
Oh, S-Power is fired up as well, dude. From one fight to the next.
He's like, what's that over there?
Side, dude.
What's over there behind that tree, huh? Throwing the nades. Has he had the arm to get him? That looks good. Ah, it's a little short.
Nice.
In the open, man. Godlike. He's not playing today.
The flick on that, bro. S-Power is fired up today.
Yes, he is.
एकदम quick aim transfer यार.
Good solid points. That's 6 on the side of Godlike.
Admin हो गया finish यार. हो जाएगा
in
तो
a
recall
good
है.
solid position in 5th place.
अभी माननीय तरह जाएगा. Admin को
Godlike win this game. What is that going to look like for these leaderboards? That's going to be a massive, massive gap between 5th and 6th place.
That's the thing, the artificial barrier right now. It's very fine margin, so many point
Big fan from Pakistan, Bixi.
Thank
you so much, my boy.
If Godlike can start out and really give themselves the best case scenario to bolster their points, could change the flow of things. That's Romeo from Yangon Galacticos, obviously went down very early, had to go for the rotate around and get his team back.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about. You got to make sure you hit that recall tower real quick. S2G got to hit them plays, though. Rihan getting that thirst. Yes, indeed. And you can see Masco. Oh, got that heal off and shuts him down. That is how you do it there. So 7-2-1, making it happen. But you know what else? You guys can make it happen in game with the lucky spin that's coming out, guys. Make sure you guys get in there, hit that draw, and you can get some of those insane PMWC tournament sets. Meanwhile, 7-2-1 GS gets a nice knock there onto S-Power. Godlike really looking to shut this fight down. It's a 1v2 situation.
Here we go.
Gets the thirst. Can he get the second?
Beautiful scene so far. Damage back done onto S-Power, but can the squad still save it? Ooh, quick shot, Jukes. Got to throw the clip. He thought he was slick enough to mantle, but he gets the shot off.
That had to be an accident right there. I mean, I'm sure he had his jump and climb split buttons. Sometimes we have some people combine it, but if you get just a little too close, you get that animation jumping up, and you know he was just like, oh, it's over. And
so exposed. No chance to fight, bro.
Oh, it's so tough. So tough. But you know what? That is great on the side of Godlike. So they take full advantage of it. Now we're seeing the zone pop dead center here. As TT Project go ahead and get this ready. He's carrying his teammate there. There you go. He's moving off the hill. Effect. Knocking down Aura here. And Jiggle does have an angle, but they should be able to get to safety. Oh, no fear, never mind. No fear on the other end. He's going to go ahead and get his revenge for his teammate there and take out 2 on the side of TT Project.
Yeah, this is far more awkward now. Trapped back just on the rock side towards the coastline. Ephes cooking the nade, wants to dash that towards No Fear. Too shallow, few more left in the inventory though. They can try and hold him back for at least a few more seconds. But they're the ones that are at panic stations. Aura waiting for the opportunity to strike. Ephes.
ये फायदा उठाएगा.
He's looking for the flush on it as well.
Oh no, but he jumps down into the water. That actually could work out for him. Let's see if he's going to climb that hill. And it looks like he's trying to find the angle. He does. Here we go. Now they have 2 different angles they can actually fight this from. Ephes just says, now I'm jumping down with my teammate. 2v1 situation, but can't hit the shots. And now No Fear is at the advantage. Never mind. What is happening? Shots back and forth. But No Fear finally shuts him down.
I A nail-biting fight on that one. They can at least recover, still have 3 of their players alive for Hora as well, and build off the back of this. And that's 8 Elim points they've racked up, leading the lobby right now.
That's the worst case scenario for this lobby, because that's really like the only slot that's available there for the finals, considering how well these other teams did. And Godlike are looking to close the door here nice and early, saying, you know what, if you want to try to get into the finals, you're going to need to win at least a couple games, because we got such a point lead. And that is how you start it there. 8 eliminations, full squad up. It's looking good for the side of Godlike. Oh, Romeo. Sky, run for your life, drive away. And it looks like he is gonna barely escape that one.
Romeo, where for art thou, Romeo? On the bridge.
That's
where he is.
He was looking right at the Sky there, and that is Aura. Now we're gonna look at No Fear, Get Thirsted. Young Galacticos gonna actually get into this next game as the circle shifts up to the north side now. They are in the blue. This is still stage 3. They can eat a little bit of this circle for now, but it's time to finally find out where the next spot's gonna be.
लाइक सब्सक्राइब कर दो यार 1 million के बहुत ज्यादा क्लोज हम लोग.
It's a bit more uncomfortable for Hora then, as they do get away with only that duo, and this could potentially be an even more uncomfortable entry back over towards the zone, as they've got to bypass Alpha 7. Vision onto them. Bravo jumps out the vehicle. Good shot from range, consistent with the orb.
Okay, यहाँ पे सोमे revive हो गया है.
Only Jiggle gets out. 9 Elims might be where they reach and end this one.
Man, this whole tournament has been so chaotic. You want to avoid the survival stage at all costs. Yeah, it's 6 teams out of 16 moving on from that stage. Still, though, I mean, you do not want to be put in that situation. I'm talking to you, Alpha 7. Meanwhile, Team Vitality getting into it with 7-2-1 GS. They do end up having one player not. Team Vitality so strong yesterday. Gonna go out early here. They can do whatever the heck they want today.
Yeah, this is a quiet one. Fair play though, mate. On the other side of the spectrum, right? Yes, Vitality are top dogs. They're out, but look who's climbing up from the depths. This is now 11 eliminations they picked up, getting over the safety of the threshold so far, Jukes. Maintain this, you could save your tournament.
Absolutely. I mean, that is a perfect start on the side of 7-2-1 GS. And considering India ki team hai Godlike, the chance to really make up for a bad day one, and they're doing it, right? I mean, double-digit eliminations. Now it's all about just getting into that end game. So I want to see them get themselves in a good, solid position and just focus up. Because ETSH, Hustler's crew, all right, Dopeness have not done anything so far.
No, they really haven't, and Dopeness as well. You know, you're down to just the solo. Couple Elims, sure, but it's been quiet outside of that. And that was the third-party fight that opened things up to allow them to collapse onto it. The replay here is when Dopeness lost a lot of their members up against Vitality. I'm curious, Jukes, as well. I think mechanically yesterday we saw Alpha 7 look very good in terms of how they were approaching the game, but they never had any luck on their side.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I was saying. You know, I was looking at their numbers for the past 2 international tournaments. They were getting tons of eliminations and like 0 placement points. Very, very low on that end. And so I want to see them get into the finals and to show what they can do. It's been so difficult, especially when you have a few teams just do something so insane, right? It's wild to see what happened yesterday. But today's a new day. Another team that I want to see make something happen is Tianba. I expected a lot from this squad. And now they are still very far down the leaderboard. You see them pushing into that circle from the south side. Let's see if they can make it up here in Rondo.
Bixi भाई कल स्ट्रीम नहीं की, कल ट्रैवल कर रहा था यार, पूरा दिन मेरा ट्रैवल में गया कल. घर आया हूं ना मैं.
Their eyes might be lighting up off the back of the recall for Dopeness. They're all parachuting back in relatively close by. Could be a chance for those to fight with the arena in close proximity, but Tianba are in the move, back in towards the zone. Godlike not far out with Manya. Just up on the ridge side there, supported by the rest of the crew. It was a bumpy early game for Yangon, but after that recall, they've been pretty comfortable, at least on their rotation path.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, it worked out well for them, especially considering that they were pretty late in this game because of that recall. It took a long time. But, you know, that's the way this game works. Sometimes those circles just shift and the fights happen in such a perfect way where you're able to sneak your way into zone pretty clear. It doesn't happen often, so when it does, you got to take advantage of it. And no better place to happen, honestly, in Rondo, right? The game where you can end up with 39 points.
It's all about those big finishes. Curious if there's a chance we get a bit of an extension into each other there with Dopeness. Right on top of Smile. He's the one player that's fragmented off from the one free split they've currently got going. SayCloud further out doing a bit of scouting as well. This is actually for Tianba and Godlike. Godlike obviously far more set up with cover to work with off the back of the warehouses. Tianba not so lucky.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to hold this little valley right here. And hold not a terrible spot, this next zone. Not the best either, but this is Tianba after all. Still pretty wild to see them down in 12th place, 24 points. Very uncharacteristic and unexpected, at least from a lot of people here. You got QZZ, a superstar that can really ring things out. But all it takes is, for a lot of these teams, just one good situation where their back's against the wall and let their gun skill shine. And, I mean, I would not be shocked with Tianba, who has 0 points right now. They could end up with 20 very easily here.
72-1 GS as well. Still looking to see if they can squeeze any more points out of this one. Dopeness taking the hit to Alpha 7.
अब यहाँ पे फाइट होने वाली है गंदी वाली। ओह, गैंग नॉक कर दिया।
Switching seats and hitting shots as he puts them down.
कभी गया। पूरी टीम खत्म क्या?
हाँ,
पूरी टीम खत्म।
They do lose Korea though, so it will be a 3-man squad for the A7 crew.
Yeah, you can see the crowd showing off them Rebo jerseys. The man, the myth, the legend is here, and he is putting in some work. This is what we needed to see from A7. 8 eliminations so far. You're right, yeah, Carrillo did get taken out, but for 8 elims, that is a sacrifice that you got to be willing to take. The job's not done yet. Still a lot more work if you want to make it straight to those finals, and they do get a nice knock there onto Mormon.
Alpha 7. Looking like they're starting to hit that high tempo. Caught whiff of the arena further back and take pot shots onto them. Meanwhile, before the zone moves, you can see Ida took a few shots over the Hustler crew, and that's the crunch in, Jukes.
That's the crunch.
सही है यार, बढ़िया जा रहा है मैच, guys. गोल्डन निकाल सकती है, पता है चिकन.
Close to the north side. That's huge on the side of
सब count
Godlike
missing.
right here.
पता है मैं आज
Perfect
दूसरे
zone
पीछे
shift
से
for
कर रहा हूँ
them.
स्ट्रीम इसमें
Taking
मैंने
a look there at
पूरा
the
सेटअप नहीं किया
leaderboard
हुआ
so
था.
far. This is
Subscriber
the
count
problem
लगाना
though,
भूल गया
right?
मैं.
I mean, we were so
के बाद
hyped
अभी
about
स्ट्रीम पे
Alpha
लगाता
7. 9 eliminations. This is a great game, right? The problem is that you're hunting down 5th place. Godlike have 8. So you've only closed that gap by 1 point so far.
Try as they might, there's still so much more to do. And even then, during the map feed, we could see like they were getting consistent damage back over to E Arena, so they're not giving up any of this fight. They're still looking like they want to try. They know the win condition, Jukes.
भाई चिकन के अलग से पॉइंट मिलते हैं क्या? हाँ भाई 10 पॉइंट मिलते हैं चिकन के.
Right? If you don't have a great day 1, you could have a good solid day 2, but it could be too late, right? Especially if you see consistency from those top 5 teams. They're going to keep on pushing that point threshold even further and further beyond. So for Alpha 7, if you want to catch up to top 5, yeah, the 10-point game isn't going to be enough. You're going to need a 20 to try and close that gap. So they still are in this game with 3 players up. The problem is that Godlike is as well, and so is every team that really matters, because Vitality, no one captured them. They can go out early. But for everybody else still here, it's going to make things interesting.
72-1 GS going in on Alpha 7. They got an opening knock. They want to try and capitalize off it, Jukes. They swap rounds. That's one tag back over, but it doesn't look like it's going well from the elimination feed right now. This could be the downfall of Alpha 7. Seems like it's just a solo remaining, trying to hold on to it. This is the POV.
There we go. We got it now. You can see Guizao trying to get some shots down range. Busted some vehicles here all over the place, but he gets put in a blender. E Arena, they heard that fight.
क्या गाड़ी घुमा घुमा के मारे. अरे गोल्डन की फाइटों पे दिखाओ यार. एस पावर ने एक और को दिया. एस पावर नो.
Oh, you want some of that action? We'll take some of that.
फिनिश मत होना है. फिनिश मत होना भाई.
And they take him out.
Cleanup crew plays. Goodbye, E Arena.
Admiro ने एक और को फोड़ा. Let's go.
Godlike have been battling versus ETSH. It's all kicking off around the zone. 72 GS. They thought they were cooking with gas. Silenced on the clap back there. Yangon Galacticos.
भाई ये उनका नंबर 3 है.
They got to say it with their chest.
What an interesting play, honestly. 7-2 GS, 15 eliminations, doing
चलो
so
board
good.
like के सारे बंदे हो गए भाई.
Let's go to the spot where we
Chicken आ रहा है भाई, chicken आ रहा है.
get wiped out immediately, and unfortunately, one of their players gets knocked. But here comes the rest of these squads.
Godlike popping off on the top side. They shut down ETSH. Big plays from Godlike as the crowd starts to give them even more energy. Meanwhile, this encounter between 72 1GS and Yangon Galacticos rages on. Arcs the nades in. Stereo setup, Dukes. Here comes the boom.
फटेगा.
Bang, bang, bang.
दूसरा भी फटा.
72 1GS getting
क्या बात है?
by Yangon
क्या नेड किए?
Galacticos. Tough start for them, and now looking
ये
to
mask
finish
भी
strong.
फटेगा
It's
ये.
all up to Masco.
फटेगा ये.
Those
आएगा
nades are
नेड
just
एक.
inching closer and closer. He's got to hit some shots here to buy himself some time.
Confirm करेंगे भाई वो लोग kill.
Zone
अकेले बंदे को तो नहीं छोड़ने वाले ये लोग.
It's still good for Godlike.
The crowd went nuts.
They're loving that.
The second they saw that shit, they're like, that's what I'm talking about. This is our game to win. And this is worst case scenario, literally for the entire lobby, because that's the one team you didn't want to pop off, because that was the one slot that looked juicy, available. But now it's looking like it's long gone. Let's see what Yangon Galacticos can do, though. They're going to start pushing up on the Masco. Yeah, Masco. Oh, man, those blades still shot too strong. No way he survives this. Yeah, he's a goner.
क्या ही करता हूँ बेचारा फंस गया.
Galacticos, slowly but surely, getting their head above water, piecing together some big plays. But Tianba, are they the squad that can clash and take this goods location off of Godlike?
Oh, S-Power ने एक और
has other ideas, and Adamino also steps up to the plate, leaving two of the Tianba squad down on the deck. This is the push in from Milu. Shotgun, low HP on Godlike. Quick shots, but he can't quite find it. They're all going down.
S-Power is shutting down this monster squad. Saying, oh, I hear you coming this way. Eat some of these nades, baby. And now QZZ stuck in the blue zone. He's just going to go out here. He said, you know what?
यही भी गया. एक नेड और ये गया.
Godlike looking unstoppable here in this match.
कोडल के 12 किलो गए भाई. क्या खेल लिया?
The arena here in Paris says enough about the excitement from the plays from Godlike.
चिकन आ रहा है bro, चिकन आ रहा है. चारों बंदे जिंदा हैं.
Like you said early, they're ruling the roost, gifted the angle to stay where they wanted to be with the zone, and Tiamba was the only squad that tried to fight them for it, and they failed.
Hey, you know what? Some people could say that's a lucky
भाई
shit,
Jonathan
but
नहीं है क्या? नहीं
they're
नहीं.
making their own luck here. Tiamba pushed up, and they shut that down so dang fast. Yangon Galacticos, they're in trouble here. They're on that south side. They're outside of the zone. They're getting gate kept by everybody down here. Now it's all up to Say Cloud to make a play for his team.
YG के चारों बंदे जिंदा थे भाई.
But the zone is closing. Yeah, Say Cloud's going to be the only one up left.
So low in HP, in a horrible position.
And here comes Blue. And bye-bye.
Give yourself
3 knocks पड़े भाई यार कोई चुरा ले बस kill.
Unless there's a hero play to be made, it'd have to be something miraculous. I mean, they've got a divot off the back of the damage to the terrain. He could save Romeo with at least Nonshin Red's force attention right now, not being hard stuck on him. I mean, Dukes, it's better than going out.
Got him up.
Zone तो नहीं है इन पे.
Point at least. So if they go down the blue zone, then they're going to deny it here. Romeo inching up little by little is going to try to make a play though. Here
पड़ी उसको पीछे से. So मैंने दिया उसको.
And so easy said, yeah, no, I'm getting that confirmation. I need those points.
Just Say Cloud left them.
या अकेला ही बचा है.
He's still got a ton of utility left to work.
4 frustrated इस पे. थोड़ा सा survive कर लेगा ये.
Zone eat away at him. I mean, it's good chip damage, and it's
इस पे need आया तो फटेगा लेकिन ये पता है.
Godlike to take pot shots at him. He's just trying to buy time to live out.
Yeah, he's using that heal strat to maybe even get a little bit of extra placement. The problem is though that the second the zone pops in 5 seconds, he's gone. So let's see. Can't even get that
तुम्हारी
heal
वीडियो
off.
देखती हूँ अच्छा खेलते हो. Thank you.
So this play zone is going to take out Yangon Galacticos there. As Nongshim Red Force are the team holding the south side, but
Guys, गोडल का चिकन आ रहा है भाई, मैं तुम्हें बता रहा हूँ.
Wings here, saying
मानो ना मानो आ रहा है चिकन गोडल का.
eliminations. Let's shut down this game in some beautiful fashion.
How far can they take it? A quieter approach to things from S2G on this one. Nonshin playing it smart, playing their cards close to their chest. But they've suffered a fair bit of damage off the back of being pinned into this position, being shot at from 2 angles. Whereas Godlike, they've just been ruling the roost, Dukes.
mean, they got a baker's dozen already. They're looking real good. 30 angles, tight peaks. They know this game's in the bag here. It's literally Godlike's game to lose. Let's see if they can close it out, though. That's always going to be the question. Oh, Nongshimmer there. They are toast, dude. They're forced to run out in the wide open. No smoke.
Knock है easy knock है बहुत बढ़िया एडमिनो क्या बात है guys एडमिनो सोम में ओपी इन द चैट कर दो guys क्या बात है
it's really interesting to see them kind of go for the strategy here as they're going to be feeding a lot of points on the side of Godlike.
16 elimination हो गए गोडल के
And that is
क्या बात है
16 on the day then. Group B's rondos have just been ridiculous.
Yeah, we've not seen anything like it, man. Some crazy games. As you'd expect, Nonshin, they had no pathway back in to try and vie for contest this game. The last man falls, and this is what it comes down to. STG versus Godlike. They had a bit of a scouting play. They found this duo of Manya up towards the top side. Might want to actually collapse on it. Lost goes in quick. Power, cooking the nade. Good chip damage from Manya. Switches to the shotgun. Baits them in. He wants to fight power. Once again, it's a deadline for this roster as they are sending reverberations throughout the Qiddiya City grid. Bringing the heat down on S2G.
S-Power is just insane. He's been throwing heat-seeking missiles all game long and opening the fight for STG tried to catch a couple of their players off guard, but it's S-Power, baby. You can't shut them down that easy.
You can't stop S-Power, and you cannot silence Godlike in this moment.
मर गया खत्म है oh my 20 kills क्या बात है भाई 20 kills मैंने बोला था भाई Godlike लेके जाएगी ये मैच क्या बात है भाई
You can see the look on their faces saying make some noise, Paris. It's Godlike's time to shine.
पूरा dominate किया है भाई
The energy of this arena says enough about the excitement of the plays that this team has been making, and they deserve every bit of celebration they're getting.
Absolutely, man. I mean, this was that one slot that looked like it was available. The top four looking very far away, very out of reach. But God said, you know what? Let's just shut that door right here and right now. This top five is locked, right? Now, at the same time, there's still quite a few games left here, right? You got to put up consistent points, but if those top five do that, it may just be too far to reach.
That's the scary bit, right? Is obviously some of the other squads that were above the teams that were looking to climb, they fell out pretty early there. Like Vitality not getting a great game out of this one. Godlike capitalizing where it matters most. Like you say, dude, you've made it so much harder for the mid-portion teams. You want to get into finals? Yeah, good luck. You might just have to go to survival.
अंतर्यामी भी है क्या अंतर्यामी तो कंटेंट क्रिएटर है वो इसको प्लेयर थोड़ी है
this game, right? They had a good solid amount of elimination.
जोन भी अच्छा साथ दिया हाँ जोन भी साथ दिया है
but खेल अच्छा है इन लोगों if the team you're hunting down puts down 16 you did nothing. As a matter of fact, now you're behind a point, right? So that's what it all comes down to at the end of the day. It takes full-fledged consistency in both days, and look at that. I mean, they just basically said, hey, bring it, baby. Good luck. Try catching us now.
Oh, yeah. Pulling ahead. Everyone's blowing up. You can hear the excitement, bro. It's insane, the energy we've got here right now at EWC. And it's a spectacle to behold. You come in to what was an explosive day yesterday.
Johnny कहाँ है भाई? जोनाथन की टीम वो नहीं हुई थी यार. क्या कहते हैं?
To run it back all over again.
Select नहीं हुई थी. Qualify नहीं हो पाया.
That's how you do it right there, guys. Let's get it going here. We got some more action coming up in just a bit.
Here at PMWC at EWC 26, we have many activities that we can do before the games, in between the games, and after the games. And I think Max is there currently doing something. So let's see if maybe we can go in and give him a bit of a challenge, as he almost just absolutely ate it. Max, come over here, Max.
I'm training. I'm doing my routine.
No. I think you've been training. Let's do a 1v1. Pick a spot somewhere over here. If you make it, I'll try to match the shot.
I'm gonna wreck you. I'm gonna wreck you.
Let's see if he can actually do this. Now, all right, come on now.
On the X.
Okay, all right, on the X. Let's see if it's gonna go in.
I checked the math. The best way to throw a basketball is actually the granny shot like this.
Let's see if it's gonna happen.
मिस कर दिया भाई.
Okay, you know what? I'll give it a chance.
I'm just giving you a chance right now.
Okay, here. Hold on to this.
Okay. Come on. Mr. 7WG in the court. Yeah, the granny shot. From behind.
अरे
No way,
भाई.
Jose. That was terrible. Wait, he's cheating. You just got 2 in a row. That was actually not bad.
That was close.
भाई ये टूर्नामेंट कहाँ हो रहा है? ये पेरिस में हो रहा है ब्रो.
We're gonna keep on practicing and we'll see if maybe one of us can make the shot.
ये क्या
Come on, Max,
बकचोदी
you gotta
काट रहे
make
हैं?
at
ऐसी
least
काटनी
one for
पड़ती है
us.
भाई यार. क्या करें? करनी पड़ती है भाई
Okay,
लोगों को.
well, we'll keep on practicing our skills. Back to more PMWC at EWC 26.
We were there for every click.
लोन में अभी भी उस अर्ली फाइट्स में अगर हम पकड़ के चले, गॉडलाइक कल के दिन थोड़ा स्ट्रगल कर रही थी, पहले एलिमिनेशन वो फेस करना उनको पड़ा था, बट अगेन 100 में आए इंडिविजुअल वो 1v1s कितना बेहतरीन लिया उस पूरे हॉट ड्रॉप में. एंड
स्टार्टिंग में तो 100 में ने भाई बहुत पेला यार.
कॉल्स को उन्होंने अपने पास रखा.
एक तो 1v2 ही मारा, बहुत खतरनाक वाला.
अच्छे से सोच समझ के बहुत कंपोजर के साथ उन्होंने हर एक फाइट को अंजाम दिया.
गेम का एक मोमेंट था,
एक शॉट नहीं लगा
थी नॉर्थ वेस्टर्न एज से 100 में एंट्री करते टाइम नॉकआउट हो गए थे एट द हैंड्स ऑफ नॉन्गशिम रेड.
वो लोग कास्टर थे भाई, वो प्लेयर्स थोड़ी हैं.
कॉल क्यों नहीं आ रहा है?
कैसे खेलेंगे
गिविंग अप एंड जस्ट जॉइनिंग हिज टीम.
उनकी गलती नहीं है.
नेक्रोज ने पॉइंट आउट किया, उन्होंने कहा सेव कर लेते, जाके रिवाइव ही दे दिया.
इट वाज वेरी परफेक्ट. देखिए अगर आपको लगता है एंड इसमें सौम्य का भी बहुत बड़ा हाथ रहा होगा टू एक्चुअली टेल देम एंड अंडरस्टैंड कि मैं नॉक तो हुआ हूं तो भी सेफ हूं, मेरे पास एंगल है. यू शुड नॉट बी, मैं गिव अप नहीं करूंगा. यू शुड नॉट बी वेस्टिंग दैट वन इंपॉर्टेंट रिकॉल जो बाद में कभी काम आ सकता है. थोड़ा सा टाइम उस समय रिकॉल के लिए बचा हुआ था, तो गेम प्रेजेंस कमाल की हुई है. इन्होंने हर एक चीज को बहुत प्रॉपर्ली टिक किया है. कम्युनिकेशन अच्छी थी. लास्ट मोमेंट पर हमने देखा कि जिस तरीके से एक आखिरी आदमी बचा अगर नॉन्गशिम का, तो जाएंगे कैसे, किस तरीके से मूव करेंगे. चलिए आप थोड़ा सा एसयूजी का किस तरीके से मूव करेंगे कि चलिए आप अपने एक प्लेयर को ही आगे जाने दीजिए, क्योंकि हमने तो उनके 3 टेक्निकली ऑब्वियसली टेक डाउन कर ही दिए हैं, तो हमारे पास मैन एडवांटेज है. किस तरीके से खेला जाए एस पावर विद दोस ग्रेनेड्स. It was amazing. ये गॉडलाइक ये दर्शा रही है कि भाई प्रो सीरीज जीत
करके मैच तो भाई वही तो यार बहुत तगड़ा मैच था.
पहली चीज और कुछ जगह से जलने की तो बू आ रही है. खैर आगे बढ़ते हैं.
बढ़िया बात मैं ये चीज बोलूंगा कि ये टीम अभी उसी तरह खेल रही है जैसे ये प्रो सीरीज के अंदर खेले थे. द सेम लेवल ऑफ कॉन्फिडेंस, द सेम प्लेज बीइंग मेड. सामने कंपटीशन लेवल अप हुआ है, लेकिन इनके रिएक्शंस भी लेवल अप हो चुके हैं.
हुआ होगा बट देयर इज नो कंपटीशन.
या आई एग्री विद दैट. एंड मुझे लगता है आज के दिन के शुरुआत में जैसे मान्या के साथ जब इंटरव्यू में बात हो रहा
है भाई आज कौन जीतेगा, भाई गॉडलाइक जिस हिसाब से खेल लिए मुझे लग रहा है #1 भी आ सकते हैं. ये
थोड़ा अवॉइड कर रहे थे. वेल वो बात की कहानी है, बट मुझे लगता है कि टॉप डैमेज डीलर्स में सबसे ऊपर गॉडलाइक ई स्पोर्ट्स आपको नजर आएंगे. 20 फिनिशेस, एक बहुत बढ़िया गेम, एंड आप 3000 से ऊपर का डैमेज दे सकते हो उनके ऊपर.
बट ओशन आई थिंक यंग ऑन गैलेक्टिकॉस उनका परफॉर्म करना, S2G का इस गेम में एक अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस डिलीवर करना, मतलब वो चेस जो है वो कहीं ना कहीं अभी भी चालू रहने वाली है. 5 मैचेस और बाकी हैं आज के दिन के.
एग्जैक्टली. ऑल वी नीड टू नो एंड अंडरस्टैंड इज द जॉब इज नॉट डन. तो इसी में यू नो वो फॉलो
40 नहीं है क्या भाई? 40 के ग्रुप ए में थे ना, अभी ग्रुप बी में कैसे
एक्चुअली. अब जब आपको लगता है कि आप कंफर्टेबल हो चुके कि आप ड्रॉप्स पर जाओगे या फिर उनको चेंज करोगे, मेरे अकॉर्डिंग रैंगल में अभी भी ड्रॉप्स को आपको चेंज करना चाहिए, क्योंकि आपके साथ टॉप 4 में जो नाम थे, नॉन्गशिम तो थी, वो तो खैर आपसे ऊपर हैं, बाकी सारे नाम आपसे जस्ट नीचे वाले थे. यांगबॉन था वहां पर, S2G था वहां पर, और ये ऐसे नाम है जो एग्जैक्टली हमें चेस कर रहे हैं. हमने वो 10 पॉइंट्स उठाए हैं, हमने 20 एलिमिनेशंस उठाए हैं, 30 आए. हमने थोड़ा गैप तो बनाया, बट हमारे नीचे भी वो टीम्स है, उनको भी एक ही गेम चाहिए होगा. एंड अगर उनके बैक टू बैक वैसे गेम्स आ गए तो हमें टॉप 5 के लिए दिक्कत हो सकती है.
आई थिंक फेयर इनफ. अगर एक चीज कही जा सकती है, अगर अगले एरंगल में भी अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस रही, समहाउ वी आर एबल टू गेट क्लोज टू 80, मान लीजिए 75 अगर पार करेगा, बिकॉज़ आई अज्यूम अभी हम लेट 60s में, इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग, राइट? हाँ, तो लेट 60 से 75 मार्कर क्रॉस हो जाता है, तो फिर मैं चाहूंगा कि गॉडलाइक हमारे जो एक बहुत खास मित्र हैं इस समय पेरिस के अंदर, उन्होंने अभी एक चीज डाली थी, वो गॉडलाइक वहां पे सबको बोलते हुए नजर आए कि आओ दिखाएं अग्रेसिव गेम प्ले. बट नेक्रोज हेडिंग इनटू द नेक्स्ट एंगल. बार-बार हम उस चेस की बात कर रहे हैं. अभी ये परफॉर्मेंस काफी ज्यादा अच्छा था. इस मैच में एक और
पॉइंट्स गेट रीसेट इन द फाइनल ऑब्वियसली भाई.
फर्स्ट टाइम वी सॉ वाइटैलिटी गेटिंग शट डाउन.
रीसेट तो होंगे ही.
ओह या एग्जैक्टली. वाइटैलिटी का अर्ली एलिमिनेशन इट अगेन ओपनड द
गॉडलाइक अभी 4th नंबर पे, सेकंड पे आ सकती है.
टेबल्स अपना कमबैक करना चाहता है, बट यू कैन सी दे आर स्टिल ऑन टॉप विद 112 पॉइंट्स. पीछे गॉडलाइक के ये 30 बॉम्बर के साथ दे आर क्लोज टू 67, जस्ट 3 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस है सेकंड थर्ड पोजीशन के साथ.
साथ साथ, बट ई अरीना, दैट इज द नेम। वो कल के दिन पहले मैच में 39 पॉइंट्स लेके गए थे, एंड राइट नाउ दे आर स्ट्रगलिंग इन द 5th पोजीशन।
इट्स सो बैड कि उनके उस एक गेम में जो 10 प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट्स आए थे, उसके बाद से 6 गेम्स में टोटल 6 प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट्स आए हैं उनके पास।
Well,
16, या एग्जैक्टली। एंड अगर ऐसा ही रहा, टॉप 5 से बाहर गोट वाला हश्र हो जाएगा उनका।
आई थिंक हो सकता है, जैसा बाबा कहते हैं, अर्श से फर्श तक का सफर तय तो नहीं करना चाहिए, बट सर्वाइवल स्टेज से होके गुजरना पड़ सकता है ई एरिना को। आई थिंक वो रोंडो जो कल खेला था, उसने एक चीज तो डिसाइड कर दी थी कि ये ग्रुप स्टेज से तो बाहर नहीं हो रहे। दैट वाज एनफ।
अगर ऐसा हुआ तो एक पैटर्न बताता हूँ। गेम 1 ग्रुप ए, गोट का चिकन डिनर, टॉप 5 से बाहर। ग्रुप 2 ग्रुप बी, ई अरीना का चिकन डिनर, गेम 1। अब सर्वाइवल में पहला चिकन डिनर लेने से कतरा सकती है टीमें अगर ये टॉप 5 से बाहर हो गए, और फाइनल्स में भी कतराएंगी पहले।
आप स्टैट्स आपने बोले थे ना, उसके बाद बस
मैडम एक भाई थैंक यू फॉर चाय टोस्ट यार, क्या बात है।
आई थिंक
ग्रुप बी का मैच कब है? ग्रुप बी के मैच चल तो रहे हैं
जो है वो अच्छे से हमको
आज डे 2
होता हुआ नजर आता है कि नहीं, बट फिलहाल पिछले मैच के कुछ आइकॉनिक मोमेंट्स के हाइलाइट्स और ये एंड गेम फाइट जो थी, ये थोड़ी स्ट्रेसफुल हो रही थी। गॉड लाइक ऑन द नॉर्थ वेस्टर्न कॉर्नर, आपकी
गेमिंग जोन भाई थैंक यू सो मच फॉर हाइडिंग, क्या बात है गाइस। आप लोग को ज्वेल्स वगैरह है तो सेंड करो यार अपने भाई को।
एनीथिंग कुड हैव गॉन रॉन्ग, बट वो पेशेंस जो गॉड लाइक ने डिस्प्ले करी, नेक्रोस आपसे पहले जानना चाहूंगा, वो जो पेशेंस डिस्प्ले करी, दे जस्ट हेल्ड बैक एंड वेटेड फॉर एवरीथिंग टू काम डाउन, और उसके बाद S2G के साथ क्लैश किया। योर थॉट्स ऑन
दिस? ये नेट बहुत प्यारा कर रहा है यार,
कंपोजर इट्स परफेक्ट। एंड कल के दिन मुझे एक चीज और भी इस टॉपिक पे लाना था कि कल के दिन सर्कल्स बहुत अब्रप्ट शिफ्ट्स ले रहे थे, जहां पे गॉडलाइक को मुझे फील हुआ कि थोड़ा दिक्कत हो रहा था इन टर्म्स ऑफ द रोंडो गेम प्ले भी। अगर हम पकड़ ले, एरैंगल के मैचेस में भी बहुत ज्यादा अब्रप्ट समय सर्कल बनते हुए नजर आते, जहां पे रोटेशंस में थोड़ी दिक्कत हो रही थी, मैन लॉसेस हो रहे थे वहां पे, तो वहां पे गॉडलाइक ने थोड़ा सा जरूर से फेस किया प्रॉब्लम। बट आई फील लाइक कि आज ये स्टार्ट के साथ सर्कल भी थोड़ा उनके लिए
देखो ज्वेल्स के लिए जहां पे कमेंट करते हैं ना, कमेंट के राइट साइड में गिफ्ट का बटन लगा हुआ है, उधर से आप भेज सकते हो, और वहां पे आपको फ्री के भी रिडीम हो रहे होंगे।
एंगेज करना था वो बहुत ज्यादा क्रिस्टल क्लियर था, जो मुझे फील हुआ इस पूरे गेम पे, कि उन्होंने कोई भी ऐसे फाइट में इन्वॉल्व नहीं किया जहां पे शायद उनको एक सेकंड थॉट लगे कि ये शायद हमें बैकफायर कर सकता है।
ये चीज कल एडमिनो ने अपने फाइनल एंड ऑफ डे इंटरव्यू में एक्चुअली मेंशन करी थी कि कल एक इशू जो टीम ने फेस किया था वो था कि डिसीजन मेकिंग वो खुद को ही सेल्फ डाउट कर रहे थे कई इजी सिचुएशंस में, और उसकी वजह से अपॉर्चुनिटीज मिस हो रही थी। टुडे दे कैपिटलाइज्ड ऑन एवरीथिंग, बट ओशन ये रोंडो की कहानी थी, रोंडो की मिस्टेक्स दे हैव बीन फिक्स्ड।
Every clutch, every respawn.
It was actually over here in this position, and he was just providing information while his teammates were going for that wide rotation into that compound. The scout, it's a lot of microphone. The scouting was just on point. I wish they were just more aggressive later on, but in terms of the rotation in the early to mid game stage, Yangon still have it here at PMWC 2026.
Yangon still got it, baby, and you still got it too. Feeling like a celebrity over there, Max, with so many microphones just surrounding you. But for this squad, we need to continue to see that proactiveness. We need to continue to see everything that we're seeing out of them to maintain themselves closer or within the top 5. Because right now, E Arena has been a team that has been slowing down.
Thank you for 20 jewels, मेरे भाई.
They are currently in 5th
Bixi भाई होते तो यहाँ ज्यादा नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है भाई, अच्छी लॉबी है बहुत। अगर मैं अच्छा खेलता हूँ तो सामने वाले भी बहुत ज्यादा ही अच्छा खेलते हैं, समझ रहे हो? 1v4 ऐसा नहीं है कि इम्पॉसिबल होता है, बट द थिंग इज कि उसका रिस्क भी नहीं ले सकते ना तुम, जाके अकेले घुस के मार रहे हो ना। यहाँ पे जितने भी प्लेयर हैं सब 1v4 कर सकते हैं, बट कोई रिस्क नहीं लेता, क्योंकि पूरी टीम का मैच खराब हो जाता है, समझ रहे हो? This is different thing.
Nice average to keep them above that line, but this is something we expected coming, especially on Rondo on this map, that they would have been taking charge of everything.
Yeah, and we're looking now at the new bottom 3. The new bottom 3, Dopeness, ETSH, Hustler Crew, Dopeness. I know that squad, it hasn't been looking good, and now they're in the bottom 3.
Hi Bixi, how are you? कल क्यों नहीं आए वॉच पार्टी? कल मैं ट्रैवल कर रहा था, आज आप देख रहे होगे मैं घर पे आ गया हूँ। कल पूरा दिन मेरा ट्रैवल में गया है।
And Dopeness was one of them. I want to see more from that. Maybe a hot drop. Maybe a hot drop.
I'm actually not super hopeful about them because their best game yesterday was on Rondo. Today they did nothing on their map.
Well, can Dopeness maybe turn it around today, as we're going to be sending it over to the first Erangel of the final day for Group B. Hot Jukes, Jackie, take it away.
Here we go into Erangel. Let's get it going here. And I like what the desk was talking about, right? They were talking about the new bottom 3, and I think that's where our eyes are going to definitely be on here for the rest of the day, because unless these teams in the mid-pack
Guys, like
do
करो यार,
something
symbols develop देख रहे
crazy
हो।
consistently, we may not see
भाई आप कौन सी टीम से खेलते हो? मैं
top
स्पोर्ट्स
five
नहीं
for a
खेलता भाई, मैं
minute
पहले
here
खेलता था, मैंने
because
छोड़ दिया।
there is already a 15
अब शुरू हो रहा है मैच, अभी होने वाला है। एरिंगल का मैच हो गया अभी
and
स्टार्ट।
6th place. And with how these top 5 teams have been playing, woo, it's going to be pretty tough to cross that.
Yeah, it's feeling really defined already, right? That's kind of what we were talking about, the downtime between last game and this one. So effectively, yeah, you've got to just keep your eyes locked in on who's in the bottom right now. That's the biggest area of movement
है भाई,
we're looking at, but realistically, there is
60
chances for some teams to save what would have otherwise been a really rough run in Group B. At Top Dogs, though, unless teams start targeting
हो गया गाइस, मैच स्टार्ट हो गया। चलो।
I feel like they've just looked so consistent. They've looked so hardy. It's going to be really rough to push them out of this position.
It's going to be tough indeed, but if you're going to go ahead and make it happen, it's most likely going to happen on Airgale. So here we go, folks. Match number 2
Let's see क्या रहता है।
of Group B. Final day of the groups, right? We still have survival stage coming up, but it's all come down to this. So yeah, 15-point gap. Now, you know, mathematically, for all you guys watching, you're like, hey, come on, it's 15 points. It can still happen, right? And it definitely can. The issue is the fact that the top 5 teams are still going to get points, right? So, you know, if we see the top 5 put up 5 points here, that's now a 20-point gap, right? So, honestly, I think if you are in that 6th place on down, I wonder what the coaches are saying, right? I think if it's you're gonna have to start really talking about guys like a regular game is no longer okay.
Yeah, I think it's one of those, right? Just be like, look, guys, I want to let's cut our losses. Just go for a hard run. Do something. We've got to just try something.
Yeah.
If we can starve them from getting no points, I believe in Paris that'd be nil points. Well, there you go. Check that one, Max Man. Let me know. Yeah, if you can actually just target them, deny them physically even being able to play one battleground here, just starve them out for a game. Maybe you've got a chance. But yeah, like you say, normality, probably not going to be ideal. This ain't normal though, bud. We're getting these circles again.
Oh, are you kidding me? Here we go again. Southern Plane Path, super northern circle. You know, I would normally be like, Team Vitality, ain't too happy about that. But yeah, again, like probably know what's catches them today pretty much no matter what. So they're good with this one. But this could be a good opportunity, right, for the rest of the lobby to make something happen here. Now, one of the teams that desperately want to is Young Galacticos. Okay, they're in 6th place with 46 points. They're right there below that cutoff. And this is not the best circle for them at all.
No, far harder of a rotation. Obviously, something they're quite comfortable with.
भाई ये मैच और चिकन निकाल दिया ना गॉडल ने, मजा आ जाएगा.
Having to make that whole wrap is going to be brutal for them. But we've got something that's going to be very exciting for all of the
आदर्श को चैट से ब्लॉक कर दो. आदर्श ये कौन है?
It's going to be that Naruto skin. That's right, guys. Join that Uzumaki Naruto event. Get that Ninetales Yuri on. Get your hands on that bad boy.
क्या हो गया guys?
Is OP. And you're going to do it in style.
Moderators देख लो यार कोई स्पैम वगैरह कर रहा था आप लोग देख लो.
Oh, nice little shot there.
अरे फिनिश कर दिया क्या?
Jiggle. He
Nice,
put up a
nice.
fight. But
मान्य बच
Godlike,
गया.
man, I'm telling you, these
बढ़िया.
guys are just having a phenomenal day. It's wild to see 39 points in Rondo on day 1. And then Godlike bust down 30 here. So, I mean, when it comes to Rondo, Group B just weren't playing.
No, he certainly had the upper echelons of Rondo gameplay. Made it look super exciting in some of the instances we've been gifted over yesterday and today. And the ideal scenario, like you touched on there, for Godlike, right? Come back in, swinging once again.
Ravindra bhai, kaise ho?
Target some of these squads. The only benefit to that is if you're playing with a 3-man squad for Horo, if this is a bit more of a weakened knee, there's a chance where obviously Godlike thinking, right, we can try and lap them, push ourselves further into the safety net. Helps them out. The other teams, not so much. Still got to be a far better game.
Bro, next video कब आएगी? जल्दी आएगी यार.
Many of these other teams in this lobby, and I see Godlike already starting off with elimination. I'm like, oh, this is not good. You know, like they're already getting hot off the rip. That's gonna make things tough. So I'm talking about Young Galacticos all the way down to Tianba. It still freaks me out to see Tianba down in 13. I had them as a lock for top 5 here. That's going to make the survival stage that much more interesting, though, right? I mean, we heard Neptura, right? She was happy to see some movement from Alpha 7. I am as well. but you got to look at the reality of things, right? Like, that game was good, but it did nothing. It really didn't do anything when it comes to them trying to make it in the top 5, purely because of how good our top 5 team did.
₹2 की पेप्सी बिक्सी भाई सेक्सी यार ₹2 की कहाँ मिल रही है भाई पेप्सी ये बताओ कहाँ मिल रही है ये कौन सी पेप्सी पी रहे हो आप जो ₹2 की मिल रही है
they're damn talented as individuals as well. They're playing off each other nicely. It looks like the comms looking far cleaner in moments of chaos, but that only goes so far if you're not able to get yourself into a good position, constantly fighting.
तभी जाके मौका मिलने वाला है क्योंकि कल तक जब हम देख रहे थे तो फिर भी एक और दिन बाकी था लेकिन आज और
It's entails. It especially in PMWC live here in Paris.
रितेश भाई स्ट्रीम पे हूँ ठीक है आपकी आवाज आ रही है
right? But the thing is the teams at the top of the leaderboard, they're not doing good games. They're not even doing great.
अच्छा ठीक है
Special. They're doing something that
आओ वॉच पार्टी एंजॉय करो देखो क्या चल रहा है
and you just can't compete with that, right? Just good isn't good enough here at this stage. If you want that top prize pool, you got to break records. You got to do something special.
भाई खतरनाक खेल रहे हैं मैक्स भाई ये तो ना
I think it's spot on.
मजा आ जाएगा आज तो
The quality of competition has raised to a new level.
momentum बैठ गया ना अभी तो अच्छा जा सकता है मैच
And these are going to be terrifying squads to have back when we get all the way through towards finals.
Golden drop कहाँ पे है
another time though. Yangon Galacticos taking some shots over onto S2G. A bit of a sleeper squad to the previous game. Gave a good run of things, all things considered, with how they approached it. Kamikaze limping away, crossing his fingers, thinking maybe there's a chance, maybe I can get picked up. Just don't give Mane another knock for free off the back of it. That's the worst case.
ड्रॉप नहीं है रैंडम लोकेशन ओके रैंडम लोकेशन भी अच्छा है भाई इसकी वजह से क्या रहता है कि जो दूसरी टीम्स रहती हैं वो तुम्हें स्पेसिफिकली टारगेट नहीं कर सकती क्योंकि तुम हर बार अलग जगह जा रहे हो आराम से लूट करो और गेम निकालो सही है वो स्ट्रेटजी
Hopefully we're going to see Kamikaze get to safety. There's a bridge gatekeep on a northern zone too. That's ridiculous. I'm surprised we're seeing Young Galacticos take so much time to do this because this is on the other side of the bridge.
Yeah, they're not on the mainland. They've got a long way to go as well. You got a lot of attention from them, at least looking back over towards the coast. I mean, Smile's in a position where potentially they're not ready for the read. If he bobs up Jigs, couple quick shots here. Ooh, could be the difference maker. I mean, Marnet's got the shot off again, so a re-knock onto Kamikaze. Smile's advancing. This could be really bad.
I don't like this fight at all, personally. It just doesn't make any sense to me because if you're S2G, you're in 7th place, 45 points, right? You're gatekeeping and out of position in the next circle. Like, I get you're trying to hunt down 4 eliminations, but that's not enough, right? In order to get into that top 5,
zone में जाना है भाई लोगों को दिक्कत होगी बहुत ज़्यादा.
To risk putting yourself behind positioning wise is just not worth it. I think at this point just leave this fight, go into the circle, try to get into that end game.
One on the underside of the bridge, so Kamikaze can at least keep himself safe for now and try and catch them off guard, peeking from the other angle. They have that hovercraft waiting for them effectively as like the escape plan.
भाई 1,500 मीटर दूर है जोन यहाँ से.
Yeah, it's super elongated battle between these two. Burning through so many of your early reserves as well, just trapped, just sitting pretty.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, I get it. You're really committing for 4 eliminations here. But again, you're more than 15 points, I think 16 points behind 5th place. So it's an interesting play. But who knows, right? S2G could get these 4 limbs, run into circle, catch a lucky third party.
याशना के पास है गोल लाइक.
But at the end of the day,
zone और कट गया.
Zone goes even more.
चलो ऊपर से जा सकते हैं लोग जोन में.
Strategy's looking more.
और भाई यहाँ पे क्या चल रहा है? ये ब्रिज के भाई अभी तक फाइट कर रहे हैं. क्या सीन है लोगों का?
How they're so close, man, in terms of the standards. So like they're super heavily convinced about this being worth it. But you can see the difference of a team like Vitality. They've gone, right, it's time to go. There's no one on our bridge. Let's get out of here safely.
I just imagine like Team Vitality, the comms right now. It's just like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
टीम वाइटलिटी है ना भाई, इनके पास तो बहुत अच्छा मौका है एक्सपेरिमेंट करने का. ये अलग-अलग स्ट्रेटजी ट्राई कर सकते हैं. इनको पता है भाई क्वालीफाई होना ही है इनको.
They're just so solid on the leaderboard. It's ridiculous here. But oh, here we go. Big
लड़ाई हो
fight
गई.
here. 7-2-1 GS.
लड़ाई हो गई भाई, लड़ाई हो गई. बंदों को फोल्ड कर दो यार.
Gets a couple little hit markers, but it's not good enough. Gonna have to make a play.
अरे पेल दिया भाई.
That is
Tian को पेल दिया.
Tianba of all teams getting eliminated, and another huge
Hashtag
start.
तेरा पे पिटाई हुई भाई
Good
टीम
Alpha
की.
7 as well, keeping their eyes on this with Wolves
लोगों को
also
तो
right
मुश्किल है
on
qualify
top
होना.
of them. The dinner bell's been rung, Jukes, and this is
अरे
what
खुद
we're
को बंदे को
expected
फोड़
to
दिया
see.
ये सेवन वालों ने.
What's going on? Alpha
क्या चल रहा
7.
है?
The aggression is ramping up. I think they listen to their coaches.
अरे खुद के बंदों को फोड़ दिया.
Early. We need tons of eliminations if we want to make it to the finals, and it's dopeness battling it out with A7. A7 down to a single player. It's disaster for the Brazilian team.
Man, I need to see that
भाई
one
क्या
back
था
from
ये?
their POV. Jukes, problem stations here. This is getting brutal for them already. Alpha 7 just with Obscure left. It felt like they had seized an opportunity to attempt a third party onto that and squeeze some points, but it all blows up in their face, literally.
Oh, such a rough finish for A7. Down to just Obscure here. Really fortunate on the side of 7-2-1 GS.
PUBG Mobile
in that
optimized
last
है,
game,
पता है भाई.
and if they do good on this one, should put them in a really good position to at least make it to the survival stage. And who knows, right? I mean, with a good chicken dinner here, could even possibly get them a little closer to that top 5. We'll have to see how Arena, Godlike, do in this game. But now we're just going to see Alpha 7. Yeah, Obscure just going to have to do something for his team here. Really needs to sneak away a couple of eliminations.
You see the migration from S2G. The did abandon their post.
भाई हिंदी वाला लगाओ. हिंदी वाले में ना भाई क्वालिटी खराब आ रही है और थोड़ा डिले चल रहा है.
This is it. It looks like it was the teammate that I imagine on the bounce.
अरे पर इस बंदे ने अपने ही बंदों को फोड़ दिया यार. खुद भी फोड़ दिया.
Saw it in the Elim feed, Jukes. I'm thinking, how on earth does this happen? Like, you just trapped in a building.
बुरा लगा यार उसके लिए बहुत.
The
गालियां बहुत पड़ी
with the
होंगी.
nade. Oh, mate.
Those windows used to be bigger. I think that's what it was.
I don't even know if that would have helped, but
चलो भाई.
it's not that big.
S2G आ रही है भाई पीछे से.
Needle, you know what I'm saying?
मॉडल वालों को फ्री किल मिल सकते हैं अगर इनका ध्यान रहा.
It wasn't really a needle. It was a
जोन के
little
बाहर.
window. But you know what? It happens. It happens. You're under pressure. You got vehicles driving
पैनिक
up
कर
on
गया भाई
you.
उसकी फट गई.
You're
अरे
trying to
हो
make it to
जाता
the
है कुलदीप
finals,
भाई
and
हो
just
जाता है.
one little misplay, you get punished. Yesterday we saw with the Wolves, right, flip a car and get taken out because of it. And that just goes to show at this high level, one tiny mistake could be meaning
गॉडल की फाइट होने वाली है.
finals or going home.
S2G के साथ.
Didn't expect that one. You'd be fuming.
Also guys, जिसने अभी तक चैनल को सब्सक्राइब नहीं करा है, चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर दो यार.
I hope the mental isn't brittle off the back of the team nade. You got to reset from it, Jukes.
Yeah, looking at the bottom of the leaderboards here, the fact that Tianba went out so early, we're going to see them in the bottom 3, most likely here after this game alone. I mean, you got Dopeness only 1 point away from passing them up. ETSH are still up with 4. Hustlers Crew are up with 3. So one of the favorites going into this lobby who, in my opinion, QZZ is one of the best players in the world. To see them struggle so hard in Group B is just shocking for me. Let's look over here at the arena, who are going to have the warehouse near Severny. This is a really solid position. No matter where the zone goes, they're going to have a lot
भाई
of
गोडल की टीम के कितने पॉइंट है अभी? इनके चल रहे हैं 68 पॉइंट. #4 है अभी. टॉप 5 आना है. हो जाएगा, डोंट वरी. अच्छा खेल रहे हैं लौंडे.
TT on the quick rotate. Last remember from Alpha 7 there in Obscure down on the deck. And they're getting themselves into the zone, forging a path forward, and thankfully haven't been popped off by any of the teams in these positions, although maybe that will change with No Fear. Ooh, chip damage, Jukes, but not enough.
Put some shots down range, and everyone's just playing keep away. Say, hey, no, someone's here.
इस बार भी चिकन मारेगा गोड लाइक. यस, चिकन करेंगे भाई.
Oh, Wolves, okay. Nice nade there on the 7-2-1 GS. That's a huge fight. That's 10th and 11th place going at it. But it looks like they are just within little nade range.
Smile knock हो सकता है.
Not fighting it out just yet. Now we're going to look at Godlike. Okay, Godlike mighty close here to Young on Galacticos. I don't think Young on Galacticos want any of this fight right now. They're just going to push a little bit further down south the hill. Mormon catches Slonic. Oh, the Wolves looking hurt here, as that's 2 players down. But Elementrix, we're seeing a battle go out, and here he goes. Elementrix getting thirsted, and I believe that is the Wolves eliminated.
बच जाएगा ये वाले just पीछे हैं भाई.
The Wolves not surviving as a pack. One by one they're gone.
ये वालों से खतरा है थोड़ा.
The arena resetting off the back of it. Grab Mormon, throw him in the vehicle, and get away to pick him up.
के कितने किल हैं? अभी 1 किल ही चल रहा है इस मैच में.
Yeah, wild to see here. So they're going to push on over to that warehouse. We see Young Galacticos just south of Godlike underneath the hill. Romeo, yeah, using that hovercraft. That's the hovercraft used to get some extra intel. They're pushing up with it. Immediately, Godlike start putting some shots just to try and get it down a little bit further. But Young Galacticos are like, hey, yeah, we're here. Do you want to fight us? Maybe? Maybe you guys just go in the zone. We do as well? Well, let's see what happens.
Yangon don't want that smoke, man.
अरे बच गया यार.
Power.
Lucky.
I know, dude. He's been so slick as well. That's the one time we've not seen him get an instant elim off something like that.
Yeah, I didn't think he was expecting to see someone white
out in the
open.
क्या बात है भाई? क्या बात है?
Give him that tiny pixel. He knocks it down. That's power on point. That's the fight to open things up. Oh, and his nades too have been so dangerous today. It's a 4v3 situation. Let's see how Godlike decides to take this fight. They're already starting to wrap around, get their claws into Young Galacticos.
Smile revive हो सकता है शायद. S-Power अगर एक hovercraft के पास
wrap around set up, giving their squad more of an understanding of what's going on
here,
here, once the rest of our teams around the zone do begin to duel one another. F is there from TT falling. Zerich replying back onto 721 GS. And that fight does result in them going down. Out of the running, but another game with 6 elims, Dukes.
Unreal. Now TT Project are down to 1 as well. That's 10 through 13. Pretty much almost out here. That's a huge opportunity for our bottom 3 to get out of there. And meanwhile, Neons actually does a good job of getting a knock onto ETSH. So he's keeping his team alive.
Fight over, TT की fight over.
Now it's just up to effect. Last player up for TT Project.
TT तो खत्म है.
Now getting
खत्म है TT.
over, and that is them gone. And this is a huge opportunity now for ETSH. 7 points on the board. They're looking good to get themselves out of that bottom 3.
इनको अभी 4 पॉइंट और चाहिए #13 के लिए.
We lost Obscure from Alpha 7 there as well. I believe that was the arena that went for the wrap down, found the solo and dispatched him, so he's got.
Unreal here. Say Cloud now pushing up.
ओहो बढ़िया S-Power, क्या बात है?
S-Power is on point all day long.
क्या बात है? क्या बात है? एडमिन बढ़िया कवर किया.
Punishing
दोनों finish.
Galacticos.
GG भाई.
6th place goes out here. This is top.
भागा आखिरी बंदा भागा इनका.
This is the worst case scenario for this lobby.
God, this is
निकाल ली भाई
absolutely
कोडल
brutal.
ने.
Smiles literally the only one that could get away. Got back behind the vehicle, pieced out to create
अच्छा हुआ
space
S-Power को
between the
confirm
two.
नहीं कर
But for
पाया वो.
Godlike,
नहीं
it
तो
seems
last
like
में
the
बहुत
fight isn't
दिक्कत
going to
होती
be
भाई.
over. It's only just getting started. Non-Shin Red Force close by. S2G as well, pushing up the hill. Nades onto the smokes. Fingers crossed that it'll connect onto someone.
भाई इसकी शॉटगन रिलोड नहीं
है. Oh goodness gracious.
भाग गया भाई उसकी भी फट गई. फटेगी भाई उसकी पूरी टीम पिल गई है उसकी. अगर वो भी पिलेगा तो फिर पोजीशन पॉइंट भी नहीं आएंगे. सही किया उसने भाग के भाई. फटनी चाहिए उसकी.
Next zone does pop, goes right towards that center position. Godlike are going to use that high ground and gun skill to dominate this side of the map. And it looks like they are looking way too good to start the day. Man, S-Power has just been ridiculous today. And that last game was insane. Even here, his shots are just so on point. He came ready to play today.
He's quick, stylish, certainly delivering out there on the battleground, Jigs.
Maybe that's what the S stands for.
Hey, yo. I wouldn't fault him for it. He's been living up to the brand with the plays he's been making. Arena.
भाई इसमें कौन-कौन सी टीम इंडिया की देखो ग्रुप ए में थी ओजी जो कि क्वालीफाई हो गई है डायरेक्ट फाइनल्स के लिए. अभी एक ग्रुप बी के मैचेस चल रहे हैं जिसमें की गॉडल है इंडिया की
टीम. Nearby bounce on the nade. Apriko's got to double back slightly for Hita.
भाई गॉडलाइक ने ये भी चिकन निकाल लिया तो मजा आ जाएगा.
In these angles, slight off angle where he can peek down on you. He loves these sort of peaks.
Come on, Fajita. Let's see what you can do.
Somin ek aur knock diya.
K getting hit with that nade. He's going to back it on up. So you know I'll leave those smokes right there. It looks like they're seeming to throw a bombardment on them. So E-Arena doing a good job. Back it up. Just, hey, take our time. We can't afford to get knocked here. This is still stage 5. This is wild. I mean, I think these teams in the mid-pack all played super aggressive.
Why no Jonian team? Jonathan tag में है भाई, वो gold like में थोड़ी है. पहले था ना gold like में.
It's the exact opposite of what really they needed to get out from this one.
भाई इस बार दोनों इंडियन टीम क्वालिफाई कर देंगी, बिल्कुल कर देंगी भाई, बिल्कुल.
Bottom 3 squads all still
gold like
in the
बहुत अच्छा खेल
running.
रही है.
That's where the movement could be off a game like this. VTSH can keep up the gameplay we've seen with 4 players alive and 7 elims in the bank already. Maybe they can start to climb out.
अरे एडमिनो को फोड़ दिया रे उसने.
There, Kamikaze gets a nade onto Admino from Godlike. Here we go. It's Godlike versus S2G. Good nade in that direction. Ooh, doesn't hit the mark just yet. And meanwhile, yeah, look at that smile from Young.
वो एडमिनो को इसने कर दिया कंफर्म. भाई दिक्कत हो सकती है यहाँ पे गोल्ड लाइक के लिए.
He's just sat inside that spot.
भाई गाड़ी भी चढ़ा ना दे.
So close to finding him as they're looking to bonnet him. S powers on
दो
the
को
move as well.
अरे क्या नेड करा है भाई. क्या बात है.
Lose another player down to 2. Lost, living up to his name.
Power नहीं को
right now. Can't quite find him, but S Power takes a bullet to the back of the head. The SMG delivers.
अरे नहीं यार. भाई मर गए.
S2G win out on that one.
भाई बट अच्छी फाइट निकाली भाई, अच्छी फाइट निकाली. आखिरी बंदा बचा
right there, right on time too. You take out Godlike, who have now moved into 2nd place. You got to get these reses though, and the blue zone is closing. You're gonna go ahead and pick him up, get him into that vehicle. Oh, never mind. Says, this ride is for myself and myself alone, as I'm driving into a whole bunch of shots.
कोई नहीं भाई, बढ़िया ट्राई किया हम लोगों ने.
That is looking like.
बात ये है ना, S2G ने पहले ओपनिंग निकाल दी. पहला नॉक S2G की तरफ से था, तो वहाँ पे बहुत दिक्कत हो गई.
Not able to convert anything afterwards.
Hey, there's Vitality as well getting LOS onto that. They see them and instantly farm through, stealing away some extra points. Does Smile make a move? The solo here from Yangon. He's thinking about the big picture, Jukes.
भाई ये Smile अभी तक survive कर रहा है.
Hello!
अरे कैंप करके भी नहीं मार पाया.
The trap that was sprung, and he was able to get out with the cheese. He got out with the cheese unscathed.
Ludicrous scenes, quick wrap around.
नहीं बच गया.
That is going to be the deny out then.
Literally.
No chance to re-peek into the zone.
इससे अच्छा तो वहीं बैठे रहता भाई.
Yangon removed.
इसने फायरिंग करके गलत कर दिया यार.
अबे हगा है भाई.
Leaderboards, my man. What's going on here? So we got 4 from the top 5, 2 from the bottom 3, and only 1 in the mid pack.
वो जब जोन जाता है तब मार देता है. ये ना जल्दी ज्यादा फायरिंग करता है.
Doesn't need to be said here.
बहुत जल्दीबाजी करती है.
Need to be said here, folks. This is insane.
क्या हुआ है लेकिन भाई उसके साथ?
Feeling pretty
Smile के साथ. चारा जोन से ही
like it's all just inevitable with how it's been going. ETSH realistically the only one towards the bottom side with anything to be earned from this. Dopeness only down to a duo.
OP कैसे हो? मैं बिल्कुल बढ़िया भाई.
Aura in Sleepy tucked in behind the tree. Hyunbin not far away either.
Yeah, honestly, he's doing enough, right? If you're Aura, you're just trying to put up, 4 or 5 points a game. That could be enough to just put yourselves into those finals. Considering that, yeah, I mean, all the mid-pack teams aren't going to have that 20-point pop-off game that they needed. There's only, I think, 1 that stands a chance. And it's going to be tough considering that almost all the lobby, the top of the lobby is still here. Look at this, Youngshim Red Force with 1. They're doing exactly what they need to do. Now it's ETSH, the team that needs to get themselves out of the bottom. Now just getting
भाई ये वाले जस्ट पीछे थे गोल्ड लाइक के. ये अगर निकाल गए ये वाली फाइट
deleting them out of there. Nice push though. They did get some good solid eliminations, but they're going to still need to do a whole lot more if we want to see them in that survival stage.
नहीं अब इनको 5 पॉइंट और चाहिए
from this one.
Okay.
That's what you were saying. Good isn't enough anymore.
भाई ये मैच में गोडल #6 भी आ सकती है यार ऐसे तो.
Dopeness though. The dope duo looking to clash versus Ida.
6 तो मुश्किल है.
First one falls. E-Arena even trying to siphon points off the back of that, and they do so successfully, taking down Dopeness. Hyunbin falls.
अरे पड़ गए इसको पीछे से.
Loses his footing on the rocks.
MG3 so good, but you know what? Its weakness is when you're getting shot.
इसके बाद और कितने मैचेस अभी 4 मैचेस और बचे इसके बाद.
There for Racy. Again, Team Vitality just flexing at this point. They still have 2 players up.
End में एक और राउंड होगा ना.
Red Force get that thirst. And you know, all the teams at top are doing exactly what they need to. Hey, just survive, put some decent points on the board, and it's a lock. Considering that there's only 5 teams remaining, all these teams are going to be getting some good solid placement points. The real eyes on and storyline left is Ida. Like if you're Ida right now, the best thing that could happen is you take out this entire lobby.
Placement points भी मिलेंगे ना बाकी टीम को. हाँ.
Just have a monstrous game from it. Give it your absolute all. It's not going to get any easier though. Weird timeline where Sleepy could probably sneak into the zone unnoticed as well because Nonshin cleared this whole area.
तो आ ही जाएगी ऊपर. एक ही किल निकालना है NS को. बात रही होरा की तो होरा का सिर्फ एक ही बंदा बचा है. होरा के लिए मुश्किल है गोल्ड लाइक को पीछे करना इसी मैच में.
Practicing his TIG welding right there, making sure that he goes and he's walking that cup, fixing that vehicle.
बट अगर प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट ले गया ना होरा का बंदा तब कुछ हो सकता है होरा के लिए.
That IQ to understand if they were doing enough elimination feed tracking to have a good idea of who's left in this lobby. It's quite difficult with everything that's going on. But if they have a good solid idea of who's left, then they need to realize that they got to amp this aggression up. Like, why not? If you're Ida, you need to wipe this entire lobby out if you have a chance at getting top 5. Because if you don't, and we see 4th and 5th place get chicken dinners, like top 5 is gone. So let's see what they decide to do here. I understand why they're playing it very pensively. They want to make sure that they get to that end game, but you got to ramp up the aggression.
Sleepy spotted in the end. He's hoping he could worm his way back into the zone, but not this time. Nonshin Red Force.
भाई होरा का बंदा गलत ही लेट रखा है. हाँ वो ले जा सकता है सब भाई पॉइंट.
Vitality close by towards Ida as well. E-Arena with a bit of a scouting play. Turney K there in the back of the vehicle.
होरा का बंदा है कहाँ पर मेरे को तो दिख भी नहीं रहा वो.
Cover as well, Jukes, and Nonshin such an open angle to just take pot shots.
होरा खत्म हो गई क्या?
Oh man, this circle not too kind as there's a lot of open field in that center. Everyone's gonna have to play the edge.
अभी तो मर गया भाई ना अभी दिख नहीं रहा वो.
Push up into these buildings though and challenge Team Vitality. They need to honestly. They have to clear the south side out pretty quickly. And you can see them in the vehicles and the buggies, just getting some more information for now. Rita though is just moving up ever so closely. He can hear those steps. He knows they're in that building.
Audio cue giving the game away somewhat. Rita with the nades as well, pinpooled on it. If he gets a chance to arc it in, find a knock, then they could collapse, but they are starting to fragment over as well. Darkin advanced towards the zone, looking to get set up near the cover they found. 2 players make it in. Darkin with a knock over to Hyunbin as well. Fires back up onto this ridge and does some damage onto Nonshin. Vitality re-aggress. Emre holding. Rita with the assist. The shotgun slays back over onto Federales. Emre will pick off Axel and Vitality crumble to Ida.
4v3 की fight बची है.
This is a perfect scenario for them, right? They got 2 players already taking a position in this next zone. They were able to clear out Team Vitality.
IDA को जाना है zone में.
That end game. It's still going to be quite difficult considering that you got E-Arena up on top with the circle priority. And most likely we're going to see Ida fight Nongshim Red Force. So
NS वाले ले जा सकते हैं
match. Ida, they understand. They need to win this game. Push up into E-Arena, challenge them, try to take them out as fast as possible, and then have to deal with Nongshim Red Force later.
So many smokes being arced here, setting themselves up for it, trying to create some semblance of cover to protect them from Nongshim, block off the line of sight, and then take the fight over. Deep nade in as well. Nongshim aren't sleeping either. They're thinking about just taking the hit to him. It could be a three-way battle for the finish instantly. Tizzy so low.
Oh, Schweppes got
Easy
so
zone
much damage
bhai.
onto him.
Zone
But now we're going to see Ida throw some good nades onto Nongshim Red Force. That's 2 knocks for them.
Khatam.
This is the best case scenario. They need to wipe out this entire lobby if
Khatam,
they want a
bhai,
chance. Here they go, and they are starting to do it little by little. But now E-Arena
ये पे
have
zone है.
woken up. Now they're
ये
starting to
निकलेगा
put some
chicken.
work.
So much damage. So little time to try and fix the issues you've suffered from that encounter, and E-Arena know that the knee is weak.
See if
they can make him buckle with Schweppes clearing through. Good shots on target, brings us down to just a duo on either side. Mormon with utility as well. He's only got that one Molotov left in the back pocket. 100 rounds of ammo on the AUG as he shoots up. Emre sneaking in.
Unfortunately, that was a single last name. Ooh, that molly. Mighty close. And Mormon gets the knock. Single player up left. It's Schweppes and Mormon versus the final player from Ida.
Darkin. Can he somehow find a way to follow through and win this 1v2? Peek up. Oh, it's good. Schweppes falls. They've got the revive off in the meantime.
नहीं,
Tiny K tucks in behind the wall. Misses. Darkin peeks. That's on target. Good shot. Follow up. PG takes him away as Tiny K falls. Mormon closes the gap. Stand up, but will he win it?
Are you kidding me? What a finish! It's Ida getting it done in the 1v3.
कैसे? क्या मार गया ये?
Perfection, Jukes.
Let's go.
Impossible था भाई ये तो.
Gets the engage off, wins the 1v1, isolates it
क्या
with
मारा
the
भाई
nade, finishes him
लास्ट
off.
में.
Up close, sweating bullets with the shotgun, shuts it down.
सबसे बड़ी बात ओपन से पुश किया भाई वो बंदा और लास्ट को तो 1 HP में मार दिया.
Using that shotgun
भाई साहब.
भाई एक राइट पिक दिया, एक लेफ्ट पिक दिया भाई साहब.
भाई ये बंदा क्या खेला यार? क्या मारा ये बंदा?
I mean, this was perfect case scenario. Literally, this is what they needed to do if they want a shot at the finals, and they did it the
तू ये वाला
hardest
मोमेंट देख, ये वाला मोमेंट देखो भाई.
That was not easy. Look at the shot.
ओहो भाई 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 भाई.
Bye bye.
भाई क्या मारा है? क्या मारा है?
Fast fingers.
क्या मारा है ये
Brilliant
बंदे
decision
ने?
making with how he approached it in what was a chaotic moment.
भाई ये है इंटरनेशनल लॉबी भाई, इसमें कुछ भी हो सकता है भाई. गलत ही मार दिया उसने भाई.
You know, you just gotta make a play if you want to keep your team in this tournament, and it's plays like
खतरनाक भाई, खतरनाक.
that are momentum
Seriously.
shifters, right? It's one of those
Crazy
plays
player,
so
भाई.
big, so massive that it gets your team so dang hyped that you just become an unstoppable force for it, right? So they got it in that game, and yeah, you can see that. You want to gain some faith
भाई
in
का
your
aura
squad.
plus
You
plus हो
want
गया
your
उसकी
team
टीम
to
में.
believe in you. That is how you do
aura
it,
plus plus हो
and
गया भाई
that
टीम
is a
में.
kiss well deserved.
इससे दे दी भाई, कुचू कुचू वाली बातें हो गई यहाँ पे.
There was no buckshot in that shotgun, Jukes. It was all slugs. He just uppercutted the whole lobby.
Made a play.
कुचू पुचू ये आप क्या मार रहे हो? ये क्या बंदी मार रहे हो आप?
And if this squad makes it into the finals, that was it right there, guys. That is the play that made that possible.
From feeling like it was becoming an impossibility to really just dialing in and immediately, like you say, locking in, knowing the game plan, understanding we have to fight. And they were so proactive that entire time.
Yep.
Bixi bhai is my kuchu puchu idol.
Guys, right? Is
thank you so much for chai toast यार, क्या बात है? Guys आप लोगों के पास भी चाय टोस्ट वगैरह कुछ है तो खिलाओ यार. समोसा चाय टोस्ट जो भी है भेज दो. आइडिया के लास्ट बंदे ने दिल जीत लिया मेरा. पूरा हाइप मोमेंट था वो में. वही भाई बहुत क्रेजी मारा है भाई ये बंदा.
You gotta do something different. You gotta adapt.
You do indeed. And we got to get down to the stage with Kalaris to hear from Godlike.
That's right, thank you very much, boys. Here I'm with S-Power once again to talk about that first victory, as well as what was going on in Erangel, but I want to focus on Rondo to start.
Lord 007, thank you for chai toast yaar. Kya baat hai? Mano bhai, thank you for samosa.
And then from the north side of that circle, you looked very controlled, and then when SUG wrapped around, you looked super controlled against them as well. What was the game like from your perspective?
Our perspective was very simple and clear. We'll just play our natural game. We'll play in slow. Basically, we'll play in slow motion. We'll just go with the flow, and we'll try to clear our back as much as we can. And we did it very well. We executed the things very properly.
कल का
so that's why we could secure the championship.
बढ़िया था. वो बढ़िया moment था भाई.
Looked fantastic, really did. That's a great start for you guys. If you continue that on,
Onzi bhai, thank you for 20 jewel. Oyster Gaming, thank you for gold coin. क्या बात है?
Game 2, of course, wide wrap on towards Stalba on that east side, but then getting stuck on Stalba can be a little bit difficult there, and it kind of felt like that was the case for you guys. What was it like here from the team as a whole?
We did choke there because we planned something, but we didn't execute that in a proper way. That's what costed us the game. But hopefully, we are looking forward to the next matches, and hopefully we'll do better comparatively. Yep.
It's looking good for Godlike. Thank you very much for joining me here, S-Power, once again. That is S-Power here, down on the stage, looking awesome here on day 2 of Group B.
That's what costed us the game. But hopefully, we are looking forward to the next matches, and hopefully we'll do better comparatively. Yep.
It's looking good for Godlike. Thank you very much for joining me here, S-Power, once again. That is S-Power here, down on the stage, looking awesome here on day 2 of Group B.
मेजी पावर ने क्या कहा आपने सुना? कुछ मानने और 100 में का तो ध्यान नहीं था बिल्कुल उस चीज़ पर.
जी हाँ, बस पता नहीं, मुझे थोड़ा ऐसे अच्छा लगता है देखकर कि वो प्लेयर्स जो हमारे सामने बड़े हुए 2021-22 की बात है, जब एस-पावर अलग अलग टीम में जा रहे थे और वहाँ पर उन्होंने अपने खेलने की शुरुआत करी थी. और कई बार ऐसा होता था कि जो आपको पूछना होता है कि भाई क्या ये चीज़ सही है, क्या ये चीज़ नहीं सही है, वहाँ से देखते हुए एस-पावर को यहाँ अंग्रेजी में इंटरव्यू देखकर मेरा तो दिल बड़ा खुश हुआ.
अकेले नहीं है, मैं भी हूँ. उस टाइम पे जो इनिशिएटिव लिया गया था उसका रिजल्ट आज इस गॉडलाइक की रोस्टर के अंदर हमको नजर आ रहा है.
कंफर्मली क्वालिफाइड ना नहीं, अभी कंफर्म नहीं है.
वहाँ पे
अभी 4 मैचेस बचे हैं, अभी कुछ भी हो सकता है.
पहले रोंडो पे जिस तरह का परफॉर्मेंस रहा था उसके बारे में, फिर ये जो एरांगल था इसमें भी आई थिंक ओशन ने ये बात मेंशन करी थी. इंजीनियर कह रहे थे कि थोड़ा सा आप ड्रॉप क्लैशेस अवॉइड ना करें, अग्रेशन पे जाए. तो आई थिंक वो फाइट्स भी ली गई, बट वो अर्ली स्टार्ट गॉडलाइक के लिए आई थिंक एक अच्छी ही चीज़ साबित हो रही है. नो फाइट्स अर्ली. आपसे चलिए जानना चाहूँगा इस चीज़ का. मेजी भाई काफ़ी कुछ बोल देते हैं बीच बीच में, बट हाँ, ड्रॉप क्लैशेस अवॉइड किए, अर्ली स्टार्ट स्लो डाउन करी पेस, मिड गेम फाइट्स दे वर लुकिंग रियली गुड. फिर अचानक से एक कोलैप्स.
I mean, I can't just call it collapse because इस मुकाबले में I mean Godlike ने अच्छा गेम निकाला था, but it was just like कि थोड़ा अनलकी साबित हुए, कुछ गलत टाइम पे वो नॉक्स आ गए Godlike के अगेंस्ट. तो या it was just a downhill गेम जो उनके लिए हुआ. बट मुझे लगता है it's okay, fine. उनको अच्छे खासे 6 पॉइंट मिल चुके, फिनिशेस उनको मिला है. उसके बाद अगर वो अब कम बैक करेंगे तो अगले 2 एंगल्स उनके लिए बचे रहेंगे. सिमिलर स्ट्रेटजी के साथ खेलेंगे तो मुझे लगता नहीं और कुछ दिक्कत होनी चाहिए. बट द मेन फैक्टर दैट कम्स इन इज कि अब जो बाकी टीम्स है वो भी धीरे धीरे गियर अप कर रहे हैं, एंड वो मुझे शायद ओवरऑल रैंकिंग में भी थोड़ा बहुत नजर आएगा.
जी बिल्कुल. आई थिंक गेयर अप करने की आप बात कर रहे थे, तो आई थिंक
इंडिया की कौन सी टीम है? इंडिया की टीम गॉडलाइक है,
व्हिच वी हैव टू कॉल आउट इज ई अरीना, जिन्होंने फाइनली
देखो भाई वापस से 5th नंबर पे आ गए हैं.
एंगल पे स्टेप अप किया.
यही मैं तुम्हें कह रहा था.
79 पॉइंट्स पे ये पहुंच चुके. नोंगशिम रेड फोर्स एट 78, होरा ई स्पोर्ट्स 73, टाइड अप विद गॉडलाइक 73. फिर आता है एक बड़ा डिफरेंस जहां पे 6th पर ईडा ई स्पोर्ट्स बैठी है विद 61. मेजी 12 पॉइंट्स का डिफरेंस है. 4 मैप्स अभी भी बाकी हैं.
और अगर एवरेज भी आप 6 का लेके चलें तो भी 24 आपको ऐड करना पड़ेगा 73 में. इसका मतलब है कि वो 97 तक जा सकता है. और अगर छठी टीम कुछ नहीं करती है और फिर 5वीं टीम 97 पर रहती है तो फिर उसका इंपैक्ट नहीं पड़ने वाला, क्योंकि फिर फासला तो वैसे भी बहुत बड़ा होगा. पर जैसे मैं कह भी रहा था कि ईडा के अकेले खेलने से कुछ नहीं होने वाला. वो खेल तो रहे हैं पर उनके साथ साथ उनके जो प्रतिद्वंदी हैं उनको भी एलिमिनेट करना पड़ेगा, अदरवाइज फिर बहुत लेट हो जाने वाला है, क्योंकि अभी ही 12 पॉइंट्स का डिफरेंस है उनके और टीम गॉडलाइक के बीच में.
मैं चाहता हूं कि #1 करे. देखो इधर तो #1 का कोई फायदा नहीं है ना.
देखना ये कि एंड ऑफ डे पे
फायदा तब होगा जब
फिलहाल हम
गॉडलाइक उसमें करे, समझ रहे हो, फाइनल्स में #1 करे.
कास्टर्स देमसेल्व्स.
यहाँ पे तो कुछ फायदा नहीं है यार, कोई भी टीम #1 करे. टॉप 5 क्वालिफाई होने हैं बस फाइनल्स के लिए. फाइनल में करना है भाई.
Night and day. I mean, I think we saw that in game. We could see it very clearly, but night and day on those stats as well, looking very good for them.
I mean, I love this because I love having a look at their average of eliminations and being able to capitalize on that. And I want to give them get them whatever food they want. Buy them whatever skin they want in PUBG Mobile because it's insanity. that E Arena lost that with that much health and utility. Obviously, you know, popping on the zigzag, but was not prepared for that shotgun at the end. And you know what? Having teams that, you know, are creeping their way up from the bottom into these positions, they're locked in.
Yep.
And if you think you're at the top of the leaderboard and you're safe, it's not always the case.
It's definitely not always the case. Between Circle, for us, we're looking at the match ranking here. Teams 9 through 13 were eliminated, Max, which leaves a huge opening for those squads towards the bottom and also for those teams towards the top to just kind of expand that lead.
I mean, yeah, because it's so close towards the teams in the middle and especially the bottom of the pack, as you just said here, Seven. And because of that, I was expecting Tiamba to just kind of level up their aggression, which they actually did at the very start. They did go for a crash on, I believe it was 7-1 GS team. I'm like, yeah, this is great. But not on Circle 1 to Circle 2. You know, it's a little bit too early to go for a full commit fight and get instantly eliminated because you're not getting any eliminations and especially not getting any placement points. So Tiamba, I like the change of mindset, but it's just not at the right time. They need to do the fights when it makes the most sense in these games.
Yeah, I mean, 7-2-1 sort of took them down, and that creates like that chain effect at the bottom three, Max, you know?
Yes.
Giving a little bit of hope to none other than dopeness. They overtook them, put themselves in a good position, got on that north side, didn't scout Nongshim, and, you know, just leaving Kenji and Spigot to sponge some placement. But look, this is how crazy it gets at the lower of the leaderboard.
Was look at the top damage dealers here. I was just speechless by what Ida was able to do there at the end. That solo player, he was even celebrated with the kiss on the forehead.
Hello,
just saying,
Ravindra bhai, kaise ho?
We really need that because if not, then we're not going to be able to make it to top 5 or even get close. But right now, that squad with this kind of performances, at least they're putting themselves in that it doesn't really matter area because they might end up going to survival, which might leave them open to just do whatever the heck they want.
Well, that's exactly how you want to be playing, right? You want to make sure you are comfortable, ready to go, and ready to get into the next game without too much of an, oh my god, we gotta win this game if we want to succeed. But yeah, really, really good stuff coming in from there. Also, shout out to EA in that final play. I do want to say EA actually doing a really, really good job, and I think if it hadn't been for the Ida player, you know, flicking in to get that win, they were isolating Ida really well. They were moving around and trying to control as much of the zone as possible. So shout out to them. It's still a really good game from them. So again, going into the next Erangel, want to see more from them.
Yeah, we're now. Shout out to you, E Arena, right up until the end when you got absolutely smoked by one player with very low HP. One team that has been actually very consistent today, Max, for the first 2 games, which has been a big difference from what we saw yesterday in day 1 for Group B, is none other than Nongshim.
Yeah, I was hoping you were going to ask me about Nongshim Red Force. I love the way they play because they're not an aggressive team early game, mid game, right? They're just trying to get a focus on their position. And especially if you look at this circle finish, western side of Stolber, very northern side. Where do Nongshim Red Force drop? Down in farm split. They go for wide rotation all around the eastern side of Stolber Mountain, get a great entry point, have a 4-man split, just scouting very passively, just getting some information, seeing where all the players are hiding in those bushes. And at the end, when the teams are at their weakest, they're involved in a fight, they have to rock up, they take the high gun position and get a ton of eliminations. Sure, it's not a win, but Nongshim Red Force, the macro decision making is just
I love
level.
you from Tur.
Honestly, come on.
Tur kahan pe hai? Kaun si jagah hai ye?
Ah, no!
Off camera! He gave me a little
looking at the overall ranking for Team Vitality. I mean, they're
Bora
going to stay
bilkul
up
barabar hai bhai
there
Godel
too.
ke.
Godlike still performing well. Just let's keep an eye on that gap between Godlike and Ida Esports because it is currently at 12 points. S2G has been able to perform well. They ended up on a 1v1 with Godel.
Yeah, they did. I mean, I'm on the fence for S2G, honestly, here, Seven.
Same.
Why?
Because they are performing better. Are they performing well? I don't really think so. At least not in that game. I think they were way too slow on that third party.
Love you from Panvel.
Took forever once the third party was done. Then they
I love
took forever
from
to actually
Dubai.
push
Dubai
Godlike as well, just giving them so much time to defend.
I mean, especially the 12 placement points.
Guys, kahan se dekh rahe ho sab log?
Games, that's a very low placement point, and the survival time must be abysmal. S2G, you need to get into those late games.
And for this team towards the bottom
और
right
guys, जिसने
now,
मतलब stream को like नहीं करा है, stream को like भी कर देना और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर देना क्योंकि हम लोग 1 मिलियन सब्सक्राइबर्स के बहुत क्लोज हैं। भाई इसमें Apex क्यों नहीं है? क्योंकि भाई Apex क्वालीफाई नहीं हो पाई थी।
Head over to Hot Jukes.
भी इंडिया की 2 टीम्स हैं, Godlike and
grab his
OG.
left shoe. And probably not do much with it because, you know, I might get a complaint. But look, these teams, especially Ash, coming out of that, they had a great position on the high north side. They had about 5 vehicle cover, 7 eliminations, moving on into that zone. And what did they do? EA Arena. They knew that they were there.
Love
it's
from
not
Punjab.
like they
Love you too,
just
bro.
kind of did a nice flank onto them, but they're struggling with these positions into late game. If
love from Mumbai, love from Kashmir, Gujarat, Rajasthan, Nepal,
Arena from behind,
Spain,
it would have been a
Manipur.
different story for them. But the passiveness when it comes just specifically to late games from Team Etch is sad.
Yeah, it is sad for them. And for Hustler crew, honestly, Kalaris, they might need a new pep talk, man.
Yeah, that's going to cost you the big bucks here for PMWC. But I think in Group B, the big bucks has done all the talking. You've got 4 of the 5 at the very top that I think have been the big fish, the big kahunas. They've made some amazing plays happen each and every time. They've looked very flashy, but one that's been ultra consistent without looking too flashy, I think, has been Horror Esports.
Just swimming along in that pond. They're a big fish at the moment. It is Horror. They're doing fantastically well. Again, so far they've had 2 bad games.
And you from, भाई देखो मैं यूपी का हूँ, रहता उत्तराखंड में हूँ मैं.
But we caveat with the fact that if they don't have a bad game like that, it's a top 5 at minimum. They've had multiple thirds, multiple seconds. They've had a strong win yesterday on Erangel. They're just a consistent team. But
भाई आपने सारी दुनिया इकट्ठी कर ली. मेरे को भी ऐसे ही लग रहा है भाई हर जगह से देख रहा हूं.
No, definitely, especially since someone like Sky, right, is still currently in that running for a potential MVP spot of this group, I would say in particular. Maybe you can kind of carry that forward into like a final if it does occur. And that said, I feel like the top 5 as a whole, there's a little bit of separation already gathering from the bubble teams just below them. So Horror currently is kind of that boundary. I think that they can stay stalwart in what they've been able to do so far. Good splits and being able to take central positions. And they do control space very well. It's just that actually the very top of this lobby looks so flashy when those stats
love
levels
from
come
Pakistan,
in.
love from Assam, love you from घर से. अरे वाह,
earlier on
बहुत
in the day
बढ़िया.
with Vitality, they had
Love
a
from
really
घर से.
greedy 4-man
Best
split.
comment भाई.
And then we had an Arena with their
Love from Moon
39-point
से.
game. But it just, by contrast, Horror's just chugging along. And I don't think we'll see
भाई ये
39
जो
Elim games.
बोल
We will
रहा
see 4-man
है
splits going to the finals.
ना ये
That's the winning strategy right there.
All right, thank you very much, Blanket. It's time now to send
क्या
it
लिख रहे हो
over
भाई?
to
अश्विन
some
भाई
of the
समझ
big
नहीं आया
boys.
मेरे को.
Once again, on the caster desk, it's more games here at PMWC.
Thank you, James. Thank you, Blank. Very exciting seeing everyone start to set things up with how it's
Start
going.
होने वाला है भाई अगला मैच.
The day, of course, already raging on. 2 of our battlegrounds played out, and another spectacular one just on the horizon, off the back of what was a monumental
Love you from washroom. अच्छा भाई.
I'm hoping everyone tries to raise the bar of their own individual level to match that.
They're going to need to, that's for sure, right? I mean, IDA, they did exactly what needed to happen to put them in the running, right, for top 5. They're still not there yet. I mean, there's still more to do, but you know what?
एक रशिया लिख रहा है भाई. तो क्या हो गया भाई? रशिया से नहीं देख सकते मेरे. क्यों नहीं देख सकते भाई?
Galacticos champion
ऐसे इसमें शौक होने वाली क्या बात है?
See if you can get that thing in game. I saw the players wearing it the other day, and I was
Love
like,
from Bixi
I
हो
want
गया.
some of that, right? I need some of that in a couple XL.
Oh yeah, man. If we can get 2 of those up here.
And I mean American couple XL, right? You know, because otherwise there's like 5 or 6, you know. I know
Don't worry, we'll get you a tight one that fits nice. We'll get you looking fresh.
Fitted, baby. Straight fitted. And I'll tell you what, IDA are looking fitted to put themselves into that top 5. We'll see if that can happen. The rest of these teams in these lobbies need to go absolutely insane. There's only 4 matches left here.
Yeah, dude, it's gone by so quick today, especially, right? It feels like we've just whizzed through these games. Well, whizzed, probably rather than rizzed. Some of the players have been risen.
Oh, yes, they have. Yes, they have. They're looking good.
चलो भाई, हो गया मैच
Here
स्टार्ट.
we go into the second Erangel match here for Group B. Let's see if the zone's going to be finally kind here in this game, right? I think we need at least one normal Erangel
आपको all country के लोग पसंद करते हैं, वही तो.
This group.
Is that what you want?
ऐसा ही है भाई, हो रहा है तुम्हारे भाई का.
All right, watch this. You ready?
Yeah.
Wait, you just wait. When you see the zone, you're going to be blown away.
Okay.
I'm calling it right now.
You had the crystal ball when it came to GOAT, right, before. Let's see if Jackie's got it locked in now. If this thing goes to Zarky, I'm going bananas.
Just wait, man. The anticipation's all going to be worth it. Trust me, Jukes. It's going to be the most revolutionary zone you've ever seen.
Okay, all right, I'm ready for
भाई
it.
समोसा देने थे, ज्वेल्स खत्म हो गए. कोई बात नहीं यार, बाद में कभी दे देना. Guys, जिन लोगों के पास हैं ज्वेल्स, आप लोग तो भेजो यार. समोसा भेजो.
Points. That is a
तुम लोग समोसा भेजोगे, कुछ मिठाई उठाई खिलाओगे पिलाओगे तो फिर हमारी टीम अच्छा खेलेगी, समझ रहे हो ना तुम? समझो गाइस, समझो।
minimum just to catch up, and that's if these teams do nothing.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's looking mighty solidified here, but we've seen crazier things happen, that's for sure. As we're gonna see Vitality, out towards military base early, as always.
The classic setup from a fair few of our squads, because the playing path at least has been favourable for them. What about that zone though?
Zone cut gaya.
Could have been way worse.
That's still gross though.
It could have been way worse though. That's what I'm saying. But what we're working with here.
Anu Patel, thank you so much for 350 joins. क्या बात है यार? Anu अभी इंदा chat कर दो guys.
This is really like one of the worst spots because of the fact that
इस
you
बार
have to
chicken
make that
पक्का.
bet, right? Like you go to the mainland, you go down to military
दो
base.
और दो कौन सी टीम है भाई? वो ऑरोरा में है, उनका ग्रुप 1 में था, ये ग्रुप B है, मतलब ग्रुप A में तो उनके मैचेस उनके हो चुके हैं।
You don't care. Like I said, they've done so much. So many points.
अभी ग्रुप B के मैचेस चल रहे हैं, इसमें टॉप और डॉप नहीं खेल रहे हैं।
In the mid pack, it's not good. It isn't because this is not one of those circles that's like, oh, I got
फाइनल्स कब है बिक्सी भाई बता दो? अभी देखो ये ग्रुप बी के मैचेस आज हो जाएंगे, उसके बाद सर्वाइवल स्टेज वाले होंगे, फिर उसके बाद होंगे
gambling on it of just like, okay, do we stay there? Do we go back to the mainland? Which one do we pick? We're just gonna get stuck on a bridge again.
Ugh. I wouldn't even know if I want a bridge fight. What do you do here? I'm really trying to crunch my brain and think. You know what? I think the best strategy here is to go in game and get the brand new Naruto skin. I think that is what you're gonna do first, right? Get that Ninetales Furies, and that way I'll look good, right? Once I'm going and get that skin, then really think, what do I do in this game? As we're gonna see Ida get that loot truck from Pachinki. Loot trucks really have changed the game here, the whole meta. They've really allowed a lot of these spots that used to be a little bit rougher when it came to loot now be absolutely stacked. Because I'm thinking,
this is BGMI or PUBG mobile bro.
If the coaches had to tell these teams, Jackie, you have to win the game.
Yeah.
If you want to make it to the finals, it's win the game. Otherwise, just good luck, right? So what do we do here in this scenario? What position, if you were a team, where would you put your squad in to try and get that 20-point game? You go in mainland, you go in military, you taking bridge? What are you thinking?
I think Campbell's probably a little bit safer right now to just set up mainland, like you say as well. Like the blessing of the loot trucks right here. If they get something good out of this, I'm sure we'll catch vision at some point of what they actually got, right? You get some high-tier loot straight away. You can just coast early game. Cut out a load of that like early looting time and actually fight a bit more with an advantage. I'm thinking it from the angle if they've just got to carry on from where they left off. Squads like that, so take that Ida mindset of trying to push your limits further, run some risk break. You get some high tier loot, get in there, start scrapping, see if you can squeeze elims, bully some of the lobby. You know effectively at this point, like you're kind of middle of the pack, you're not really going to fall that far down. The bottom side's so low, slipping out of survival is going to be hard, so you might as well risk it.
You have to, and I think this is the game.
भाई आप रैंक पुश क्यों नहीं कर रहे? करेंगे यार, नेक्स्ट सीजन करेंगे भाई.
Here it's all risk.
इस सीजन की स्टार्टिंग में तुम्हें पता है मैं एक लाइन इवेंट खेलने चला गया था.
Then it's like, all right, maybe we got to play a little conservative just to make sure we don't fall the bottom three if you're that low. But here is one of those games where you gotta shoot for the moon, right? Try to get that top 3 finish. I think if you're gonna go for down a spot, I think you go Ferry Pier, that Ferry Pier hill, right behind the gas station. If you take that spot there, it gives you a lot of control of the zone. You can hopefully maybe even catch some third parties. And it looks like Ida, of all teams, is going to take that spot. So they're saying, you know what? We're one of the squads that definitely could make it a top 5. And I mean, by one, I mean...
Bimble ने रिप्लाई दिया, तुम्हें उसको कुछ रिप्लाई दो. भाई मैंने उसका वीडियो देखा है, उसने बहुत आधी अधूरी बातें घुमा फिरा के करी हैं. मैं डेफिनेटली उसके ऊपर रिप्लाई वीडियो बनाने वाला हूँ. Don't worry.
Excellent spot in the zone.
And it works out pretty cerebrally for them as well, right? Because obviously you come in, like you say, get that loot truck, arm yourself a bit earlier, that gets cut out some of the additional time they'd have to waste, sort of slowly slogging along, getting themselves better firepower and ammunition to work with. If they run into another squad, maybe they do just take that encounter head on. It's a good call.
Group A के matches कब? Group A के तो हो गए ना भाई matches.
Celebration as well. Big stage like this, Duke. Sometimes the paranoia gets to you.
बिक्सी भाई गेमिंग हाउस कब आओगे फिर? अभी तो यार लंबे टाइम तक घर पे ही रहने वाला हूँ मैं. अभी तो मेरा प्लान नहीं है बूट कैंप जाने का, क्योंकि मैं कई महीने से बूट कैंप पे रह रहा था. अब घर रहूंगा कुछ टाइम.
Put them in the running here is so insane. I mean, job's not done yet. I mean, Godlike have been playing phenomenally today. That's going to be a hard one to catch. And we heard it there from the desk, right? Out of all the teams in the top 5, they were talking about Hora just being like, yeah, I mean, they are consistent. They're up there, but out of all the teams, I think they're the ones that's the most shaky right now, at least when it comes to trying to let IDA catch up to them. So I think if you are Aura, if you're any of the teams in top 5, you obviously want to shut that conversation down right here. But with a circle like this, it's not going to be easy, that's for sure.
A team that was towards the bottom side coming into the start of the day was 721 GS, but they've rose massively, fighting hearty into these games and still being able to squeeze out a decent number of elims to rise up the ranks. Fair few points between them and slipping back into the bottom. Obviously the surprising factor there, Tianba. Didn't think that's where we'd be seeing them, Jukes.
Oh my gosh, I can't, that's like, for me, the most frustrating thing in this lobby is seeing Tianba in, I mean, I don't even want to say it. I mean, they are in bottom 3 right now. I mean, I don't want to believe it, you know, and in every, if this was any other year, I'd be like, nah, not
मैं भी कर सकता हूँ लाइव अपने चैनल पे आपकी वीडियो मेरी वीडियो लाइव कैसे मतलब समझा नहीं मैं रिएक्शन की बात कर रहे हो कि वॉच पार्टी की बात कर रहे हो वॉच पार्टी तो आप नहीं कर पाओगे क्योंकि उसके लिए आपको परमिशन चाहिए EWC की
saying that Alpha 7 were for sure making a final in 2 international events and they haven't done that yet. So yeah, Tianba, please get it together, please.
Yeah, we need to see some sort of change. Again, that'd be a prime example of a squad that probably could, if they lock in right here, right now, game like this, right, run the risk. It's not looking great as it is anyway. If you can completely flip that around with a big result, get some points in, bro. The other teams drop down below you. We know they've got the firepower for it, Jigs. It's just gone quiet.
Silly quiet. I mean, for them to even be close to bottom 3 is insane, and the fact that they're sitting there right now is wild. I mean, they're not that deep down. I mean, it's only 2 points away from dopeness and about 9 points away from 9th place. So it's not the scariest position to be in, but you know, you don't like to see it regardless. Next zone, let's just see how toxic it's gonna be. Are we gonna get a crazy shit? Okay, yeah, it does go perfectly up to that mainland. So that
zone
Ida, right? I mean, this is the perfect zone shift for them.
It's worked out brilliantly. Opening game plan so far uncontested. Sped up
ब्रिज पे वाइटलिटी के लिए दिक्कत होगी भाई.
Very central as well. 72-1 GS once again. They've been a bit of a dark horse of being able to squeeze eliminations and bully some of the squads that are massively above them in the standings. And that little nip, make it harder, take out some of these players so that you can try and climb. That's helping not only them, but potentially a few of our other squads as well.
Yeah. I mean, that's the teams you got to take out here, guys, right? I mean, at a certain point, I mean, I'm not going to say at a certain point. It's literally this point now. Like,
right now.
The mid teams need to hunt down the top squads. Like, you need
भाई
to
गोडेल का
have
आईजीएल कौन है? आईजीएल गोडेल का मान्य है ना? आई गेस मान्य आईजीएल है.
Analyzing
चैट बताओ, कंफर्म करके बताओ. मान्य है ना?
But have a good idea of where they move rotationally. Try to gatekeep them on a try to catch them out on a drive in somewhere. You got to do something to slow them down, because just hoping that they don't perform is just not good enough. You got to make your own luck. You got to find a way to make something happen. Unfortunately for Tianba, they lose a player on rotate, so they're going to be stuck with 3 here in order to get into that end game. And now QZZ gets knocked out by IDA. This is worst case scenario for Tianba. They're going to hold the warehouse here. Not the worst spot. It's one of those spots that you hard commit to. Are they not going to get this res?
You finish it.
Oh, brutal. And that just shows the urgency from IDA, right? They're like, we need every single point we can get.
Yeah, that's absolutely hellish for them immediately as well, right? If we're saying these kind of games where, yeah, as much as it's not barren, bottom of the bottle, not feeling like you can completely get back into it, another game goes by, suddenly you're looking at 3 matches left. If they remain in this position with their squad already falling down to only 2, and especially if you're feeding those points to a rising squad like EDA, this can't be happening.
Dude, I'm getting flashbacks, guys. I don't like it.
But Tian का तो बुरा ही चल रहा है हाल यार.
Remembering Alpha 7.
बेचारे वैसे ही 14 नंबर पे हैं, ऊपर से 2 बंदे खत्म इनके.
What's going on here? And then all of a sudden, boom, they are knocked out.
चलो एडमिनो ने नॉक दिया एक को. Confirm. क्या बात है? क्या बात है?
Looking too happy at all. Coaches from Young Galacticos are locked in right now. They're in 8th place, 47 points. And again, that is quite a few away from that mid-place position. So yeah, if you're Young Galacticos, you're in the blue zone now. Hunting down some of these squads might be beneficial because you need a ton of eliminations. Let's see if they can find them though, as Dopeness end up battling it out with Team Vitality. Razak throwing the Molotovs in there. Lufa
गया, खत्म है Lufa.
and he's gonna burn, baby, burn. And that's Dopeness losing one of their players here.
कितने पॉइंट्स निकाल रखे हैं वाइटलिटी निकलना.
Eyes on the Wizards Tower. Razy goes up top to make sure they can hard flush.
आज इनके वाइटलिटी के सारे मैच खराब हुए हैं, उसके बाद भी टॉप पे हैं.
Has other ideas in mind. Nearly gets up the stairs, but Razak's quick with it.
दब मार दी भाई.
Buckshots dispatched.
और गया.
Head on a
वो
swivel.
बंदा पता नहीं क्या कर रहा था उधर खड़े
Finds
होके.
Ken G one by one. Dopeness very quickly falling to the wayside.
कवर आ गया, बढ़िया कवर.
Nice pick up there, Dukes. They can save their mate
अरे
as well.
Gordon?
This is a bit surprising though. S2G hard commit onto the Godlike crew, and they're gone.
Wow, what a huge finish for the side of S2G. This is their chance now. S2G's got to go for the win. Godlike getting shut out earlier is perfect for them because they are right there. 4th place, 5th. Not a crazy point gap going up for them. 75 points is where they're standing.
एक बार दोबारा देखना है मेरे को. क्या हुआ यहाँ? कैसे फिनिश हो गई गोल्ड?
One by one, Dopeness very quickly falling to the wayside. Nice pick up there, Dukes. They can save their mate as well.
पावर ने क्लोन दिया. भाई ये लोग ओपन में फाइट ले गए यार गलती से. ओपन में फाइट ले गए.
Yeah, exactly. You're not too far off. Couple points. It's only a duo though. That's the scary thing. He'd have weakened them early. So that task is way harder. Half as many players.
कोई नहीं अभी 3 मैचेस और बचे हैं.
Now, yeah, you're just going to see these rotations come out. I mean, S2G need to find themselves a good, solidified position. And they do, right? They have a good spot in this next circle, especially the zone.
और आज चिकन ट्राई करेगी, गैप कम नहीं है.
I think now it's time to play things a little bit slower.
बल्कि अगर आईडी अच्छा खेल गई ना तो गोल्ड लाइक
get to end game if you're S2G.
टॉप 5 से बाहर हो जाएगी.
Fights right here are way too dangerous because if you take a fight, you're getting third party, almost guaranteed. So slow it down a little bit and try to get this win. Because that's what you need.
Sakuna bhai, thank you so much for 100 jewels here. Kya baat hai?
If you can get that win now, man, they'll be having a good solid chance in the last 3 matches.
Good to see everyone.
Targeting goal, कोई बात नहीं. बात ये है ना अभी उन लोगों के पास पॉइंट्स थे तो उन लोगों ने सोचा कि चलो एक ऐसे ट्राई कर लेते हैं गेम ना. अभी जब गॉडल को पता रहेगा कि भाई एक ही मैच है 2 ही मैच है तो वो पूरा ट्राई हार्ड करेंगे. तो वो फिर आएगा उनका अपना असली गेम प्ले. समझ रहे हो?
The zone's going to go on it. Who will get a bit of a gift?
Dead center.
Oh, nice.
Dead center here. So the S2G are still in play here. The duo from Tianba are not going to be in trouble because everyone's going to be crashing in this area. And you can see Vitality are driving right by everybody instantly moving on. S2G not happy with just taking that corner side. They want dead central and they are pushing on up. Vitality now. Oh boy, here comes TT Project looking to punish them in the shack. Nice shots there from Niaz. And this is some desperation points on the side of TT Project. They need every single one of them.
Sitting inside the vehicles for Vitality is the only play they can make. They quickly heal themselves up and re-peek back through. Razak.
फटेगा.
This squad that's been popping off in this very battleground. They're going to go for the quick pickup play.
Danzo bhai, thank you so much for samosa yaar.
Just clipping the toes of Niaz as he gets crushed. And Razy finishes it off there. They can block some of this space as well. Hard commit to that recovery.
गॉडल का रोटेशन के टाइम फाइट पिक हुआ मैं मैप पे देखा. हाँ वो वही है ना ओपन में फंस जाते हैं रोटेशन के टाइम पे.
This is insane.
हाँ वही गलती हो गई.
This was the worst case scenario for
जोन का भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल होता है यार.
Just Team Vitality said, all right, you know what? Yeah, you guys thought that we were just big chilling. No. If you're going to take us out, you got to do it quick.
Danzo bhai, thank you so much for mango lassi. Kya baat hai? Sajad Ali, thank you for gold coin.
Now we're going to see Young Galacticos here just on the move little by little. Ida holding this compound, a strong position in this zone is exactly what they need to be doing. They got a couple eliminations early. You know, get yourselves a nice secure spot. Ensure that you get to that end game here. S2G would have 6 eliminations, which is a great start for them. They did lose 1 player, so they got to start playing very conservative here. They full committed to this position, dead center. They're like, you know what? We're going to hold the dead center, wide out in the open. We're going to secure this shack, have all our vehicles blown up. So they really, really need to hope that the zone just keeps centering on up to their position.
That's the crew taking down Hyunbin there as they're able to detonate the vehicle.
भाई अभी भी ट्राई कर सकते हो रैंक पुश के लिए. मेरे को यार ये वाला जो मोड आया ना नया, ये बिल्कुल पसंद नहीं आया. मेरे को गेम खेलने का मन नहीं कर रहा है. मैं आजकल तो इसीलिए अल्टीमेट वाली खेल रहा हूँ जब भी खेल रहा हूँ. फिलहाल तो ऐसे 4-5 दिन से जब से ये PMWC स्टार्ट हुआ तब से तो मैंने क्लासिक खेला ही नहीं बिल्कुल. और जब खेलूंगा अल्टीमेट वाली खेलूंगा यार. मजा नहीं आ रहा क्लासिक में अब.
Go Wolves, man. Wolves need to do
something
here.
Placement point के लिए जाएगी लग रहा है.
NA Dreams, hopes alive. Wolves having one of the best substitute players on the planet in Wancho. Fortunately, we haven't seen him in the game, but he is here in the arena watching over his squad. And hopefully looking to extend their stay here just a little bit longer.
Sajid bhai, thank you for samosa. Spider-Man वाला update खेलो मस्त है भाई. रैंक पुश के लिए सारे स्ट्रीमर्स वही खेल रहे हैं.
At least solidify them.
पर उसका इवेंट देखो कितना गंदा है. सोलो वर्सेस स्क्वाड वाले प्लेयर्स के लिए.
But man, that survival stage is going to be jam-packed here. Tianba looking like they are going to might be going to it. Alpha 7 looking headed in that direction as well. As we look at the top players, of course, we see a whole bunch of Team Vitality. That makes sense.
It really does. Zone crunching in once again, though. Centering up. STG, Hora. And of course, the remaining members of Tianba within the area for now. Surprised Ida from distance as well when we saw that fight with Wolves and Nonshin, but they were able to steal away one more point just off the back of the encounter. This is Yangon pushing up onto TT Project. Oh, they're trying to get away in the vehicle, but they're running into another team on the hillside. It goes both ways, though. Damage done. Federales from distance helping Vitality put pressure onto these squads.
Galacticos, there's Say Cloud, all right, popping a couple shots there on the side of Vitality. I'm surprised he even shot that, considering that he's so far out of position in this circle. But now I was wondering, where is Alpha 7? When are they going to make some moves? There's Obscure getting a nice shot there.
Almost khatam.
E-Arena, that's huge for this lobby. E-Arena going out here, shuts down one of those top players. And tourniquet.
Oh, एक HP पे मार रहा है भाई लोंडा यार.
Oh,
क्या बात है?
Devastating A7 here.
खत्म.
Good
एक ही गोली का था वो.
7-2-1 gets that elimination. That's going to be a huge sigh of relief for the
Hora
side
का
of
भी
A7.
एक ही बंदा बचा है. NS का भी एक ही बंदा बचा है. ये बढ़िया चीज है पता है. ये गोल्ड लाइक के लिए बहुत अच्छी चीज है कि ये दोनों टीम्स जो इसके जस्ट ऊपर और नीचे वाली टीम्स की वो भी खत्म हो रही है. वरना पॉइंट का गैप बहुत ज्यादा हो जाता है और गोल्ड के लिए मुश्किल रहता है बाकी मैचेस.
Darkin takes the shots up onto Fajita.
आईडी भी ऊपर आती जा रही है बट
in the midst of all this, Vitality have finally finished what remained of TT Project and the solo from
आईडी का
Alpha 7
कमबैक करने का भी टाइम है.
in a horrific
आईडी कर सकती है भाई कमबैक.
अगर कमबैक करना तो ये मैच को निकालना पड़ेगा.
And the Wolves are holding the north side.
भाई गैप देखो यार तुम हेली और दूसरी टीम के बीच में. क्या गैप है?
You're just going to be eating a whole lot of blue damage. This is stage 5. This one hurts. Alpha 7 just can't seem to catch a break here. Can't get anything going. And S2G hard committing to that central spot is working out so far, and that is Obscure's just going to go out to blue. So that's A7. If they want to make it into the top 3, they need to win almost every single game going forward.
Impressed how good Wolves have been able to play as well with the really awkward fights they've had here. Handling themselves nicely against multiple squads. Sonic does finally fall. He was hitting some big shots. It could be a detriment to the remainder of the Wolves roster. Gang gone. Brutal position, bro. They got the smokes, limited cover. Hovercraft still there.
Now we're going to see Ida. 4 players up. They took the most dominant position in the zone early, and it is working out for them. What's even working out for them more is the fact that Godlike's gone, right? Nongshim Red Force are hurt. E-Arena is out of here. Aura only have 2 players left, so, and those are really the only top 5 that matter, right? So, oh man, that's going to be really huge for the side of S2G and Ida. It opens the door. It opens the door for them to make it into the finals, but you still got to walk through it. Team Vitality, meanwhile, are applying that pressure onto Young Galacticos. It's only Smile and Romeo.
कोई girls esports में नहीं खेल सकती क्या? ऐसा नहीं है, खेल सकती हैं. अच्छा खेलेंगे तो खेल सकती हैं.
This one out and make something happen.
Nade from Smile being cooked. A few shots over from Tiamba as well, it seems. Doesn't overcommit onto chucking that one, just going to belly crawl back through the weeds and see if he can get into a good spot here. Thread the needle with a nade, get it on top of Vitality. There's the boom.
Damage तो बड़ा है.
Not enough to connect onto Federales. Information going both ways as well. The hovercraft coming in from Romeo to close the gap. He dives out. Quick reposition from Federales.
Now we're going to see Tiamba get eliminated, so they weren't able to put up anything here. Federales looking to go ahead and make a play on a Romeo.
YG का आखिरी बंदा बचा है ये.
See what he can do. Does he have?
अरे उसको लेट. उसको बैठ के हील करना था. खड़े होके हील कर रहा है वो.
Through the wall. That is how you
क्या
get
भाई?
it done.
खड़े होके हील कर रहा है.
Incredible. Elim on that one. Federales is
भाई वाइटलिटी वाले वापस कमबैक कर गए रे मैच वाला.
Again, they know their job is not done.
13 किलो गए.
Takes the heat back over to Ida, puts pressure on them, raising incredibly low in the distance. They got to go for the pickup play on Rita. They have to tuck in now.
Man, Team Vitality.
साजिद भाई, thank you for samosa यार.
Oh, this is.
ये सब इंटरनेशनल प्लेयर है, पता है.
These are all points everybody else needs. So they are just making this lobby that much harder here.
बढ़िया है, चलो.
Now Nongshim Red Force eliminated. So, pretty dud game for our top 5.
Godel को ज़्यादा cover नहीं करना पड़ेंगे point.
Aura's still alive with 2, but they haven't done much at all. And with S2G getting 8,
भाई अगर IDA चिकन ले गई नहीं वाला मैच, चारों बंदे तो जिंदा हैं इनके, ले जा सकते हैं ये. तो Godel top 5 से बाहर हो जाएगी यार.
Yeah, feels like it's been a bit of a sleeper journey for them today. I mean, 8 elims. Still looking like they've got a lot more to give as well. If Ida go down, that's going to be them next in line to really try and take benefit from the games they're having here. Ooh.
Ouch. Man.
बहुत बढ़िया. Finish कर दे भाई.
Just crushing dreams.
Finish कर दे भाई. Finish कर दे.
They have the craziest day ever yesterday. And now they're just looking to crush the teams of these teams that are trying to desperately make it. Rita, it's up to him to make it a play on Federales. Oh, saw a little pixel. Takes a little pop shot at it.
Oh, पीछे से खा गया.
Federales does get knocked by 721 GS. It just leaves, I believe, Razak up left for Team Vitality.
Only one player left from Wolves now. Aura set up in the
nice.
shot. There's the nade coming over.
Nade
bच गया चलो. The nade misses, so they're fine to survive as a duo. Wolves being taken out of the running.
2 men निकालने.
Like you said, Vitality just down to Razak. It won't get any easier. S2G bringing the heat over to 721 GS as they'll scrap each other.
कल का पैन शॉट देखा था बिक्सी भाई. हाँ, आज देखा मैंने.
Easy gap to close. They're going to get a move on.
Yeah, now this is S2G's time.
7-2G का भी एक गया, I guess. नहीं बच गया, लेट गया.
Now it's time to get aggressive. Move. You need all of these eliminations. Team Vitality is stealing all of them from you. You need all that you can get because Godlike is out. Aura, they're getting some points on the board as well. So if you're S2G, now's your time. Are you going to make it happen though? Because Ida is still soaking up points here.
13 point निकाल के गए पर.
Vitality finally full. They can get back over there and resupply.
IDA का बंदा revive हो गया था.
Of the building. 721 GS taking a lot of damage as well.
S2G ने दिया इसको,
That's all S2G need from it.
Hey, shout out to 721 GS though. Great day today, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they were in the bottom 3 looking down and out, but they put themselves at least in a running for the survival stage. Actually, they're looking pretty good.
मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है आईडीए का चिकन आ रहा है ये मैच.
Let go.
आईडीए का चिकन आ रहा है ये मैच.
Gonna have to make a play for his team. Does get some sightlines on S2G, but Solke able to make it behind that hail veil and take them
4v3v2.
And again, that's another point stolen by Ida.
4v3v2.
The shot we saw coming over from Darkin.
Let's see क्या होता है.
One of those knocks goes his way, converted into a point. So still squeezing little bits out of this lobby. As we remain with our final 3 squads, Hora down to the 2 players. Ooh, Sky's gonna buckle as well. Instant connection from Emre on the peak up. They're not slowing down, Dukes. They're just getting started.
Yeah, now Hora are out. That's the right play, honestly. Both
आईडीए निकालेगी ये गेम. आईडीए निकालेगी.
Yeah. Let's all focus there first.
Let's see zone किस पे जाता है. हो गया भाई, आईडीए का चिकन है. 100% चिकन आईडीए का.
And now a huge fight as SGG.
He's got the
EWC, baby. Let's see some of that late game sniper action. But what? Rita. Talk about, hey, we got barbershops here for these players, and Rita just got a haircut.
The scope attached for max precision. Looking to punch a hole straight through them. As it comes down to 2 teams that are neck and neck towards each other. The rise we've seen from S2G. And an Ida that took that chicken dinner previously and have not slowed down. A slight advantage in terms of the battle of attrition, Dukes. It's a 4 versus 3 on the manpower.
Oh, I know we joked about that.
S2G के जीतने के chances बहुत कम है यार.
Brutal miss, considering that if he would have hit that, Rita's gone, and there's no way he's getting res. It would have been a 3v2 situation. So, barely.
अगर उनका चिकन हुआ तो गोल्डल को प्रॉब्लम होगी, पता है. लेकिन आईडीए के पास पोजीशन भी अच्छी है, मैन पावर एडवांटेज भी है.
Let's see what kind of plays you're going to make.
S2G के पास तो जोन भी नहीं है.
You can see Ida just slowly creeping up, pushing their back against the blue zone, and now with that
साजिद भाई, thank you so much for 10 duels. क्या बात है भाई.
One good nade could shut them down.
Guys, जितने भी लोग स्ट्रीम देख रहे हैं, स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर देना guys.
Come on, bust out that AWM again. You got to do it. You got to hit that shot for your team and clutch things up. This is where that kind of play could really come in.
लो इस पे MG3 हो रहा है भाई. आईडीए के बंदे पे.
Kamikaze taking some hits. Emre. Look
एक
at
और
the
नॉक. आखिरी
reaction
बचा.
time, Dukes. He steps up, absolutely lays down the law. Spitting bullets, one by one they're being removed unless he can save it with the snipe. It's all
क्या कर रहा है ये? स्नाइपर चला रहा है. लास्ट जोन में स्नाइपर चला रहा है bro.
Didn't really do much except for team vitality, right? I mean, it was a non-game for them, and that opened things up. Let's take a look at the team comps and hear what they had to say.
rahat oynayamaz. Bak ona. Çok güzel arkada bir tane. Gelden. Araba sürüyorum. Bana vermesin. Ben sürüyorum. Gel beraber devam edelim. Gel. Dur.
गोल्डल टॉप 5 से बाहर हो गई है भाई. 3 मैच है बस कमबैक करने के लिए.
Nice oğlum.
Tempered celebration. They're happy, bro. They know. They've been there before, Dukes, and they're locking it down.
मोंटा जाती है.
Beautiful signs, though. It's the way as well. They actually stole so many Elim points off other teams amidst all that commotion.
आईडीए ने बैक टू बैक 2 चिकन निकाल दिए ना.
Party angle from distance. We're talking meters. They're hitting shots.
Yeah, I mean, these guys. This is what I was talking about in that last game, right? When you have such an insane clutch play, it exudes confidence in your entire squad. They believe in you as a player. They believe that it's a sign, right? It's meant to be for us to make it. And we saw that circle early on. Like, hey, that's probably the best spot in the zone. They immediately were like, yeah, let's take that. And since they lose,
crazy comeback भाई, बहुत तगड़ा comeback किया है आईडीए ने.
के दिया और इस मैच में वो टीम प्ले देखने को मिला जहां पर चारों ही प्लेयर्स ने वो वैल्यू कन्वर्ट करी, S2G से वो चिकन छीना.
एंड एक बार के लिए तो मुझे लग रहा था कि शायद रिवाइवल नहीं मिलेगा, लेकिन उसके बाद उस मोमेंट पे जिस तरीके से उन्होंने रिवाइवल दिया, वाइटलिटी के प्लेयर्स को पहले डाउन किया, उसके बाद अपने खिलाड़ी को उठाए, एंड एक बहुत ही अच्छा एग्जीक्यूशन हमने उनके तरफ से देखा. एंड देखिए, मुझे लगता है कि जो भी टीम्स इधर इस तरीके से टॉप पे पहुंचती है या फिर पोडियम में पहुंचती है, उन टीम्स के पास ये एक चीज तो होती है कि वो डरते नहीं है, उनको पता है कि टफ सिचुएशन में भी क्या डिसीजन लेना है, एंड इसी वजह से शायद ईडा इतने बेहतरीन पोजीशन में है।
जी आपने सही कहा, और अभी के लिए ईडा के चेहरों पे तो वो खुशी भी देखने को मिल रही है। ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे अब चेहरे पर वो तसल्ली आ चुकी है, वो जो मेहनत रंग लानी चाहिए थी वो लगभग आ चुकी है। हमने ऑलरेडी भी चर्चाएं की थी कि अगर टॉप 6 से बाहर की टीम्स की बात करते हैं तो उन सारी टीम्स को एटलीस्ट 2 बड़े गेम्स चाहिए ताकि वो रेस में दोबारा से आ सकें, और वो आता हुआ नजर आया। जहां पर गॉडलाइट ने केवल एक ही मैच बड़ा खेला है और बाकी सारी टीम्स ने जो नीचे से कमबैक कर रही है, जिसमें ईडा सबसे बड़ा नाम, उन्होंने 2 लगातार बढ़िया गेम निकाले हैं, और उसके चलते आप कह सकते हैं कि ये टीम अभी के लिए टॉप 5 में जगह बना चुकी है। बट देवियो सज्जनों, जैसा कि हमने ये तीसरा गेम देखा, अब थोड़ी सी देर में हम देखेंगे चौथा गेम, पर उससे पहले समय हो चुका है एक छोटे से ब्रेक का।
क्या लगता है चैट, आप लोगों को क्या लगता है गॉडल क्वालिफाई होगी? मुझे लग रहा है कि लास्ट में कमबैक कर सकते हैं लोग, बट आप लोग मेरे को अपना ओपिनियन दो। नहीं होगी शायद, ऐसा क्यों बोल रहे हो? मुझे तो लग रहा है कि 3 मैचेस बहुत होते हैं कमबैक करने के लिए, आराम से हो जाएगा। फाइनल्स में तो हो जाएगा भाई इजी।
Team Vitality is one of the best teams in club championship this year, but I don't feel any responsibility. I think we're happy that outside our game we also can contribute to the team's Vitality point.
बाकी टीम्स काफी स्ट्रांग है। अरे तो अपनी टीम कौन सा स्ट्रांग नहीं है भाई? अपनी टीम भी तो अच्छा खेल रही है।
1000 points to Team Vitality.
तुम देखो हमारी टीम के जितने भी पॉइंट्स है ना, ज्यादातर एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स हैं। गन पावर बहुत स्ट्रांग है गॉडल का।
然后我们也是会有一点压力的，然后我们也是随着压力的变化，我们改变我们自己的打法。如果 EWC 我们 AGL 拿下总冠军的话，我是非常开心的，因为我们所有的项目在多项开花嘛，大家都是在拿冠军，为一个目标奋斗，然后我们也是非常开心嘛。
За хэрвээ одоо Aurora Gaming Sub Championship одоо байрэлдэт ч юм уу төрүүлэх юм бол одоо мэдээж манай багийн тодорхой хэмжээнд төв нэмрээ оруулсан болохоор мэдээж одоо маш бахархалтай байна гэж бодож байна.
उसी भाई बंदूकबाज कहाँ है? साथ में कमेंट्री करो। बंदूकबाज है नहीं यार, बाहर गए हैं कहीं पे।
Was gonna show up, Max. They get that back-to-back chicken dinner. If I'm not mistaken, if the math is right, they jumped up to 5th place.
It's not chicken dinner anymore. It's a chicken buffet right now for Ida, having a great time. But especially for a team that was middle of the pack, back-to-back wins, right, was great because we saw at the start of day 7, the point gap between the teams in the top 5 was quite significant, like 20+ points. These wins, and especially that now going towards Vitality and such, is great because it just enables a possibility for these teams to initiate a comeback. Ida looking so confident because they know it's do or die. If they want to go to the finals right away, they need to show up, and they've done that massively on day 2 of their group.
No, it's very true. I do enjoy what we're seeing from Ida, the back-to-back. I mean, it's the 3rd back-to-back we've had in the group stage. We've had many coming on through here. Yeah, it's really nice to see. But, you know, it is a classic gameplay, classic strategy that we're seeing from a couple of different teams. Nongshan being one of those, mid-phase, mid-circle. There we go. Mid-circle, finding a compound, and then just staying there. Staying put. Being really, really nice to see that come on through. They wait, and then about phase 5 they start actually moving through and spreading out, trying to gain a little bit of control as well. So that's really nice to see from Ida, and I want to see it again.
It is nice to see one team that honestly a lot of teams got a chance to just push up the leaderboard here, especially for the middle of the pack.
Top 5 confirm hai bro.
They ended up being eliminated early on, right? We saw them start off hot at the beginning of the day. Top 5 ho jayega a little bit for this squad, especially considering they're currently in that contention for top 5. But it is a big opportunity. Lace, if you Matt Neftera, if you can just stop hogging the mic.
Moisty bhai, thank you so much for 100 jewels.
But as I was saying, Lace, it's a big opportunity for some of these other squads to be able to jump up that leaderboard. One of them being none other than 7-1.
Honestly, it's been such a ride watching this team, and by that I mean they are
Godel हार जाए है जोनाथन को किक कर दिया सालों ने। भाई पता है तुम इतने चूतिया बात करी है ना भाई तुमने, जो भी हो तुम भाई। जब गॉडल जीती थी ना भाई, जोनाथन इतना ज्यादा खुश था कि भाई उसके जो पुराने टीममेट्स हैं वो जीते हैं और उनको बाहर जाके खेलने का मौका मिलेगा। आज जब गॉडल इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट कर रही है तो तुमने इतनी चूतिया और गिरी बात करी है ना भाई कि तुम्हें शर्म आनी चाहिए लिटरली। अभी जोनाथन भी सोच रहा होगा कि भाई जीतना चाहिए गॉडल को, और तुम कह रहे हो कि भाई गॉडल हार जाए। भाई इतनी गिरी हुई मेंटलिटी मत रखो भाई। मतलब मेरे को शर्म आ रही है भाई कि कोई ऐसे कैसे कमेंट कर सकता है। इतना हेट मत करो भाई, अंधे मत हो जाओ इतनी हेट में। वो गॉडल अपनी इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट कर रही है ग्लोबल स्टेज पे।
I feel like you've been supporting 721 a lot today. Yesterday was Vitality. Can you support Nongs from Red Force? Just for no particular reason.
They don't need to be supported extra.
I'll take extra points for them. I don't care.
Can you just say, can you just say Hyunbin one time for us, please?
Hyunbin?
Okay, there you go. That's an extra 15 eliminations for Hyunbin today.
Guys, I have a reverse cast curse, by the way.
अरे सही में भाई मुझे समझ नहीं आता क्या चल रहा है यहाँ पे, क्या नहीं चल रहा है।
कुछ भी बोल देंगे।
PayPal me.
Wait, you especially you, Max. Okay, we might find a good rhythm here.
3 मिनट में मैच स्टार्ट है।
She'll uncurse them, and then you and I, Neptura, will try to curse them again. But for some of the other teams, a big surprise for me.
BGMS का भी वॉच पार्टी करोगे भाई? भाई परमिशन मिलेगी अगर तो कर लेंगे भाई। BGMS की वॉच पार्टी। भाई मैं तो चाहता हूँ गोल्डलाइट ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में चले जाए, वही ना भाई।
No, it hasn't. They had a couple of really good spots, and then in this last game, the last couple of games, it really feels like they've fallen back down in terms of that momentum. They're not really building on anything, and we are looking now at the overall ranking because yeah, it is
6th number पे है।
A7's not on the front page.
एक चिकन मारते ही गॉडल वापस टॉप पे आ जाएगी #2 पे।
Ida jumped up all the way.
अच्छी बात यह है कि पॉइंट का ज्यादा डिफरेंस नहीं है, पता है।
Yeah, I mean a back-to-back will do that for you. So really good jump up from Ida. Generally a team that I thought
सिर्फ 7 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस है
expecting to be in
#2 जाने के लिए।
top 5, but they just shut us all up right now, and I'm absolutely loving it. The late
क्या हाल है बिक्सी भाई? मैं बिल्कुल बढ़िया ब्रो।
Looking at this page, Yangon Galacticos, day 1 Nitro, showing some like sparks of aggression. I was really excited, but today this team just fully disappeared, I would say.
Yeah, it's weird. I was really hoping for a lot more coming on through because yeah, they've been so nice. They've not been playing passive. They've been trying to do a lot of things. They've been trying to control a lot of area, and it's just not really coming through. I don't know if that's because teams are, pushing that aggression a little bit more, or if it's more of just faltering in mentality.
Looking at this one, I'm sorry I have to go down at this point. Tiamba, what is going on? They're so passive. This does not look like the Tiamba we saw play so well back in the Macau.
भाई कितने मैचेस होंगे? अब 3 मैचेस बचे हैं। अभी 10th मैच स्टार्ट होने वाला है।
The whole region, honestly, the whole Chinese region looks like that because they have not been performing well at all.
All gamers had like some good moments, but Tiamba I would say is the team that was expecting a lot of aggression, and I'm sorry to say I've been disappointed, especially by QZZ. He's not even taking any fights. They're so passive. There's still time to exit the bottom 3. But top 5 for Tiamba, not happening.
All right. Well, hey, I've been able to surprise you guys in the past, so I'm gonna surprise. No, keep looking forward, sir. You're in class right now.
Okay.
Because I have a surprise for y'all that you get a chance to open up. Here you go, Max. Hold this for me.
Gift. It's been so nice.
We're gonna be opening them up. You guys are gonna get some mummies. I get to keep the rest.
It's not Godel, it's Team India. वही तो bro, वही तो। ये लोग समझते नहीं हैं इन चीजों को। Noisy भाई, thank you so much for shopping trolley. क्या बात है भाई? 550 jewels.
It's okay.
आप लोग भी jewels वगैरह हैं तो भेजो यार।
You're gonna keep what's inside. Oh, and there's also inside a package.
क्या बात
है? You're
है?
gonna have to do 2 unboxings for me.
Oh, I got a card. What do I have?
What do you think you're gonna be getting? No, don't look at the card right now. Just open the thing.
Okay, don't look at the card. I'm gonna be getting the blue one, the blue and the white.
Blue and the white?
I'm gonna get the blue one.
Oh, you did! That's actually pretty sick. Okay, Lace, what are you gonna get?
Okay, ready? Are you ready?
Oh, squishy.
Harish Chaudhary, thank you so much for samosa मेरे भाई.
Those are sick.
I win.
Those are sick. Okay.
Your one?
I like them. You know what?
Yeah.
Nice. I like it. Oh.
क्या बगैती चल रही है भाई ये?
Because now I get to
क्या चल रहा है भाई ये? किसी को नहीं पता था स्क्रिप्टेड है ये।
ये क्या चल रहा है भाई?
किसी का नहीं पता था स्क्रिप्टेड है ये।
Day 2 of Group B, it's crazy. We've got some teams
क्या
on the
चल रहा है
top
भाई?
as well. TT Project, Dopeness, Tianba.
Yeah, I would love to step in one of these teams.
Step in? Look, dude, I don't know if you're good enough at this game.
Oh no, I'm not speaking about playing. I'm so bad. I'm speaking like a motivational speech, like a coach.
Yeah, a motivation. Okay, that could work. Yeah.
How do you do?
Oh, how would I do it? I don't know. I would say something like, guys, we're in the bubble. We have to do something. But, trust each other. We have to play our own game. Trust the IGL.
Oh, that's nice. That's calm. That's cool.
Yeah, man. I feel like I shouldn't ask this, but how would you do it?
I will do it the French way, like something like... Bon, maintenant les gars, on va arrêter de faire de la merde. On va
इंडिया की टीम ट्रॉफी लेकर आएगी बिल्कुल.
Attention à la zone, on va faire des kills et on va arrêter de se chier dessus.
Dude, you terrified the kids. What did you just say?
I just say something like, we're a big family, we got this, and let's win together.
I don't think I believe you.
Back to Caster, guy. Game 4 now.
Say?
I said back to Caster.
What did you say?
Game 4, it's now.
Hey, you know what? I don't think I believe him either. I don't think that's quite what he said, but my French is
If
not
Godel
quite
goes
good
at final,
enough.
can
We'll have
OG
to
and
tune in
Godel
with
team up?
Max
भैया, अरे
Seven.
क्यों team up
We
होगा?
will
ऐसे
have
team
to
up
tune
थोड़ी
in,
होता
man.
है.
Unfortunately, he's laid
ऐसा
dead
नहीं
out
होता.
on a table at the moment.
हो सकता है कि भाई वो आपस में fight करे.
Chicken leg from Evil 7, apparently. But we are getting in towards our 4th game of the day so far. Ida on a back-to-back, which was kind of amazing to watch and is making it quite difficult for some of the teams at the top. We thought it was kind of a secured top 5. Ida, however, battling their way in with fair ease on day 2.
It seems like they found something, figured something out from that first day of games, moving into today. So they set it back over on the desk before they were knocked unconscious. They are now in 2nd place, which is a huge jump up coming through from Ida. A Turkish team potentially going to represent in a direct qualification spot in towards those finals would be great.
चलो भाई start हो गया
But
match.
now we have our final Erangel of the group stages. For Group B, this is their last chance to take a turn around the grassy pastures.
Some nice even points available here on Erangel as well. Teams want to make it happen. Unfortunately, today has been pretty rough in terms of play maps. A lot of ones down towards the south side of the map, making it a little bit more comfortable. We are going to get another, actually, from Pubg down towards the northwest side of Millibase, which is, again, I would say is a pretty awkward playing path. It is playable over towards the eastern side, places like Yasnaya, Lipovka, Milta, Mini Milta, head down towards Milta itself. There's some splits available towards that western edge. But yeah, good luck getting over towards the likes of North George Southern.
It would be quite a long journey. I mean, maybe grab some vehicles, swing out, but you're contesting the teams in Yaz for those vehicle drops and things like that, so it can get very, very dicey. Stalba, Kameshki, maybe a little bit more accessible, yeah. Heading up towards that north side, so potential for them to get to somewhere like Severny quite quickly on this plane path, but it's the teams that are still in the
Godel कर गई comeback और फिर हमारी टीम 4-3 से फाइट भी हो गई फाइनल्स में. बिक्सी भाई फुल सपोर्ट टू इंडियन टीम. कमेंट भी पढ़ लो बिक्सी भाई. बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. फाइनल में क्वालीफाई हो और फाइट हो, मजा आएगा.
Looking to claw their way back in. Now they've had troubles on this type of drop spot before, but they said they fixed it, and I would say they absolutely have today. I think they're dropping a lot more going forward.
Let's see.
Making things much easier for them. They're not losing players on the outside. And obviously that's paid dividends over towards the first map of the day where they looked really good over in Rondo. That's an unfortunate one. Over towards
Mihir Sharma bhai, kya baat hai. Thank you so much for 1000 jewels. Guys, Mihir bhai open the chat कर दो यार.
Allow teams to
क्या बात है मिहिर भाई. अबे ये क्या जोन बन गया है? Hello.
Maybe blessing in disguise is quite a strong way of putting it, but I feel like it's definitely going to give a lot of teams an opportunity to go out to those locations, whereas circles anywhere else would have meant that you're still going to stay cramped on in. So we could see a little bit more of a disparate situation set up coming on through. Over in Rozhok, you've got 721 GS with Hustler Crew down underneath them on the south side, and Ida
real बनाया भाई ये zone है.
From Pachinki on the north edge, looking to extend their influence towards Ruins.
It is interesting, 2 minutes into the game, we are already
TT की fight हो गई भाई.
getting long drops coming through. Pretty wild. Schweppes will find themselves to finish on that one.
चला दिया भाई.
Still, 2 players going down isn't ideal. Went for the old graveyard walk on that one. Pop the players in the vehicle, get a move on.
I suppose they're worried about retribution. for that one coming through. So instead of committing the time to res inside the garage, you want to get onto a higher ground position and get away. TT Project will just lose one cleanly. Fantastic stuff. If you guys want to be looking clean as well, there's one very, very good way to do that. That is with now the Naruto skins that have been added to the game. Make sure that you're logging in, grabbing those skins, getting those unlocked. Because the
भाई आइडिया का सही है भाई. सेंटर लूटो यहाँ पे.
This one in the back of that van though, Ida. Unfortunately, you can
सेंटर में लेके इसको बुलाओ गाड़ी को और फोड़ दो. सही है भाई.
So these players already got it.
पूरी level 3 की लूट हो गई होगी इन पे अब.
Sadly, this is over towards the western side of the map. I imagine it's probably hit over towards the top of a building and then fallen down, but Wolves were able to get over towards this position fairly quickly. If you cast your minds way back to yesterday, Wolves actually sent Necessary very quickly over towards the Finn, over towards the northwest side here of Georgia Pole, the game that Aura ended up winning versus Vitality.
भाई क्या गोडल फिर से टॉप 5 में आ सकती है? बिल्कुल आ सकती है भाई, बिल्कुल आ सकती है.
For them, except this time the whole team's here.
ज़्यादा पॉइंट का डिफरेंस थोड़ी है.
It's a big benefit when you have all of your team alive. Generally, one of the better strategies in PUBG Mobile, have 4 players when the other team does not. Works out quite well. Arena, it looks like they did manage to get their reses coming on through, but instead of taking too much time to grab that healing, they have opted to move northward towards South George, the compounds to the west of Everest, to Hospital as well. Maybe they can patch themselves back together there. Ooh, a nice little pickup for the Wolves, and taking a player down from Hustler Crew, playing on as 3 in that South George crates area. The Wolves have a little bit more latitude now, and they didn't even lose a player fully. Their knock that was sent their way does get repaired. Yeah, they have to keep on going.
Top 13 में क्या है? देखो ऐसा है इसमें. Top 13 मतलब 6 से लेके 13 तक की जो वो रहेंगी टीम्स रहेंगी, उनको सर्वाइवल स्टेजेस खेलने का मौका मिलेगा, और जो 14, 15, 16 है वो डायरेक्ट डिस्क्वालीफाई हो जाएंगे. ऐसा सीन है इसमें.
Get themselves through towards the next stage of the tournament, but getting into
मतलब अगर टॉप 5 नहीं भी आते हैं ना तो भी एक चांस मिलेगा भाई दोबारा से फाइनल्स में जाने का.
It would have to be the most unreal next 3 games. We start to count teams out right now. For 721 GS, I don't think I've seen enough out of this team.
अगर इस बार चिकन निकाल लेती है गोडल तो कितने पे आ जाएगी? अगर ठीक-ठाक किल के साथ चिकन निकाल लेती है तो #2 हो जाएगी गोडल.
I'd quite like to see Godlike retain that top side, but yeah, I would say those top 7 right now, I wouldn't mind any of those teams going through into the top 5. I think everyone's very interchangeable there. Maybe not Vitality, but everyone else, absolutely.
I feel like if I was going to take one team out of this top 5, and this is going to ruffle some feathers, I imagine, but I think it would be E-Arena. This is the team that did so well in that first match. They broke records, they smashed ceilings. But since then, it's just been lackluster. I mean, they only just surpassed
भाई आज मेरा बर्थडे है, shout out दे दो अर्पित. अर्पित भाई, big shout out to you.
In their overall gameplay, I think it was a match or 2 ago that they were able to pass that. So I feel like if you're going to take a team out, it kind of has to be E-Arena, and I probably would replace them with Godlike in this scenario. I feel like S2G today has been a better team, but I think Godlike has had consistency across the 2 days in a way that has impressed me.
Well, Godlike's just been more consistent overall, right, in terms of the adaptations that have come through. I think that they are improving steadily, and surely I would agree with you that for E-Arena, that first map was amazing. It will go down in history
thank you
books
so
as
much
one of the
for Pani Puri,
coolest rondos of all time. Unfortunately, haven't been able to live up to the hype other than that. And it is sad to see because they were on fire that game in Stadium. But yeah, I do think Godlike probably does deserve the spot a little bit more at this point.
भाई आपकी वीडियोस देख के खुश हो जाता हूं.
is able to pull some stuff out in the near future. They do have a very central position on this next circle though, so potentially this is the map to do it.
The difficulty though at the moment is that E-Arena, as we saw earlier, did not get a lot of loot on board early. They moved in towards South George at sort of quite raggedy loot. Hopefully they've been able to pick through some of these buildings, but they would have been under duress from the teams around them. We saw Wolves in there fairly early on. We saw Hustler Crew in there fairly early on. So in South George, I feel like they've had enough time now probably to be able to pick through those buildings and grab enough loot on board, add it to the coffers. But there is always going to be that question, are they going to be under looted for this scenario?
still plenty of loot around that area to grab, though, right?
Zone में भाई जो YG थी ना उसको बहुत दिक्कत होने वाली है जाने में.
A lot of teams realize
ये
that
आसने
they're
कूदे थे
already
ये
ahead.
लोग.
I was surprised
बाकी
that
teams तो
Wolves
आ ही
didn't
जाएंगी
make a run further in, but maybe they also expected E-Arena to get here quicker than they did originally.
Super chat नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ bro. Super chat नहीं हो रही है यार. मैं क्या कर सकते हैं? ट्राई कर लो किसी दूसरे अकाउंट से ट्राई कर लो.
As Godlike managed to make this long rotate. Underneath
चलो भाई अब होने वाली है लड़ाई शुरू.
Towards North George, I think it's a good spot. This could equally head over towards the north side of the map very easily off the back of this one. Alpha 7 back to their stomping grounds. Yesterday looked fairly good. I mean, there was a good start for them. Unfortunately, the capability of transferring that same prowess we saw in the first 3 games, not really there going forward. Again, Alpha 7 for them, it is a little bit scary. They're on the cusp, 37 points down towards 26. That could switch up, but they have a fair few teams as buffer.
They do, but they've also got a track record of getting eliminated at the group stage at global tournaments, you know. So that's gonna
भाई क्या zone बनते जा रहा है? Hardship ले जा रहा है भाई zone.
It's beautiful for scamper across this bridge, but no, they can hold strong now.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, for Godlike, actually North George wasn't bad. This could easily head towards the northern side, which it does here.
चलो Gordel पे तो है भी zone.
And you can see that Alpha 7 do have the center dot right now. They're over towards the western side of North George. Tiamba, you got Eagle taking a couple of shots through, trying to ward off any players around them. But yeah, this is going to get very hot very quickly. There's a huge amount of war
ADX
still
Gupta, thank you so
involved.
much for 20
Can't really
rupees
see it
super chat
because of
मेरे
all the
भाई.
players littering over towards
What
Everett.
thank you for 10 jewels.
But this is lilting northern.
It does seem to be. I mean, about 50% of the circle is on the north side of the river.
VIT is playing fearless. क्योंकि भाई उन पे इतने पॉइंट हैं कि उनको पता है कि वो फाइनल्स में जाना पक्का है उनका. वो अगर 0 किल पे भी मर जाएंगे ना स्टार्टिंग में, तब भी उनको कोई डर नहीं है. क्वालीफाई होना ही है उन्हें. वो जैसे चाहे वैसे खेल सकते हैं.
Despite being in South George so much earlier on, losing Baton, but they are across now and one of the few teams to make it through over onto that northern edge. The rest of the bridges much more treacherous.
I mean, Wolves actually getting through here with 3 players, pretty miraculous, honestly. You're passing through Box Compound as well as Watchtower. That's a lot of capability to take your entire team down. I think a lot more teams are going to struggle to make that crossing and probably will take more casualties than just that. Now, E-Arena, are they going to go for the bridge? That's the question, John.
I think it is a pretty big question. At the moment, it feels like they're trying to hold the bridge to stop teams from the south moving on through, but that is then a trade-off in terms of the time you could maybe spend navigating that bridge yourself or trying to open up an option on that northern side. Being trapped on the bridge, though, is the worst-case scenario. You do not want to be locked in there. A team comes in behind you. You find that it's impossible to move through on the northern side. There's always the water rotate as well as an option, if it comes to it.
Yeah. Unfortunately for them, they've got 2 teams breathing down their necks in Nongshim as well as Vitality. 2 very scary teams, I would say, to go up against here for E-Arena. And they're trying to hold both of them out right now. I think that you can have a good idea that these teams are coming from the south side. So again, E-Arena like you said, trying to cut out as much of this southern portion of the map as possible for themselves. But a difficult task, a very difficult task.
Ooh, Etch crashing onto the northern throes of TT Project, and that leaves TT Project on 1 player alive. 30 points, remember, on the cards.
भाई जो iPad players हैं वो खेल सकते हैं क्या? BMWC या PMWC नहीं खेल सकते भाई iPad में actually game ना easy होता है बहुत ज़्यादा.
And with only 1 player,
तो तुम नहीं खेल सकते इसलिए उसमें.
Pretty shaky. The only saving grace for them is that there is another team behind them who have also lost quite a few players. Dopeness playing on us too, but they are much safer in towards the middle of it. Oh, that's a lot of water, Blank.
That's really unenjoyable. There is a world where this goes back south towards the bridge. There is a world where that happens. It's much more likely that we end up in North George, but it's very rare that you get these circles towards the mid portion of the game with both North and South George in play. This is a scary one, very scary one. many teams looking for refuge in North George right now. Everyone trying to kick their feet up, but
G7 Silent भाई क्या बात है यार? Thank you so much for 200 jewels.
Looking at Ida and Vitality, as you said, Nongshim as
NS का बंदा गया.
We're looking at Nongshim now on this
भाई अगर
south
NS
side,
अभी
trying to make a
starting में
push
eliminate हो
through
गई ना तो
the
मॉडल के लिए easy हो
arena.
जाएगा
Took a
top
knock
5
towards
आना.
Joker, but that is isolated and nobody from Nongshim stands beneath
NS
them
का
to be
आखिरी बंदा
able to
बचा
get
है.
that flush. Vitality trying to navigate the area now to the southwest side of it.
Finish हो गए
But
भाई.
the urban environment is littered with danger, as X said.
और ये क्या खेल रहा है भाई?
Sprays down out the window, but doesn't quite get the full kahuna going there. And now is under a huge amount of threat.
खत्म है NS.
Get obliterated.
अरे बार अच्छा खेला भाई वो अच्छा खेला NS वाला बंदा पता है? बहुत अच्छा खेला.
After exiting the lobby, 80 points here opens up things for Godlike, STG.
उसको सीढ़ियों पे FPP का रख के एम रखना था.
Doing most of the holding. It actually turns out to be Vitality.
पीछे भागने लगा.
Taking shots over towards Nongshim Red Force, getting most
second gun भी थी,
of that
load
damage
पड़ी हुई
in.
थी. मार सकता
But again, that is the benefit of being front of the pack here, front of the queue for E-Arena. Schweppes is going to take high ground though, looking over towards Vitality.
के लिए चलो easy हो गया अभी.
All their players. They're still as a 4-man. Now, can E-Arena hold out versus this squad? Struggled to do it in the past. A similar circle like this.
That's a very tricky team to hold out as well. The Ray duo coming in, looking to beam them down whenever they can. It is a nasty opponent to come into contact
वापस से धोखा ना दे जाए यार.
We were reminded by
बहुत
some
गंदा
of the
बन
people
रहा है.
behind the scenes that Schweppes is technically the only player here who could get a triple title from PMWC. There is an opportunity on the cards for E-Arena to be able to make history on that front, as he was able to win 2 of them, I believe, with Vampire in some of the earlier days of the tournament. So looking to try and bring that power to
जो iPad players अच्छा खेलते हैं उनके लिए क्या कहना चाहोगे इस लेंगे भाई फोन पे शिफ्ट हो जाओ. अगर आप एक्चुअली में अच्छे प्लेयर हो, आप स्किल्ड प्लेयर हो तो फोन पे भी अच्छा खेल लोगे. समझ रहे हो?
Not looking massively helpful so far.
वही ऑप्शन है.
This is one of those games where they could
iPad इसीलिए बैन है क्योंकि iPad में बहुत ज़्यादा इजी हो जाता है यार गेम.
5 and 6 over on Miramar.
एक एवरेज प्लेयर को भी अगर iPad मिल जाए तो वो बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा खेल पाता है. फोन में ऐसा नहीं होता, लेकिन फोन में बहुत मुश्किल होता है खेलना.
finally breaking in.
अगर किसी को ऐसा लगता है कि वो एक अच्छा प्लेयर है, वो iPad की वजह से अच्छा नहीं खेल रहा तो फोन पे शिफ्ट हो जाए भाई, क्या दिक्कत है?
This is nice. This is
Mir bhai, thank you so much for 179 rupees super chat yaar. क्या बात है?
I could see it in their mind.
Mir Sharma bhai, open the chat कर दो guys.
It actually did. This is a
Zone
bridge
तो चलो
circle.
मॉडल
So
पे बना
what do
है.
you do here? I mean, E-Arena.
अबे वोटर सर्कल बन गया अगर कितना मजा आएगा ना?
Sure, you might want to get central, but you can get on the bridge later.
भाई अगर वोटर सर्कल बन गया guys ब्रिज उरिज पे,
ruin the day for
crazy सीन हो जाएगा बहुत ही.
Very difficult to ruin.
History बन जाएगी भाई, history हो जाएगी, history create हो जाएगी.
For Ida, this is nasty.
Thanks, boys. Appreciate it. John, this is not just a bridge circle. I don't think you can.
iPad में 6 फिंगर खेलते हैं जो वो फोन में कैसे खेलेंगे? 6 फिंगर जो की स्पेस कम होती है फोन में. वही तो मेरा पॉइंट है. iPad में इसीलिए तो इजी होता है. तुम कोई भी क्लॉ पे खेल सकते हो. तुम्हें फोन पे क्या रहेगा? तुम अगर 5 फिंगर पे खेलोगे तुम्हारी आधी स्क्रीन तो ढक जाती है उंगलियों से. बंदा स्पॉट नहीं होगा. इसीलिए तो फोन पे मुश्किल होता है भाई.
But it could come back down towards the south. Actually a wild, insane position to be on.
बंदा स्पॉट करना इजी होता है, एम करना आसान होता है क्योंकि ऑब्वियसली स्क्रीन बड़ी होगी, बंदा भी बड़ा दिखेगा तुम्हें. Coil control करना भी easy होता है.
Vitality looking to keep the pressure up for E-Arena. They've already taken a knock in this location before. Ida want to get stuck in. A third party here could be big. I think that's what came through just there. Darkin able to land the shots over towards Federalis, but Razak is in the building, looks to pop that smoke, keep them in a bit of cover there. The res comes through. Schweppes, oh no, has to move for the Molotov.
निकाल सकते हैं, पता है?
Is able to take down Joker. Schweppes maybe
फटा 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 फटा.
goes boom right by his ear.
अरे भाई
will be sealing the deal. Schweppes falls in E-Arena, now on 2 players.
The nades so far from Vitality have been just disgusting. Like, that's actually criminal. The airburst on the top side, you do not see players hit those very often with such pinpoint precision. Can you imagine the Razy's providing a lot of that information back towards his team? You got to ignore the minigun here. He's in and out of the water. He's watching from the hilltop that is sitting over towards that western side. Really, really incredible stuff. Ida did rock up as well. The rest of E-Arena
भाई मैं तो वेट कर रहा हूँ अगला जोन कौन सा बनेगा भाई.
Wow, what a breach by Vitality.
अगला जोन देखना चाहता हूँ मैं
there are
बस
going to
एक
be
बार.
plenty of people putting on their swimming goggles for this final circle, Blank. A lot of remnants. The saving grace of this circle, if there is one, is the fact that the majority of the buildings in North George are still in. It's going to mean that the next circle is particularly brutal, but there is a lot of area to contain all of these players, whereas in an open zone, that might not be the case. At the moment, Edge, they pushed in from that northwest side. S2G follow in behind on that northwest edge as everybody's crowded around those buildings.
Aura trying to get rid of Edge. Over on that west
भाई ये बहुत crazy zone बना है भाई, मानो ना मानो.
Alpha 7 a little bit further in again. Good opportunity here for Alpha 7.
भाई इंडिया में तो PUBG बैन है, तो इंडिया टीम कैसे खेल रही है? पेरिस गए हैं ना सब लोग. पेरिस में बैन नहीं है, पेरिस में जाके खेल रहे हैं.
Top 5 today. What they can do is ensure they don't drop into the bottom 3. Send home Tiamba, Edge, Hustler Crew, all the ones to go out now.
गोडल का एक बंदा खत्म हो गया यार, कोई बात नहीं.
Currently watching with better breath here. This is sort of home ground, honestly.
That North George drop. Alpha 7, Godlike, both have been here for a very, very long time in North George. Now the neighbors are noisy. Make sure to keep them under control. Try and find a little sense of decorum in the zone. Tiamba protecting their patch, and there we go. But it's like still so much water in this one, Blank. That whole stretch of bridge. And the south side fight between Vitality and Ida is gonna need to pop off.
Fight
and that
start
is
away
how you want to
by
start it. Vitality open with a knock over towards Rita. Their forward position. That's gonna draw the backlines from
कितने
Ida
मैच है
forwards.
इसके बाद?
Because
दो
they
मैच
don't
और
have a
बचे
lot
हैं.
of time either
मीरामार
before
के.
this zone starts closing. Less than 30 seconds to get him back up, to get in a position to jet across that bridge, or indeed jet underneath it.
Yeah, Razy is just a good spot here. That's going to massively slow down Ida, like you say. It's a hard position to be in going forward. The Vitality, how do they want to make this cross that? I think TT Project not really in a position to hold them out on the other side of the bridge. A lot of teams likely not looking that way, trying not to expose themselves. But Vitality still have to make their way in. Where do they crash onto? Are they going to send it first? Looks like they're setting up the smoke train. I don't think they're banking on every single player making it. But right now, everyone's on full HP. This is a very efficient cross from them.
They made it through the first break. E-Arena are underneath the bridge, so they do not have a say on this. Making it to the middle spot. This is a good hold position against Ida. I think that they're wise to not try and send it all the way across, because they just don't probably have enough information to know where is open on that northern side. It's just not possible for them to have scouted it. So just sitting up here, holding that south edge, they can start to slowly go forwards on that bridge in a future instance. And Ida, they're just going to have to go into the water and try and swim it.
Yeah, Ida going to send that over towards the eastern side here. Vitality probably sees this, but can't quite make the angles happen here, because they are trying to avoid the shots coming through from the northern side, from the buildings, from the windows, in apartments. Tony K dropping in the arena, trying to get some shots himself, providing that information back towards the rest of the team. See Hustler Crew here, also Loco, trying to work his way in. Final player there from TT Project did go down, 30 points as well, so TT Project in the danger zone. Dopeness tied up with Tiamba, who found 3 elims.
On that east side, Tiamba actually have a pretty good spot on it. And Tony K able to get the angles. Tony K steps up onto the cliffs.
पानी के अंदर जाके स्पॉट कर रहा है बार-बार और फिर मार रहा है.
Out of the zone just yet, but has a little bit more time to play with it. Stage 5, he's full HP, he's got some stims going as well. He can hold here for quite a while and make Ida's life really tricky. Rita goes down. Emre
खुद मरेगा लेकिन किल लेके जाएगा अपनी टीम के लिए.
There's the connect. E-Arena doing bits to stay up in the top 5 and take down one of their closest competitors.
वो दोनों तो नहीं होने वाले रे भाई.
Some incredible shots coming through from E-Arena. I mean, Tony K hitting those was nasty.
Godel कितने नंबर पे है अभी? 6 नंबर पे चल रही है Godel.
Pull a weapon for a very short amount of time there, you can see. Just try and spam your screen and get the shot off. But you see here, S2G also are looking this way from underneath. Next circle though, where will it go? Will Vitality get thrown a bone here? Will we head out towards the bridge? Have one of the most unbelievable groups of all time over 2 days.
Vitality with the double drop down. They're
कोई
down
गाड़ी
into
के
the
अंदर
water
बैठा
here.
ओ उसने
I mean, I
गाड़ी
know they're probably
अरे
not getting across the
ये
bridge,
भाई
so
अब गाड़ी के
yes, it
अंदर
makes sense.
सीट चेंज करके मारेगा इनको
Drawing fire
क्या
from
दिमाग
teams
लगाया
like
ये
S2G across the way. See if
पानी
that's
के
gonna
अंदर
pay
तुम
out for
कूप
them.
में सीट चेंज
They may
करके मार
just
सकते हो
stymie
भाई
everything on the south edge. In the
क्या
meantime,
दिमाग लगाया
Godlike trying to hold as much ground as they can. Tiamba behind them. Yangon Galacticos with a little entry there as a duo in one of the puzzle pieces. And the remnants of Plenty team who was
आइडिया का एक और
them.
बंदा गया
Now everyone trying to make their patch in North George.
इंटेंस चल रहा है भाई ये तो
Aura still decent spot. Vitality tried to use the vehicles to get good information on where these players were at before attempting to make their move forward, but there's got to be some snaking swims to the coastline. Razak's going to take a quick breather in the meantime. S2G also along
S2G
the way.
spot हुआ
Lost, peeks out for a little bit too long. An overzealous nade maybe, but does get quite the distance over towards GS.
भाई ये 72 वालों के पास बहुत
Gets
ज़्यादा
pretty
वो है
close, but yeah, not quite the full distance. Yangon
सामने free
Galacticos
kills
with
सारे
2
पानी
against 3 from Godlike as we tune back into the puzzle pieces. Godlike now committing to this fight, trying to push past Yangon Galacticos, get away from Tiamba. Smile, Molotov out the door, does manage to burn them back, but doesn't quite tag too much damage. Takes a nade to his feet, but does stay alive, stays standing, can start to heal, and out the window Romeo falls. Over the balcony, and Godlike might try and follow him.
Vitality taking a lot of hefty damage here coming through from GS. Unlikely that that's going to continue any further. Yangon Galacticos, defending champions, currently set to go through to the next stage. But not with glory, not straight to the finals. Have to play another stage here prior. Alpha 7 look to regroup. They're just going to daisy chain over towards the rest of the squad. Squeeze now as well as Revo.
The main threat for Alpha 7 right now is
Everybody
else from the south side is down the cliff or in the water right now. So in terms of danger to Alpha 7, that northern edge is much more important to keep an eye on, but you do still need to be worried about teams trying to sneak their way up, like S2G from that position.
154 and added by thank you so much for 200 jewels. क्या बात है?
Make a little opening and try and force their way
guys, जितने भी लोग stream देख रहे हैं, like, subscribe कर देना guys.
Position. I'm surprised that the teams over on the south side in the water have survived for as long as they did. They are mightily tested right now. You can see, I mean, Mormon is right close to them. They're trying to get their weapons out here, get a shot off, maintain that pillar position, maybe find a shot, maybe find a Tony K, maybe no. Can't quite get up high enough. Morales, he's on top of Mormon. It's just about getting the DPS up, but it's not happening.
भाई वो इधर से try कर रहे हैं, ये उधर से try कर रहे हैं.
Holding them under though, trying to stop it.
क्या चल रहा है भाई? किसी के हाथ में नहीं आ रही गन.
Making it difficult. Federalis.
अलग struggle चल रहा है भाई, अलग struggle चल रहा है.
क्या चल रहा है भाई?
Vitality, E-Arena and Ida. This is a tough experience to be in. You see right now S2G trying to see if they can get themselves further up, to peek over towards where Alpha 7 is currently playing, but they are having a struggle bus of it. It looks like it's still happening as well.
The circle shifts out west blank. It keeps Alpha 7 in, but that
भाई
eastern
पानी में क्या चल रहा है? हम सब लोग पानी में. संजू भाई, thank you so much for 1000 jewels यार. क्या बात है भाई? संजू open the chat कर देगा.
I think it's going to get messy. For Godlike,
physical हो रहे हैं.
I feel like it may be the best opportunity for them to just go as far forward as they can, as fast as possible, to try and escape the pressure that may find its way further east. But Yangon Galacticos want to try and get ahead of it too. They are just immediately sending straight on in.
You may as well try and get further into
guys,
this.
like, subscribe करो यार. 1 million subscriber करा दो
the
जल्दी
western
से.
apartments and the eastern apartments on this one. It is marred by this
पानी वाले
massive
free
road that
kills
goes in
भाई.
between. Crossing that's going to be a bit difficult. We are on that coin toss type of a circle now as well, where teams on that northern side likely will have to move.
सारे heal भी नहीं कर सकते.
Question is, how well can Alpha 7 hold them out? Because there's a lot of teams moving in tandem. Tiamba setting up the smokes now to try and get across towards where Godlike are currently playing as a 3-man. I like this though from them. They're going to try and take the fight closer to Tiamba. Be prepared for this
यान वालों को push आ रहा है गोडल पे.
Elementrix gets mollied by a teammate off in the distance as they combat with Horror and Etch in the meantime. Godlike, they push back out, as you said, Blank. Now, against 4 players from Tiamba. Tiamba needing a little bit more dynamism than we've seen from them so far in these group stages. Let's see if they've got that in the pocket. Milu with an aid on close. First to step forwards. Doesn't get contested on the angle and now has to back off.
Nice!
Stepped out by Spower and will be able to take it down. Eagle tries to fly around the corner, but it's not working out. Godlike hold well for the first volley. Great initial will take the knock on himself just to ensure that Godlike can go forward. It's heroic play here from to ensure that they get the 5 elims. They're one off from cresting back into the top 5. But hey, they pay the price. S-Power sure, he was able to keep him in this one with some beautiful peaks, but the off angles there, they punished him. It meant that now Godlike has only 2 players to play with, but with 5 elims, they've still got a little chance of getting across here. A lot of teams now getting forced into unfavorable positions and have to take the top floor against the Wolves on the north side. Horror are going to have to move as well, Blank. 40 seconds to get out of their building and across a road and into no man's land.
Revo taking a knock here is kind of bad news for Alpha 7 because this is exactly the time that they want to be on a swivel right now. They want to be as teams attempt to make their crossings. How many smokes do these players have remaining? Edge as well as Wolves know they need to get rid of one another first before they make that cross. As S2G slowly shimmer their way down the coast.
12 team alive itni choti zone mein.
12 team alive hain.
Playing on those cliff sides. There's still players swimming out in the water, but they are going to be so close now to the teams on the coastline. Trying to drop down into the Wolves, but they are ready for them. Teeth are bared and snapping at the heels as Etch try and make their way on through. With only 2 players, though, it's being made difficult. Another bounce on the nade there for Elementrix. On the north side, Horror still
Admino ने एक और को फोड़ा. क्या बात है?
Self-nade from Sleepy, and they are going to get flushed away. Grease out from Alpha 7. Nasa from Edge. Everybody stepping into the fight, back into the blue, and they fall down. But Wolves, similarly, will take that top too.
Vitality out still in actually with the arena on the backside. They just lost 1 more player. The final one up is on very low HP, can no longer afford to go under.
एक नेट से सब खत्म है यार. नेट नहीं है इन लोगों पे.
Was knocked, but they get it back on his feet. These are very important points for Alpha 7. Horror somehow still alive here up against Edge on that northern edge, but for how long I don't know. No fear will get the shots off. Get themselves further into this game. 21 players remain and 9 teams still up. Everyone has been cut down to size.
The swimmers have made it to
so many core kill
S2G have to fall back to try and deal with it. The north side decimated. No fear, the last to stand for it. And across the road, I don't think that you're going to be able to make that one work. Mormon goes down. Vitality were eliminated. Everybody from the water now not finding their way through. Oh, hang on a minute. Ida, okay. They managed to get swayed all the way across now and actually up onto the high ground with maybe a chance of doing something here. He's going to be able to burn it out. This is the last nade in the pocket coming
Admino knock.
And Ida go down.
20k though. See away from the roaming nade sent up by E Arena. And at 2G, they need to bolster their ranks. So we have so many teams. We had 7 going into stage 9. And it all closes here now, John.
A lot to play for. Salme, the last player now to stand for Godlike with Yangon Galacticos inside the building.
Let's go!
Go, Yangon Galacticos will fall. Alpha 7 now descend from their building and look to take the fight straight to S2G. The solo player from Godlike is going to be left to his own devices. Patch himself over the circle is going to the middle of the road. There is no cover. There is no hope. All you've got is the barrel to back you up.
And all roads lead back to Alpha 7 here in North George. It is their bread and butter. Can they clean things out now? Solidify their position in the rankings before we head into the last 2 Miramars. MG3 in the hands of one. Nate goes long. Revo on the sidelines. Cardio starts to move up. Looks over towards Salme. A heroic attempt for the Godlike team. Run
would be necessary, but he's in the blue zone. And there's nothing he can do about it. Alpha 7 find the chicken dinner. They find what they were looking for. They move in with a pretty hefty scoreline too. And
the drums, the horns.
बहुत बढ़िया मारा यार, बहुत बढ़िया खेला यार. अकेला भाई टू लेके आ गया.
Happy to see it from this squad. Back to
भाई
basics.
मजा आ गया भाई, मजा आ गया भाई. तालियां हो जाएगा इस चैट में, तालियां हो जाए भाई.
It's very unlikely now
कौमे के लिए ताली हो जाए.
the bottom three. They're in a set position going forward. And remember,
जनरेट से 2 फट जाता तो भाई मजा ही आता.
हाँ, अरे जोन भी नहीं थे ना उसमें, जोन को भी तो डैमेज खा रहा था सोम में. जोन साथ दे देती तो हो जाता.
top 5, but I think Godlike were able to do enough to get into the top 5 there.
बहुत बढ़िया भाई, तालियां हो जाएंगे. जबरदस्त मारा भाई, बहुत जबरदस्त मारा.
Try and score in towards the top 5, but I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. A heroic effort for Eda to be able to make it in that late in the game, Blank, as well. For E-Arena, that was late in the game from that south side. A diabolical circle for them to try and navigate.
Yeah, for everyone. I mean, so far Group B has been really cruel. From the southern
भाई आज और कितने मैच है? अभी 2 मैच और बचे हैं. मेरा मार गया.
I don't think really anyone has been given an easy EWC here for any squad at PMWC. But for Alpha 7, great game. Really, really good game. Revo was on point this map. In a big way. I think he was finding a lot of shots here and there. Yes, he got knocked, but as soon as he got back up on his feet, he was
अगर आपने ध्यान से देखा तो सोम्या लास्ट जोन से मरा है. अच्छा जोन से मरा ना लास्ट में, वही तो मैं कह रहा हूँ. जोन ने भी साथ नहीं दिया ना.
Keep your wits about you in that North George position. They were the turrets on the swivel.
ना भाई पे शॉटगन थी यार, इजी मारता.
Keeping control of the ground stuff. No one really could contest them there. It was pretty unfortunate. On that north side of the road, it just was not possible to make it across. So for Horror to be able to be the last one alive in that scenario, that was a good result for them. And you talked about their consistency.
Yeah, well, for Horror still, again, they move all the way from Yaz, all the way over towards North George. They managed to play a really tough circle. As soon as that pulls away from those apartments on that northern side, you are pretty much out. There's not much you can do about it. Sent the dot for a long time. Ends up being the best position to play from. Not to say it's always easy to find every single pick-off you need, because you're assaulted on all sides there. You need to be very cerebral in your approach. But yeah, Vara, super consistent. I have no doubt they're going to do very well into the finals.
I don't either. I think that I'm looking forward to it.
इंडिया की कितनी टीम्स खेल रही हैं? ग्रुप ए में एक टीम थी जो कि क्वालीफाई हो गई है फाइनल्स के लिए. ग्रुप बी में भी एक टीम है गॉडलाइक.
Being that S power push out from Godlike to move back out of the zone to take the fight to Tiamba. I think you were calling it at the time. You said you liked it. It did end up going well for them. Yeah, it was just unfortunate that there was so many.
कौन सी टीम की कंट्री है? पता नहीं यार. चैट आप लोग बताना कौन सी टीम की कंट्री है? Alpha 7.
Where he understands that this is a difficult circle.
कौन सी कंट्री की टीम है?
They are unlikely to win on. So in that moment, he's like, boys, I am just going to push out here. I'm going to play the off angle that they'll never expect. And Tiamba absolutely did not. And for that, S-Power was able to pick himself up a couple of knocks there, which ensured they won that engagement and allowed Salmai then to get very far into the game. So although he goes down, there's a very tactical approach from him, because he understands, right? This is not a case of, oh man, he got unlucky, or oh man, S-Power didn't know that.
Like second
He did. Like, that's why I called it heroic. It was very big self-sacrifice from him.
Excellent stuff to close down that game. Our final Erangel is done. We're going to head down to the stage with Kalaris to catch up with
matches.
All right, thank you. There's a lot of energy in the arena right now, and thank you very much, Alpha 7, for just calming down just a second. We've got some interviews. We've got Dark in here from EDA.
शायद वो एक 2v4 का कंटेंशन लास्ट में अल्फा 7 के साथ कर सकते थे. I mean, मान्य भी थे, उनको भी कुछ कम नहीं बोल सकते. कोई भी प्लेयर गॉडलाइक का बच जाता एक्स्ट्रा तो इट वुड हैव बीन मच इजियर ऑफ कोर्स, बट कोई बात नहीं. अभी हम सिर्फ पॉइंट्स के लिए खेल रहे हैं. वी जस्ट नीड टू सर्वाइव इन द टॉप 5. बार आप ये बात मेंशन करते हैं कि ट्रॉफी यहाँ नहीं मिलेगी, आपको सिर्फ टॉप 5 के अंदर आना है. ओशन, आपने एक चीज़ मेंशन करी कि कट ऑफ जाएगी 90+. वी आर, आई थिंक ऑल ऑफ अस आर एक्सपेक्टिंग दैट. मैं इंजीनियर से भी बात करते हैं, ही सेड द सेम थिंग. लेकिन 90+ पे भी आप सेफ नहीं हो सकते, बिकॉज एनीथिंग कैन हैपन. टॉप 5 के अंदर टीम्स जैसा खेल रही हैं, इट कुड बी 95 एज वेल.
एग्जैक्टली, दैट्स द सैडेस्ट पार्ट कि जिस तरीके से ऑब्वियसली ये सब टीम्स खेल रही हैं अभी, हमारा कट ऑफ बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ चुका है. कल के दिन की बात ये थी, कल का दिन जब खत्म हुआ था, कि वाइटैलिटी बहुत सारे पॉइंट्स लेकर के बैठी है. वो कट ऑफ को कम कर सकते हैं अगर आज भी वो खेलेंगे, लेकिन आज पूरी कहानी बदली जा चुकी है. अल्फा 7
14 पॉइंट्स यार, गॉडलाइक बहुत बढ़िया यार.
बट गॉडलाइक, ये 14 अंक जो आए हैं इनके, क्योंकि एक समय पर इनका मात्र 1 अंक था, फिर इनकी तियानबा के साथ फाइट हुई, 5 अंक आए इनके हिस्से में, और फिर वहां से इन्होंने बिल्कुल भी पीछे नहीं देखा।
जी बिल्कुल, और उसी के साथ आई थिंक जैसे हम बार बार टॉप 5 के अंदर बैठी टीमों की बात करते हैं, S2G आई थिंक वो भी कहीं ना कहीं धीरे धीरे करके कदम बढ़ा रहे हैं आपने आगे, क्योंकि 2 मैचेस बचे हैं। अगर एक भी मीरामार वो सिक्योर कर लेते, एक चिकन डिनर आ जाता है लाइक 15-16 पॉइंट्स,
2 और है ना अभी। हाँ, अभी 2 मीरामार के बचे हैं।
और इस समय सरप्राइजिंग चीज एक ये भी
गोल्ड लाइक में कौन-कौन है? गोल्ड लाइक में मान्या है, सोमे है, एस्पावर है,
क्या कहना चाहेंगे इस बारे में?
और एडमिनो है।
अगेन एक ऐसी टीम बन जाती है जिनको हम जानते हैं कि दे आर नोन फॉर कमबैक्स, एंड आई रियली बिलीव कि एनी टाइम नोंगशिम एक अच्छा मैच निकाल सकते हैं। कल के मिरामार के मैचेस भी डिसेंट से गए थे, तो आई फील लाइक कि थोड़े से ही नीचे गए, बट ज्यादा दिक्कत उनको होगी नहीं इफ इट मींस फॉर अ कमबैक।
वेल, कमबैक की उम्मीद तो रहेगी, बिकॉज़ NSR इन्होंने जिस तरह से
now we're gonna do our best to win the last 2 matches.
All right, thank you very much. Actually, no. Do you have anything to say to your fans?
जितने भी लोग देख रहे हो स्ट्रीम को लाइक सब्सक्राइब कर देना।
नहीं, तमु junto.
1 मिलियन सब्सक्राइबर्स के बहुत क्लोज हम लोग।
We're headed on back. That's Alpha 7.
Okay, guys, I clearly won that first game of basketball, but now we have a second game to play with 7-7. The reaction game is here. Anything you want to say before you start?
I'm gonna vitality him.
I haven't even played yet, but okay, I guess go for it. Okay, I'm checking it out. Drop a Federalis right now. Okay, 5 seconds, get ready. It's coming up. What? Why am I like this? I do animation. Come on.
एक भी नहीं होगा भाई इससे।
Oh, you're terrible. Oh, you got one. Okay, one. I don't have
क्या
भाई बहुत मुश्किल होता है ये, मैंने कर रखा है।
Oh, no. Okay, Lace.
और
Go
दो
on,
कर
another
लिए।
one. Oh, they're playing with you. They're playing with your mind.
कर लेगा।
I'm gonna disrupt
तो
you.
बचे कितने हैं? तो कर लेगा।
There you go.
अरे
Come on, 2 more. Yeah, I
Oh,
mean, this
oh.
one's easy. That doesn't count.
Yes.
I forgot how many you got.
We're gonna set it up, and he's gonna do it. And you guys gonna let us know how many I ended up catching, because I lost count.
Yeah, same.
We'll be right back. Hey, we forgot how many I was able to catch, but now, Max, it's your turn.
Oh, you put me into it. Okay.
Yes, we're going straight in.
Oh, I'm gonna be careful.
Come on. First one, you're gonna catch it. You're gonna miss it. Hey! 1. Ooh, that was close. That was really close. Those you cannot see. Honestly, I don't. 2. Let's go, baby. Oh, that was close.
Slow
That was
guys,
close.
I have
That was
एक
close. That was close. Oh no! You gotta be ready. You gotta watch out with that one. 2. Come on now.
No, my eyes. I was cross-eyed.
Sir, I think I have beat you once again.
1v1 in PUBG Mobile. I win that one.
Ooh, I don't know about that one. I can vitality you there too.
I can 4th rise you there.
Ooh.
Esports World Cup up.
Chasing the sunrise, boots hit the ground, hear the battle call. Loot up, lock in, we're ready for it all. Every street, every door, searching for a little more. One squad, one dream, nothing's ever what it seems. The circle's closing in, can you feel it on your skin? Heartbeat like the drum, the final fight has come. Fight till you make it, never gonna break it. Stand your ground and take it, right into the fire. Fight till you make it, every move can change it. Higher and higher, we're reaching for the
खेला था स्टोरी, बट आपसे एक सवाल है, अब हम ग्रुप ए को ग्रुप ऑफ डेथ क्यों बोल रहे थे?
I guess that's a big part of discussion. शायद ग्रुप ए में शिफ्ट करना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है कि देखिए ग्रुप
#2 हो गई है गॉड लाइक, एक ही पॉइंट से पीछे है पर भाई ये
डायनामिक कुछ ऐसा लग रहा है,
एक ही पॉइंट से बस।
इनफैक्ट आई थिंक
अभी भी पता है गॉड लाइक नंबर 6 पे आ सकती है अगर उनके 2 मैच खराब चले गए। इनफैक्ट अगर एक भी मैच खराब चला गया सीधा 6-7 पे आएगी।
अभी फिलहाल
उनको
5 पे तक
हाँ बहुत कम पॉइंट डिफरेंस है भाई।
कह सकते हैं कि हाँ
इनको अच्छे से खेलना ही पड़ेगा लास्ट के मैचेस
उनके पीछे जितनी भी टीम है।
2 मैच है ना, एक मैच तो अच्छा निकालना ही पड़ेगा भाई, 2 मैच से
भाई दोनों ही अच्छे निकालने पड़ेंगे मेरे हिसाब से।
चीजें अच्छी भी
एक अच्छा और एक एवरेज, एक अच्छा एक एवरेज।
समय ही बताएगा कि किस तरह से आखिरी 2 मैचेस जाते हैं। बट
टोटल इन्होंने अगर 20 पॉइंट्स निकाल दिए तो फिर तो कंफर्म है। एक मैच में भी अगर इन्होंने 20 किल कर दिए फिर तो वो सॉरी 10 किल प्लस चिकन कर दिया तो हो जाएगा।
एवरेज 10 पॉइंट भी निकाल लेंगे तो हो जाएगा।
7th अभी चल रहे हैं, 77 पॉइंट्स हैं आई बिलीव उनके पास ओवरऑल लीडर बोर्ड पे, और ज़्यादा दूर नहीं है। अगर 10 पॉइंट आए तो टॉप 5 के अंदर एंट्री मिलेगी, और अगर आखिरी मीरामार में भी 10 पॉइंट आए आई थिंक S2G डायरेक्टली टू द ग्रैंड फाइनल्स।
एंड ये चीज़ की तो देखिए वो कोशिश करेंगे भी कि वो डायरेक्टली ऑब्वियसली एंट्री मार सके। यहाँ तक आए हैं, अभी तक चिकन नहीं मिला है, तो इस बार उनको चिकन की दरकार रहेगी। एक स्लोअर मैप S2G का प्ले स्टाइल है, उनके रीजन का प्ले स्टाइल है कि अगर आपको एक स्लोअर स्टार्ट करना आप कर सकते हैं, वो उस मैप के लिए परफेक्ट हो जाता है।
भाई कैसे हो? मैं बिल्कुल बढ़िया मोहित भाई।
इट यू नो ऑल कम्स डाउन टू कि अब
एक मैच
की बात करी
कम
जा सकती है,
फुल सेफ खेलना है, ऐसा भी नहीं है। देखो
ये बात हम सबको पता चल चुकी है,
जहाँ पे फाइट लेके किल निकाल सकते हो वहाँ पे फाइट लेना चाहिए।
आई थिंक 93 हैज टू बी,
जरूरी नहीं है कि जबरदस्ती का सेफ
टू प्ले अराउंड। ऐसे में इस अगले गेम के अंदर गॉडलाइक कोशिश कर सकती है कि वो 7 से 8 पॉइंट्स का एक गेम निकाले ऑन एन एवरेज, 7 से 8 या फिर एवरेज 5-5। वो 10 अगर उनके पास आ जाते हैं पॉइंट्स एवरेज का हिसाब से अगर आप चलते हैं तो उनके पास एक बहुत अच्छा कुशन बन भी जाएगा, और अगर आखिरी गेम में जल्दी एलिमिनेट होते तो शायद ज्यादा ओवरथिंक भी ना करें। आई रियली होप सो।
और ऐसे में आई थिंक अगर एक चिकन डिनर आ जाता है तो शायद राहत की सांस लेने का मौका मिले। जैसा आपने कहा सोने पे सुहागा वाली बात होगी, बट सोने पे सुहागा तो हमारे कास्टर्स की आवाज भी होती है जब हम मैच देख रहे होते हैं। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं, नजर डालते हैं पिछले गेम की हाइलाइट्स पे अलॉन्ग विद द कास्टर्स।
Because those two squads have been talking so much smack to each other, but if we actually look at the top damage dealers and the eliminations, it's actually pretty even out for those top 3 teams. Alpha 7, 8, Godlike 8 as well, and S2G 6.
Yeah, I mean, really looking at it,
time next match.
I think the highlight team from this game is S2G.
Yep.
Like they've really put so much on display. Last game, right in that field finish, we did see a little bit earlier today versus Ida, and now in this game, the final wrangle here for Group B. What a great northern rotation entering the city, seeing the city. Oh, it's a little bit too busy over there. Then going for the cliff side when it's still on the bridge, Niptura, and then just kind of. Number 1, fishing out teams. HamCD was just farming E-Arena. There was Ida. There was Vitality just getting point after point. Really good execution. And then afterwards, when they clear all the teams out in the water, they actually just use that cliffside as leverage to try and get a little bit of an angle on the teams in the city. It doesn't end up being a win, but for me, S2G was the most impressive team in this game by a pretty long shot.
I know you were looking especially at something that happened during that match between Godlike and Tiamba.
Oh yeah, I mean, there were some great smokes from Tiamba, by the way. You can see on the right side of your screen, the smoke's really good to make it cross building to building in case there's an off angle. But look at Some, not moving an inch. Tiamba sending it forward like, okay, they all have to be in the other building, in the other apartment complex. But Some cooking up that grenade, waiting for them to go for the cross. The grenade's good damage onto Eagle, and now they're like, we're kind of stuck, we have to come into the play, and instantly Tiamba fully disorganized. The communication not there, and they get swarmed and destroyed by all of Godlike. What a play, what a trap setup. Godlike coming out swinging here on that last wrangle.
Coming out hot too, wanting to make it to those top 5, making it 2 Indian teams in the finals if that does end up happening. Spower has had an amazing, and I mean an amazing 2 days. Not only does this man have great hair lays, he's also being able to put up that eliminations with 2.1.
Yeah, well, look, I want to say they've been having a fantastic 2 days. Manya yesterday, Admino yesterday, now it's Spower today, which I like that this team can like sort of swap those roles and those cohesion, especially when they're coming into this sort of stakes in this, I guess this late into our group stages. I mean, this is incredible from this team, and it can definitely tell they're going to deserve a top spot.
I wouldn't be surprised if when he goes back to India, he's going to have a new hair product just sponsoring him.
Jonathan नहीं खेलता esports, खेलता है bro.
Don't say anything.
तो esports player है.
What are you just trying to do?
ग्रुप ए में कौन सी टीम है इंडिया की? OG.
Hey, here is coming back for Max Mouse. We're going to be taking a look here at the overall ranking. Vitality, honestly, I'm just going to skip you at the moment because you're just so far ahead. Nobody's going to be able to reach you. Godlike Esports does end up moving up to second place. E-Arena, I want you to keep in mind though, how close it is between all these top 7 teams. If we end up removing Team Vitality, Godlike at 89, S2G at 77. It can be changing in just one match, and we have 2 matches left, Natura.
Oh my god. I mean, Nongshim out of the top 5 as well. I mean, they need these Miramars now to really come in clutch because they are so close. They're just 4 points out of the top 5, but they've been going down. It's been a downward trajectory for them. S2G pulling up really close behind them as well. It's now or never.
Yeah, talking about Nongshim Red Force playing too passive. That game early in the fields didn't push EDAV very passive because I think they just wanted to remain in top 5, but the teams, they're chasing you down. Though on the second page, bottom 3, you got 2 more games, 2 Miramars to make it count. If it plays out like yesterday, only Vitality is going to get points there, so yeah, be careful.
If Vitality gets the points, that means that it's going to be even more compact, and it might end up coming down, more than likely, it is going to end up coming down to the final match in Miramar.
Hi,
Before we head into the first Miramar here of Day 2, Group B at PMWC at EWC 26.
इस बार एडमिनो चिकन दिलाएगा पक्का, बिल्कुल
I'm
बिल्कुल.
not going to say a pep talk, but are we going to be maybe smacking them again?
It's crazy here. It's crazy here. Oscar, you can't even hear me. It is so loud here. Jukes, I can't believe these fans are all here rooting for Horror in a big way.
I think we found the Aura fans here, right here, locked and loaded, baby. Because right now, they're in the top 5.
We're going to stay in top 5 here at the moment. You can barely hear us.
Hello Bixi bhai, क्या हाल चाल? बिल्कुल बढ़िया, Clear Gaming भाई.
For Horror, I think they're going to stay in top 5 here. What do you think?
I think so too. What do you think about it, guys? Are they going to get top 5? Let's go!
Oh my goodness me, how excited are those players? The fans, well, hopefully the players too, but the fans are going to inject that power into our players, hopefully. To be able to take
matches बाकी है, 2 matches बाकी है.
On the menu for Group B.
Start हो गया अभी
2 rounds of Miramar left for our teams to make their bid for the top spots to try and escape that death zone at the bottom of the tables. We do have to send home 3 teams today. We don't have any choice in the matter. It's just the way the cookie crumbles. See exactly who those teams are as we head through to match 6 at the end of this. But first of all, we're going to get through match number 5. 2 Miramars coming up. Alpha 7, known for these in the past. Revo's convinced they're winning both. I'm not as convinced, but I would be very happy to see another massive southern playing path. Wow.
Wi-Fi finger बहुत मुश्किल है. हाँ, practice करनी पड़ती है भाई.
Bad. It's really going to test teams' backup drops, how they want to navigate out of these zones into drop spots that are worth it, or however they'll have to go for some trash spots. In the meantime, yeah, this is definitely tough. It's been a tough couple of days, and I really do mean it. There's been some terrible circles, some terrible playing paths. It's all been horrid. Some really nasty stuff coming through. Hopefully it's going to be a little bit kinder to some of our teams, but right now I think I'm seeing Alpha 7 and Horror both on this western road. Potential for hot drops there to come on through for 2 of our pretty importantly placed teams when it comes to those tables. So a contest for the vehicles. We'll have to wait and see if they do go for it, and they are dropping very close to one another, Blank. That is nasty out on the west side. Keeping an eye on hot drops. You've also got that Viademar situation. I think that's Etch and I believe Hustler Crew. No, hang on a minute. It's Yangon Galacticos. They are getting stuck straight in, and already Etch have managed to draw first blood against Saycloud.
YG का एक बंदा मर भी गया इतनी जल्दी.
Yangon Galacticos struggling here, 9th place. But should have done enough. Still 2 more games though for having to change. Marnet tries to get a cheeky peek off here. Down to Smile, Romeo. As well, still up here kicking with the rest of the squad. Circle goes over towards the western side. Alpha 7 should have fun time over towards El Pozzo off the back of this one. Wolves in Montenuevo. The Horror are getting stuck in alongside with them. Curious to see how they handle this, because they cannot have that many bits of weaponry just yet.
mean, there is something in the hands. I mean, we were looking at this very early on, that both teams dropping out over that western road, trying to grab those vehicles. Looks like I think this is the right decision. The danger is that they know that Alpha 7 are going to have some weapons on side. So the step out. Are you going to be able to connect it? No fear. Able to get the backup angle from Horror. And that section of the crowd, Kalaris and Jukes were spurring them on. And now they want a little bit more. They are circling back around. They want to try and seal the deal to finish the job that No Fear started, and they will be able to do it. Revo now on the corner at death's door, and it will be flung open, smash in the face.
I am sorry, but
कितने मैच बचे हैं? ये इस वाले मैच के बाद एक और बचेगा.
That is absolutely the freest bait.
भाई इस स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो यार जितने लोग देख रहे हो. भाई पैन मार रहा है. स्काई पैन मार रहा है उसको.
They'll have another angle. But again, it got the better of them. They should not have peeked that as a two-man. They didn't have the angles. There's full broadside over on that wall. If another player has already set up early, which Horror had done, you have to expect these teams will be going for these plays at such a level of PUBG Mobile here. Yeah, it's a strange one from Alpha 7. I was actually about to be really, really kind and say, wow, really love the patience from Noof as well as Revo there. They decide not to peek because they know that Horror's got an off angle available. Then all of a sudden, it all went wrong.
Yeah, it's not too good. But the good news is that they're going to win the game, right? Right, Revo? Right? Oh, maybe not. Ugh. Much more difficult now. 2 players on the western road, but the circle is out on that west side as well, so a potential for them to get fairly deep into the match and maybe look to more solidify their position in towards this middle back, which, yeah, I feel like it's already kind of been done with the 55 points that they've earned. The bubble currently sitting at around 30. It would need a 25-point gain from our bubble to surpass them. Pretty miraculous, I think, for all of the teams beneath them to be able to do that. But yeah, they would like to be a little bit better, a little bit higher on those tables if they can make it happen. But now they are just too far from 5th. We are going to be trimming the herd of teams looking to make it in. S2G and Nongshim Red Force just behind that bar.
As a team that does love Miramar, it is S2G. Now, they have been fairly lucky before on it. Okay, we're going for the BM. Love to see it. Absolutely panned on. Oh, dear. A bit of revenge coming through for Horror. But yeah, for S2G, they do love this map. They've had some luck on it before. This time around, I don't think
Bixi भाई गुस्से करो, who will win? गुस्से नहीं होता भाई, guess होता है वो. क्या लिख रहे हो यार?
But if there's any time for the Turkish squad to do it, it is right now. To be able to send 2 Turkish squads through would be a very cool thing to see for the region.
मारो 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 मारो. अरे बाप. क्या एंगल बनाया है भाई भाई जीरो में.
Lying in wait, quiet as a mouse, but strikes like a viper as they step up the stairs. A little bit too bold for it, but still in danger. Romeo drops down, Smile goes down the stairs out wide. Vegeta can't quite connect on the shots, and it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade on the angle. Smile still with it, more to do, but he straight across. And get that spray transfer to connect. And it will be the end for Yangon Galacticos in the penultimate Miramar. Going down on 55 points though, Blank, they're very, very likely to be going to the survival stage here.
Yeah, this matters way more for Edge, honestly. Getting 4 elims there is great news. They also didn't lose a singular player. Everyone knows that you really don't want to be losing players too early here on Miramar. It does make a lot of your rotations much, much harder. Some of those holdouts a lot harder. These compounds can get
आज घर आ गया हूँ मैं. मेरा मतलब कल घर आ गया था. कल इसीलिए स्ट्रीम नहीं किया था मैंने.
Some of those more open areas of the map.
यार VIT वाले तो भाई हर बार ये लूटते हैं भाई लूट ट्रक. हर बार. पूरा level 3 मिल जाती है इनको पूरी लूट.
Vitality with a little bit of a road ahead of them, but they spent some time to take down the truck. They will be profiting from the loot inside. A really nice pickup for them. Obviously, the addition of those.
इसी बार WMX के साथ कभी खेले हो? हाँ यार, खेला हूँ. बहुत बार खेला हूँ.
Do want to be getting on the road nice and quickly. Godlike, they're a little bit closer to the circle, the west point of Los Leones right now. Going for the ghost roll down the hill as he turns the engine on and finally hits the gas. Sends them forwards, careening towards the northern area, just north of Chumacera, to get on into this next circle. The center of it around Monte Nuevo is starting to get quite packed in now.
Yeah, the crossroads are going to be a pretty big feature in the future. I mean, E-Arena's already trying to set up early over towards that high ground, but Emre is set up there early on. Might have to dip and head towards the rest of the team at some point, though, because E-Arena might just flow through. For the time being, though, it's not a massively priority position, so Emre might just get the chance to sit up here for quite a while, play Lighthouse, and scout out these teams coming through on a full 360. Chumacera is probably the most awkward area of the map right now, and a lot of teams are coming through from there because we had that southern playing path at the start of this match on Miramar. So you have those foothills you're having to navigate through into Monte Nuevo. So we have 1, 2, 3 around Cruz de Valle. That's Nongshim, Edge, as well as TT Project. And then as we head further over towards Monte Nuevo on that south side,
नहीं देख रहे हो
we have Hustler Crew, we got
भाई गेम चल रहा है यार, सबकी साइड एक साथ नहीं हो पाता यार.
So this is
बताओ क्या कह रहे हो?
very packed area of the map for a lot of teams, even
also guys जितने भी लोग देख रहे हो ना, स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो यार.
Ooh, Etch lost a player there. We were talking about how important it was
that they were able to get the 4
to try and jump up out of the bottom 3, but they tried to move someone scouting that northwest edge, and TT Project were able to clip that and send one to the point bank. And they are in direct contest for those spots as well. It's not where you want to be seeing your points going. If you have to go down, you'd prefer it not to be a team in contest for one of those qualification spots.
Sandy Bhai, thank you so much for 10 jewels.
Next circle, displaying itself with a hard south shift. That area that you were talking about being so jam-packed now sits right in the middle of the whole circle.
Yeah, around Ladriera as well. So pretty awkward. There's a bit of high ground over towards the east and the western side. But Ladriera is kind of this dead valley, right? It's not central either. So going for some of those compounds that sit underneath the ridge side, not ideal at this stage of the game, but some teams might be forced into them just as stop-off points.
Gordon की VIT के साथ fight हो सकती है. बहुत close हैं ये लोग.
Back up before they make their hike towards the center of the circle. But a hard one, definitely a very hard one, because we still have those foothills down towards the south side too. Vitality is just making their way over towards them now. Godlike playing around some of the compounds in Minas del Valle.
Oh no, Kamikaze calling for support there. Someone help me. Someone turn me back over, and there he goes, Hamzy, with the assistance, and Kamikaze able to get back on the road again. For another journey forward.
Bixi bhai Paraboy नहीं खेल रहा क्या?
Close to the center of the circle, moving in from the east side. Godlike were able to get one of the high ground areas around Chumacera, but Vitality are now looking to try and share that from across the way. So our top 2 teams, in fact, right now, Blank, could potentially come into conflict over this area.
Yeah, we say top 2 teams. I mean, Godlike's done fantastic over the last 2 days. They really, really have. But right now, Vitality is just incomparable to any squad. I mean, 142 points. I think they are closing in on the century in terms of elims over 2 days, by the way, just to make that very clear, which is one very, very wild. Wolves coming against Ida. Emre did pull it off from that high ground on that north side. E-Arena's flowing through some very, very open ground, but still not a position that a lot of players want to be in. And heading over towards gas stations right now.
ये लोग कौन से डिवाइस में खेल रहे हैं? कितने FPS? 120 FPS खेल रहे हैं. Owner का होना है.
Towards the high ground, quite like Godlike's position down towards Chumacera. They're trying to center up on some of these lovely bits that they can get. Some great sightlines looking down towards teams, but is it likely to end up in Chumacera proper? I don't know at this stage of the game. It's very, very hard to tell.
Vitality trying to move on through, and they're taking the fight to Speed, who lobs a nade down in, but doesn't really connect on much. Is going to be forced away from the stair push by a Molotov to slow things down, allow Etch to marshal their response, to get into position to respond to this Vitality aggression. Trying to peek out the window. Speed has the confidence of his teammate up the hill to cover off this angle, allowing him to play on the windowsill. Tries to find the lineup down the alley down the hallway there, but it's not going to connect, and instead it's turned around on him, and now Etch have to get off that high ground too.
It's just disgustingly fast. I mean, Federales is so quick on the outside. The reaction speed on this guy is insane. I mean, shown even yesterday with the inhuman flicks we were watching. Kind of popularized from
target Godlike
region as well.
यार मनदीप भाई क्या कह रहे हो?
Very cool stuff coming through.
तुम क्यों चाह रहे हो कि Godlike को target करें?
Overall,
मनदीप भाई क्या हो गया?
These guys are changing the game. They are changing the game. It is hard that you cannot be playing sloppy versus them, because they will punish every single mistake that you do make. Godlike again. Slow roll. Love to see it. These guys are cheeky. They are very, very cheeky. S-Power getting a lot of information in through this.
Get some scouting done. Feathering the clutch. Trying to look as stylish as possible. Spend the minimum amount of effort. Yeah, the maximum reward. There's plenty of rewards available in-game right now. Blank, of course, with our Naruto partnership. You can check that out in the game. Make sure that you're jumping in whilst it's still all available during the event and draw for the Naruto character set for the Fury AUG. It's looking pretty. It's got a lot of firepower.
Yeah, the Ninetales Fury AUG looks awesome. Really does. So is the Sage skin for Naruto.
Oh yeah.
YouTube Zixu. Big shout to you, mere bhai.
Vitality do lose Razak. Federalis underneath. Might need to stop dropping some
Target
more smoke
Mandeep.
against Godlike now. Didn't really let up too much.
लड़ाई होगी अरे नहीं रे अंदर घुस गया
They've got players to go up against, but instantaneous
क्या कर रहे हो?
response from Axel. Razak was re-knocked instantly.
Now Vitality.
Salme will find Federalis there.
नहीं भाई नहीं भाई नहीं भाई
Slimmer amount of
नहीं
HP.
भाई नहीं
Crazy just trusting in him.
ये नहीं था क्या हो गया भाई
What
ये
it
क्या हो
closed
गया
down there, the third party for the off angle for Godlike, and they are ending their first
अरे
of
ये
two
लोग
Miramars here
अंदर घुस
on
गया ना
90
वो
points.
शॉटगन
It is
से एम लेके बैठा था
not ideal, but they are still in second place for the time being.
हो गया भाई ये
And the fact that the points go to
अभी
Vitality,
तो
you're
प्लेसमेंट
kind of
पॉइंट भी नहीं
okay
मिलेंगे
with
एक
that,
के लिए
right?
ही है
You just don't want them to go to anyone else. Vitality is just this bottomless pit of points
अब
that you
बस
can
होप
throw
करो
things
कि
away into and
पूरा
forget
ये
about.
आईडीए
They
और
have,
एनएस
I
इन टीम में से
believe,
कोई
as you've just
ना
pointed
निकाल ले
out to
चुका
me, crossed the century of
मेरी टीम से
Eden's
स्टार्टिंग में एलिमिनेट
alone.
नहीं होती है
101
ओवर दिक्कत हो
taking
जाएगी
the rest of the lobby to school.
भाई सारे ही जिंदा टीम है भाई
101 eliminations over 2 days. And
अरे
that- those
टीटी
2 days are
इफेक्ट
not
की
yet
हेल्थ देखना भाई नंबर 1 के लिए
A 50 elim
एक
per
एचपी भी
day
नहीं थी वो
average is just crazy. It is unheard of. Elementrix moves in. Neos will take him out though.
भाई
TT
बहुत बुरा हो
Project
गया यार ये
certainly
तो
suffering towards the center. We're going to have next circle coming in soon.
मनदीप बीकेल की नजर लग गई सही में भयंकर यार
right now.
नजर लग गई उसकी
It does get back down towards the southeast side. Pretty barren landscape there.
काली जुबान था
A
भाई
lot of rocky outcrops, a couple of death lays to play around with. Tiamba.
अच्छा कंपाउंड नहीं था गोडलाइक का होता है यार रोटेशन में हो जाता है वो लोग जोन के लिए जा रहे थे उनको जो मिला कंपाउंड वहां पे ले ली फाइट
lackluster on the gunfights.
They do have
बट गलत हो गया यार ये तो
position in this circle, so hopefully they can get value for it. TT Project though in this fight looking to try and trade blows with them at the moment. They're out of danger, but they are so close to it. They are on the precipice, so a win on the fight with Wolves would be great news to try and give them a little bit of runway in this circle. Around the corner now, drops a nade out.
भाई बॉर्डल को जानबूझकर टारगेट किया अरे 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 ये क्या था ये तो दोबारा देखना पड़ेगा ब्रो
करो पीछे करो
ये तो बैक करके दोबारा देखने वाला
A
मोमेंट
little
है
bit of runway in this circle. Around the corner now, drops a nade out.
ओ तेरी क्या पीला भाई क्या पीला
From the end of that SK12, and it is just too much for them. Maybe the nerves are getting to them, and he's charging down the stairs, looking for the last player. A final nail to slam into the lid of the
Full
coffin.
pump है भाई ये तो
But
लौंडा
TT Project
क्लच मारने
give
के
an
लिए
opening for the teams behind them, but he's still up the stairs, and Neos looks on.
पीछे घूम गया
Neos does a great job. I mean, Baton really did come out swinging. Finish off there, got and spoke to him. I hope the impulse on the next good shots. Very, very good shots. Coming out from both teams. ZY down, as is Sky. But Hyunbin taking a fair bit of damage from off angles, forced to drop a smoke here.
No fear, moving forwards already. With that first knock, hitting the deck, going for the crouch, rolling forwards, but does finally get shut down on his approach. It was so close to going pear-shaped there, but he kept his nerve. And now Horror with the one player alive, Nongshim Red Force. Looking to keep themselves under control. Tizzy wants the reses, but Sleepy's out in the blue.
नहीं बचा पाएगा अपनी टीम को
Fair distance away from this fight, no real chance to get these confirms, to get these flushes, and most likely to get his teammates back. Not to mention, Nongshim Red Force know exactly where this guy is.
इसमें तो हीलिंग्स भी नहीं है भाई लेवल 1 के हेलमेट्स ले रखे हैं
Sleepy's not making his way in anytime soon, so easy on the
Possible
side of Nongshim Red Force. Should be able to pick him back up again, but it's a case of moving across this road. And in the
Chat,
meanwhile,
like karo yaar, like karo
Alpha 7
Simbo.
creeping up behind them. This is an aggressive play coming through from them. Carrillo leading that charge on side. So easy, will finish off, no fear. Where do both these teams go? Alpha 7 on the low ground. Tizzy with the Mini 14, that's dangerous.
Can't ignore it. Or do so at your peril. Ida with a nice central position to try and protect the area, but not only that, their 5th place bubble position in the direct qualification spots. They can leverage a lot of influence over this part of the zone on the western side. And Tiamba, as we highlighted earlier, on that east edge, looking to do the same and get out of 14th place and into the survival stages. One of the only PEL teams, well, the only PEL team with the chance to try and go there.
Excited to see it happen, but again, tough. Very, very tough right now. They still have a little ways to go. Shots raining round. The drums start again inside the arena as we hit the 17-minute mark here. The circle heads over towards the northeast side. S2G, once again, I mean, these boys, they're good at Miramar. And they're also good at qualifying last minute on Miramar too. They currently hold both sides. It's a greedy split they've got going on. But they also have a lot of
अगले मैच में decide होगा भाई
range in this area. Yes, it is greedy, but until they start seeing teams trying to push over towards these points, understanding that the north side is most likely the clearest area of the map, depending on the playing path, they should be okay. Remember, they swung in from El Azhar. This was a long journey for them.
Long road indeed. Hustler Clue finding one from 721 GS. On that south edge in the meantime, Vitality.
पता है अगर VIT चिकन निकाल लेती है ना तो अच्छा है किसी और टीम को चिकन नहीं मिलना चाहिए
5 eliminations already, fine, you'll take that. That's pretty chill. And around that south edge they'll try and roll through. Hustler Crew right now.
डिले हटा रहा था भाई
Been flamed and Carrillo secured another point from 7. And wants to save the Yunbin. Tries to go for the hop around the edge, but it's going to be shut down. This is the influence that I wanted to see Ida executing on this western side.
Ida's had a fairly safe game as well, so they should have decent utility, decent supplies on board. Razy's got his something on.
ईडा को 4 पॉइंट चाहिए
Vitality, they're looking to push
ये को
straight up
3 पॉइंट
towards Hustler
चाहिए
Crew's position.
Sorry, 2 पॉइंट
Kamikaze will find Tizzy too. Again, good stuff from S2G, maintaining control of the map on that northern side. Hustler Crew will find Razak. Axel goes down as well, but Razy's still kicking, still making those shots happen. Following the vehicle down, the sideline shots as well.
नहीं भाई नहीं मत मर
There are that off angle. There is that off angle potential. As you said, Black needs to hit the heel though. The nades are going to start to roll on in. Sidestep that, but he doesn't manage it. And it goes boom. A Vitality are
भाई हमें चाहिए था कि Vitality वाले चिकन निकाले
really good game for them.
किसी दूसरी टीम को चिकन मिलेगा गोल्डन और नीचे
in the meantime though, Hustler Crew fighting for their life. Vinny on a separate fight as Vitality rock up into
ये क्या है
the other side of his
Bixi
team. Drops a nade out the window. Looks for the flush, looks for the knock, but it's not going to come through. Nasser, the last stand for Etch on the bubble. Opens the door. Doesn't step through it though, and Vinny tries again. Has still got ammo in the back. Will be able to shut it down. Edge now down on the bubble.
Goodness me, Edge, like you say, out 13th. Tiamba, I half expected them to have a lot more influence here. I think they just don't want to lose this compound. They like how they're playing off the back of it. They won't even try and send a 2-2 split down there. They know they can probably deal with these teams as they come in later. Dopeness did make their way up from that.
Tian is getting chicken. Right, Tian बहुत नीचे है मुश्किल है पता है Tian का.
He was having his own
Tian का performance उतना अच्छा नहीं रहा है. But निकाल ले तो देखते हैं भाई. Tian भी अगर chicken निकाले ना तो भी better ही है भाई हमारे.
Vinny has the whole of Tiamba. Look at his way, as well as Dopeness out on the western side, but he's into the vehicle, trying to make his way through, and it's not going to go well. Milu picks that one up. Tiamba able to eliminate another team, but they have to leave their compound now. They can't commit to staying there any longer.
ये निकाल ले चिकन तो अच्छा है भाई हमारे लिए.
I'm very curious to see how S2G plays.
But उनका performance इतना अच्छा रहा नहीं है.
Can work with.
Starting से.
They got the gas station on the northern side of the road. That's likely to come out a little bit sooner. But both areas are quite difficult to play from actually on this.
I think they might
लास्ट वाला मैच बहुत इंटेंस होगा सबका पॉइंट्स भी डिफरेंस तब भी नहीं है टॉप 5 में बहुत कम
I think this is good for
पॉइंट डिफरेंस की
I like that rollout. It's what I was thinking
बेटी होगी
they
भाई
needed to try to do to progress. And the fact that S2G didn't have a full hold on it, they read that nicely and they do regroup.
अभी पता है इस पॉइंट पे ना कौन सी टीम टॉप 5 में है मैटर ही नहीं करता क्योंकि एक गेम में पूरा गेम बदल जाएगा सिर्फ एक मैच से पूरा बदल जाएगा
an anchor center. This is really nice for
इतना कम
S2G
डिफरेंस है
actually.
पॉइंट
Kamikaze just has to live here. I think he has a fairly safe spot to do it. I think that's a shack towards the center of the circle. So they can play off the back of this ridge side, but they need to support their anchor here in Kamikaze. That's where most of the gunfire needs to be going towards. They know that Tiamba's on their east, so they can keep an eye on that the entire time. But for Tiamba, this is an all-important game. Same goes for S2G though, trying to get towards the finals.
Lufa does manage to get across somehow.
A7 721 GS ये दोनों का तो कंफर्म है कि नहीं होगा इनका मोस्ट प्रोबेबली नहीं होगा
Hopping in, not going to go for the hill, not going to commit the time to it. Alpha 7 in the meantime, you do still
Second,
need to
third,
step
fourth,
forward
fifth.
too.
इनमें से दो टीम्स जा
Getting
सकती हैं बाहर
suppressed by Ida all the while, and again, Dopeness somehow managed to slither around the sight lines that Ida are laying down.
Yeah, but they're slithering straight back into the blue here. This is not ideal. Southern edge now, GS in front of them, vehicles burning. Barrel in play, will shred them as they try and come down the hill, and they're fully silhouetted again against the hillside. S2G might have angles. E-Arena playing it very, very safe.
40 कहाँ है? 40 का ग्रुप ए में थे ना मैचेस
realistically
फाइनल्स में हो गए हैं 40
placement. Guizao will rock up though alongside with Carrillo. Has the MG3. This is a big moment now for Alpha 7 as a two-man.
Tony K with a nade in hand could connect, could do devastating damage to Alpha 7 as Dopeness descends from the hilltops as well.
लो DNE का तो नहीं आ रहा
chiming in on the off angle. Nobody has escaped with a bloodshed here. 721 GS will go low. Will go down onto just one player.
DNE तो लैग कर रही है भाई फाइट्स में
In the meantime, Alpha 7 were able to get a slice of that warehouse on the northwestern side. Both of them staying alive. Arena will be drawn down to 2 players alive as well. With the placement points guaranteed for Tiamba, they will be out of the danger zone at the end of this game as well.
Great stuff for Tiamba, honestly. They have been really cautious about it.
अब गोल्डन फाइनल में नहीं गया अरे जा सकता है ब्रो किसने कहा नहीं
points where they can. Sadly, it's
इनको
not
बस
been
एक
a
मैच
lot
अच्छा
of
निकालना
points
है
at all that they've been able to siphon off. Tiamba only with the 2 eliminations on this game, despite being involved in quite a lot of engagement so far. E-Arena had a tough time. By the time that Alpha 7 moved up, they needed to start laying down smokes on Joker as well as Schweppes' side to enable them to cross to help Tony K deal with Alpha 7. That initial nade had to be strong. Now for S2G, that anchor looks mighty
Prediction S2G या फिर Tian S2G ज़्यादा better खेल रही है
S2G again, they play a very good Miramar here.
Tian फाइट क्यों नहीं ले रही है मे बी वो लोग फाइट गन फाइट में चोक कर रहे हो तो उन लोगों ने डिसाइड किया हो कि भाई पोजीशन ही निकालेंगे
still alive. Ida with all 4, E-Arena on 2. They're hoping that Alpha 7 are going to win this fight on this northwestern side. Maybe not so directly, but I think it would be in their best interest if it did happen that way. Alpha 7 with their back in the zone, guarding out E-Arena as they launch a nade forwards to slow them down.
भाई OG फाइनल आ गई कि नहीं हाँ OG का हो गया फाइनल
OG qualify final sends it out on the little bit of damage. He's going to commit to the second one. Joker doesn't take any damage from that whatsoever. Guizao gets backed off. Molotovs go through, stopping Carrillo from peeking too far out here. In fact, retreating back. So now in a 1v1, good shots from Joker. Guizao, all of them will go down. Sadly in 6th place, but still a good attempt from Alpha 7 on the 2-man they had.
Did a lot of work against the Arena, made it hard, but in the end it wasn't quite
but
enough.
ये अगर यहाँ मरती तो हमारा फायदा था.
Forward from the southeast side, S2G want to challenge, but a nice little roll down. The smokes are starting to bloom. A lot of invested utility here. But the chokehold for S2G is potent.
अभी idea भी कौन सी
connects with Milo on the back line. Lost, looking to lay her down too. The nade doesn't quite go the distance from QZ, and it does not connect. So Tiamba playing on his 3, still looking to push over the top of that bubble position on the bottom of the tables.
Ida sweeps over towards the arena as they try to make their way in here. But for Ida, it feels like a pretty easy cleanup should things start to go a little wrong here for S2G. I do like the S2G kamikaze basically all the bells and whistles as he moved in towards there.
ये 93 points पे eliminate हो
They
गए.
wanted him to be on a swivel the entire time, 4 nades as well, just in case people rocked up on this shack towards him. Good shots from QZ to start things off over towards GS. Once again, another circle shift here. I do think that S2G has played this game very damn well. It's just a question how well they can deal with Ida in the near future, and can they manage Tiamba on this eastern side without having to invest too much into it.
Really difficult spot. QZ is burning there down behind the
ध्यान तो
tree.
खत्म होने वाली भाई.
He's already coming through.
Aryan plays, thank you so much for 10 jewels यार, क्या बात है? Guys, आप लोग के पास भी jewels हैं तो send करो यार अपनी भाई को.
A bit lacking on that front. The nades continue to push forwards. Emre trying to make a break. You can see the smoke dropped out. 721 GS still a factor here. On the north side for Tiamba, it is just about in nade range. They're taking damage. There it goes. Over the front bonnet, just keeping them safe, but there's a follow-up. There is still more.
फटा, अब की बार तो फटेगा. अब की बार तो फटेगा. अरे क्या बच रहा है भाई बार-बार?
They are back and forth.
वो बार-बार आगे पीछे आगे पीछे आगे
with a big nade over towards S2G on the center point. In the shack, they lose 2.
Actually, ये group easy था compared to group A. ऐसा नहीं है bro, ये group ज़्यादा hard है. मुझे लग रहा है ऐसा.
For Tiamba, an opportunity opens up here. S2G, they scatter to the wind. They're looking to try to bolster position alongside Wahamzi G now. But another nade goes in. Solke being very careful, looks to drop the smokes. These are long grenades to head on over, not quite reaching. Rita extremely low, but in his last moments will send a nade in. But the junkyard of vehicles making a nice safe position to play. Emre is down. Rita's going to try and send some Molotovs over the top, make it uncomfortable, make it hot over there for S2G.
Tiamba are wasting so much time here, Blank. Sure, they find Lost on the off angle, and that is a great pickup for them, but it's taken them so long. They could have moved forwards, tried to dynamically take that position, sideswipe, and third party S2G on the shack. They can do so now as it has unfolded for them, but I feel like they could have done it a little bit earlier. I want more dynamism from them, but they are still doing well here.
I mean, Tiamba, they still got almost might have been a death sentence for them. They've only got a few grenades left. Still nades sending out over towards Rita right now. He might be able to hit the God nade through the window, potentially. He will send it. Lands on top. But yeah, GS is a big problem. I don't think Tiamba had a lot of nades though. They didn't even have a lot of ammo either. They've been playing this game quiet. But the amount of side steps they've done on these nades has been quite miraculous. We've seen some acrobatics coming through from Tiamba so far.
Oh,
Rita moves up. Nade should do the trick though.
Oh,
takes him down. Another team scratched off.
बढ़िया. अच्छा हुआ भाई मर गया वो.
With a chance to jump up into
point
top 5 of this game as well. Blank with a chicken dinner. And 721 GS are making themselves such a nuisance on the flank. Eagle finally able to do one, find the other as well. Potential for the res, but there's not a lot of time. The zone is already closing. I don't think you can commit to this one. It may just be a raw 2v2, and you know where both of them are. They're both inside. How do you navigate this? Eagle sending in.
Moving towards the tree side here. S2G game ready for the double peek off the back of it.
Tian ले जाएगी. Easy ले जाएगी.
Bounces into the window. It's a lovely burst on it. Hamzi G last left alive. Has to be immaculate coming through from S2G.
ये need कर सकता है connect. करेगा.
Breaking on the back of the tree, gets pushed out.
Nice.
And there's the pick. Hamzi now in a 1 versus 1 for S2G to jump up to the top 5. A direct qualification spot is up for grabs. Tiamba looking to solidify themselves into the survival stage. It is a high stakes 1v1.
Eagle playing off a tiny little bit of a ridge side here. Gets a little bit of open ground. He's going for the res, baiting Eagle in. Hamzi G has a tiny angle to work with. He's looking for the flush, looking for the finish. Eagle moves up to the place with the DPS. The blue pushes Hamzi G now, John.
He has to leave. He has to step out, but he can't do it. S2G the final hurdle, and Tiamba take them to the cleaners.
Right in the last moments here of Group B. Fantastic stuff for them.
ये बिल्कुल unexpected था, पता है?
Barely anything to work with. I think you were on the money though. There were some moments where Tiamba was a little bit slow, but you can understand that hesitation. Throughout the entirety of these 2 days, they have been on the back foot, but it must feel very, very good right now to finally get a win underneath their belt. For S2G though, we expected this, right? We called it early on.
के चक्कर में थोड़ा टाइम वेस्ट कर दिया उसको, जब वो पुश कर रहा था ना, तो डैमेज अंदर आउट करके मारना था
from the eliminations and the extra 4 for the chicken dinner.
इसमें ज़्यादा ही क्लोज आने देती है,
might hurt them from getting into top 5 because it's very flexible between the top 7.
अब आखिरी मैच भाई कितना खतरनाक होने वाला है, मैं सोच भी नहीं सकता
the
यार.
top side of the tables. There were teams that had gone down
Imagine
earlier
भी नहीं
that
कर
ended
सकता
up
भाई
on
मैं.
90 points. I think at some point S2G were 11 points behind a little bit earlier on with the Elans that they've earned. They are going to be right in and amongst it, Blank. It is going to be a crucial
also guys, जितने भी लोग देख रहे हो, अगर आप लोग के पास duels हैं तो आप लोग duels भेज के अपने भाई को सपोर्ट कर सकते हो guys.
Far enough away from that bubble to not be worried moving into this final Miramar. Yeah, will require some miracles to change things up, but for Tiamba, that is a much needed win.
अपना opinion share करो किस चीज के बारे में.
For it to happen. So again, I think there's probably people around the world that are very pleased with that result. Fans of Tiamba, super relieved, maybe more than happy. But yeah, for S2G, missing out on the chicken dinner there is tough. It's definitely tough. I think that was a good opportunity, but they played that game well. I think they played that game very, very well. There was a lot to manage there. EDA is a tough team to go up against. We know that this squad is a never say never type of deal. So yeah, I think for EDA, this is a tough team for S2G to come across in those final moments.
Absolutely. I mean, there is a lot of power to be scared of in this lobby. Godlike, one of those teams in that bubble fight right now. They are towards the lower end of it on that 90-point tiebreaker, and I think that tiebreakers are important to mention as well.
अरे ऐसा मत बोलो यार, क्या बोल रहे हो? अच्छा मनदीप तो वो बंदा है ना, हाँ
would be a crucial factor for them if they end up drawing with a team that has more wins under their belt than they do. They don't win it on that tiebreaker. That first tiebreaker being the chicken dinner count could really be important for them.
Well, they've got one more Miramar, so again, they could maybe get it done there. I think for S2G, they've proven that they are a good team on the desert.
Prediction who will win this tournament? भाई अपनी इंडियन टीम जीत सकती है ब्रो. अपनी इंडियन टीम जीत सकती है.
I think a lot of people would be quite happy to see S2G in the top side, but it's so nice to see it really open up. Flexibility in the top 7, so cool, even coming in to the final match today. But we'll be back very shortly for the big conclusion here of Group B.
Ajin bhai, thank you so much for 10 jewels.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it
मच नीडेड उनके लिए जीत भी था ये चिकन के साथ अपने आप को जैसे टॉप 3 लाइक बॉटम 3 से उन्होंने बाहर निकाला है. एक रे ऑफ होप भी उन्होंने जगह रखा है कि हाँ मैं शायद वो लोग टॉप 5 में नहीं पहुंच पाएंगे बट कम से कम सर्वाइवल स्टेज पे जाएंगे, उसके लिए वो बहुत ज़्यादा खुश रहेंगे. 17 टोटल ये जो पॉइंट्स उनको मिले अभी तक के इस पूरे श्रृंखला में शायद उतना बेहतर परफॉर्मेंस हमें टियानबा की तरफ से नहीं देखने को मिला था. उसके लिए मैं थोड़ा सा डिसअपॉइंटेड भी था, मैं कल भी आपको बता रहा था. बट S2G स्पोर्ट्स
5 फिंगर में शूट हुआ हूँ आपका
एक अलार्मिंग
हुड पे सेंसी दे दो. हुड पे हुड क्या होता है?
बिल्कुल आई थिंक कल के दिन भी
सेंसी की वीडियो डाली हुई है मैंने ब्रो सेकंड चैनल पे, देख लेना.
अमेजिंग 1 पॉइंट माय गॉड It's just 1.90 and अभी सेकंड से लेके 6th इनफैक्ट इवन
दो टीम के 93 पॉइंट है, दो टीम के 90 पॉइंट है. क्या चल रहा है यार?
15 पॉइंट
फिर जस्ट नीचे 89
6 वाला भी क्वालिफाई आ सकता है ऊपर, कुछ भी नहीं है.
89 है.
अच्छा हुआ एसटीजी का चिकन नहीं हुआ ब्रो, सीधा इन लोगों के कितने पॉइंट बढ़ जाते हैं.
S2G और NSR
10 पॉइंट चिकन के और
अलग ही टीम
थोड़े किल भी थे
जो अभी टॉप 5 के अंदर
हैशटैग 2 हो जाती भाई S2G सीधा
को देखा है, NSR को देखा है.
2 से लेकर 7 तक कंपटीशन है भाई.
थोड़ा ज्यादा ही नेल बाइटिंग हो चुका है.
मैं बता रहा हूं अभी दो टीम्स बाहर जा सकती हैं.
4 लोग हैं जो आपस में लड़े पड़े, कौन जाएगा आगे कौन नहीं जाएगा. वो चिल कर रहे हैं, वो एंजॉय कर रहे हैं. उनके
वन तो पहले से क्वालीफाई है भाई, वो फर्स्ट डे में इतना पॉइंट्स निकालने की सेकंड डे को शूट करना है.
अभी तो देखना फर्स्ट वाली टीम ने पहले दिन में जितने पॉइंट निकाले थे उतने अभी तक हैशटैग 2 वाली टीम के भी नहीं हुए हैं पॉइंट.
वही मैं कह रहा हूं ना, उसने इतने पॉइंट्स निकाल लिए कि भाई उनको पहले से क्वालीफाई था.
क्या लगता है बिक्सी भाई हो जाएंगे क्वालीफाई? रेक्सी भाई हो सकते हैं,
खुद की कल की परफॉर्मेंस कर रही है. कल 6 मैचेस में 108 थे. अभी
मानिए का मैजिक देखो, बस देखते हैं भाई, देखते हैं.
में उन्होंने 40 अंक निकाले व्हिच इज एक्चुअली नॉट बैड. 5 मैच के अंदर 40 पॉइंट और जिस हिसाब से वाइटैलिटी खेल रही है, अग्रेसिवली खेल रही है, एक डिसेंट एवरेज वो भी आज के दिन मेंटेन करके चल रहे हैं। लेकिन प्रॉब्लम ये उनके पीछे वाली जो टीम्स है वो आज बहुत बढ़िया खेल रही है और वहां पे जैसा आपने कहा कि वाइटैलिटी कुछ कर नहीं सकती, उनको कुछ करना भी नहीं, वो बस नीचे देख रहे हैं कि किस तरह से ये टीम्स एक दूसरे से भिड़ती हुई नजर आ रही हैं।
देखते हैं यार क्या चलता है। गाइस बाकी जिसने अभी तक चैनल को सब्सक्राइब नहीं करा है, स्ट्रीम को लाइक नहीं करा है, लाइक सब्सक्राइब कर दो गाइस, हम लोग 1 मिलियन सब्सक्राइबर्स के बहुत ज्यादा करीब हैं।
फाइट लें, यू गो फॉर द रिस्की प्ले, एलिमिनेट द कंपटीशन राइट ऑफ द बैट, या फिर आप
मैक्स को पूछो ग्रैनी भेजू रात में। मैक्स भाई ग्रैनी भेजनी है क्या रात में?
ये थोड़ा सा मुझे लगता है बहुत सारे क्वेश्चंस
नहीं चाहिए भाई उसको।
टीम्स का जैसा आपने बात किया कि क्या अप्रोच रह सकता है, आई फील लाइक कि नेचुरल गेम प्ले वो स्टिक करेंगे, बट अगर क्विकली
क्वालीफाई होने के लिए टॉप कितने में आना पड़ेगा? टॉप 5 में।
उन्होंने एक्सेप्शनल खेला है, स्टिल लास्ट में भी मैं कहूं तो 50-50 लग रहा था। S2G का ये पूरा चिकन वाला गेम था, अगर हम शायद सबने सोच लिया होगा, बट वहां से उनके मुंह से वो छीन के लेके आना, इट वाज अ हेक ऑफ अ जॉब जो टियानमा ने पुल ऑफ किया है।
जी, एज यू सेड इट वाज अ फैंटास्टिक जॉब जो टियानमा ने एग्जीक्यूट करी। लेकिन सुबह से हम देख रहे हैं मेजी S2G और ईडा ई-स्पोर्ट्स, ये दोनों टीम कॉन्स्टेंटली हमको टॉप डैमेज डीलिंग
टारगेट होंगे क्या अगली मैच में? गोल्डल भाई लोअर टीम्स कर सकती हैं।
वन मोर गेम टू गो, क्या उम्मीद लगाई जाए? नोंगशम रेड
करने को ऊपर वाली टीम्स भी कर सकती हैं क्योंकि उनको पता है भाई कि अगर गोल्डल टारगेट हुई तो वो अपनी पोजीशन बना सकते हैं। देखो टॉप 7 में जो टीम्स है ना वो करेंगे क्या कहते हैं टारगेट
कि हमारा फ्लाइट पाथ,
बाकी नीचे वाली को उतना ज्यादा फायदा नहीं है। टॉप 7 में जितनी टीम्स हैं उनको फायदा है, स्पेशली सेकंड से लेकर 7 तक
के लिए बहुत शानदार।
फर्स्ट वाली को भी फर्क नहीं पड़ता, वो तो हो ही गए क्वालीफाई।
टीम गॉडलाइक
वो तो फर्स्ट डे ही हो गए थे क्वालीफाई भाई,
पॉइंट्स मिले थे। तो मैं एक्सपेक्ट करके चल रहा हूं कि ये सारी वो टीम्स है जो कल मिरामार बहुत बढ़िया खेल कर गए थे, आज भी उनके मैच बढ़िया होने चाहिए। पर अगर आप पिछले मैच के मिरामार को देखते हैं, बहुत अर्ली सिचुएशन में टीम गॉडलाइक ने वो फाइट एंगेज करी और वहां पर थोड़ी ज्यादा गलतियां हमने टीम गॉडलाइक की तरफ से देखी। उनको कोई अंदाजा नहीं था कि कोई एक और टीम है जो शायद थर्ड पार्टी करने के लिए आ सकती है। एडमिनो उनको तो मौका ही नहीं मिला कि अपने प्लेयर्स को वहां पर वो सपोर्ट भी दे।
नेक्स्ट मैच टाइमिंग अभी स्टार्ट होने वाला है, बस नेक्स्ट मैच
सवाल अभी भी है कि आपकी लॉबी के अंदर जिस तरीके से सर्वाइवल गेम प्ले एनएसआर खेल रही है, जैसा सर्वाइवल गेम प्ले S2G खेल रही है, उस तरीके का सर्वाइवल गेम प्ले अगर आप नहीं खेल पाए पर मुश्किल हो जाएगा।
जी बिल्कुल, बट सर्वाइवल की आपने बात करी तो अभी एक टीम ने अपना सर्वाइवल जो है वो सुनिश्चित किया है और वो है टियानमा, जो इस मैच से पहले 14th चल रहे थे ओवरऑल लीडर बोर्ड में, लेकिन इस चिकन डिनर के बाद वो आ चुके हैं 11th पर। तो कहीं ना कहीं इन्होंने वो सेफ हेवन अपने लिए बना लिया। 47 पॉइंट्स फिलहाल टियानमा के पास, और जो टीम इस समय 14th पोजीशन पर चल रही है उनके पास 33 है। सो अनलेस समथिंग वेरी क्रेजी हैपेंस सेकंड हाफ ऑफ द लीडर बोर्ड पे, जिससे हमारा शायद फायदा हो जाए क्योंकि फिर टॉप हाफ में चेंजेस नहीं होंगे, टियानमा इज सेफ। थ्रेट अभी फिलहाल अगर बात करें तो टीटी प्रोजेक्ट के ऊपर रहने वाला है।
आपकी लाइव देख रहा था, बाइक चला रहा था, फोन गिर गया, टूट गया।
लास्ट मैच
भाई यार बाइक जल्दी बाइक पे क्यों चला रहे हो भाई?
की बात करें इन तीन टीम के लिए काफी इंपॉर्टेंट है। दे आर गोना ट्राई टू सेव देमसेल्व्स, और डेस्परेशन अब ऐसा नहीं है कि लीडर बोर्ड के एक सेक्शन में, डेस्परेशन 2 अलग सेक्शंस में। पहला है 2nd to 7th का जो ब्रैकेट है, वो एक डेस्परेशन वाला फाइट वहां पे देखने को मिलेगी, और दूसरी जो डेस्परेशन देखने को मिलेगी वो मिलेगी बॉटम 5 के अंदर, जहां पे टीम्स खुद को सेव करने की कोशिश करेंगे। बट चलिए फिलहाल हाइलाइट्स आ चुके हैं। नेक्रोस, इस गेम के आपके क्या फेवरेट मोमेंट्स रहे?
आई विल से दैट टियानमा का ये जो पुश हमें लास्ट में नजर आया था S2G के अगेंस्ट पे, जहाँ पे इन स्पाइट ऑफ कि 2 प्लेयर्स डाउन हो गए थे, वो 1v1 में दे डिड नॉट गिव एनी सेकंड थॉट्स। वो सीधा घुसे, चार्ज लिया, शॉटगन पे स्विच किया, इंस्टेंट टेकडाउन, इन स्पाइट ऑफ कि हाँ चलो उनके पास हार्ड कवर है आपके ओपोनेंट के।
Is so far without a single chicken dinner, pulling kind of a 4th rise at this point, but they got so many strong finishes, right? Rondo 2nd place, going into a wrangle, they got a 2nd place, they got a podium, and right here in this game they get himself another 2nd place. But I do agree, I feel like we need to see a win if they want to comfortably make it in, because do keep in mind they got no chicken dinners. If it ends in a tie, Godlike or Horror Esports would end up overtaking S2G's spot.
Bixi भाई थोड़ी हेल्प कर दो अपना छोटा भाई समझ के बताओ भाई क्या दिक्कत
ties like this all day long. I think we had one between Arena and Horror. We had it between now Godlike and Horror as well. There's been so many ties in the top 5. You absolutely need to get that win under your belt. And S2G, luckily for them, they are a Miramar squad typically. So this last game being a Miramar is exactly exactly what they need.
And here on the bottom three, you can tell TT Project, ETSH only being separated by just 1 point. Dopeness, Hustler Crew. I mean, Hustler Crew, I'm sorry that I'm going to be saying this, but we just haven't seen a single damn thing about you today. I think they ended up maybe getting a total
Last
of
10 से लेके 15 जो है ना भाई, इनमें भी बहुत competition होने वाला है.
I don't expect them to do much, but for
10 से
Dopeness,
15.
for ETSH Esports, they are within that striking distance to TT Project Hot Jukes. Just 1 point can push them outside of just going home and staying a little bit longer here at PMWC at EWC 26.
And that little bit longer is so critical, right? Because you're going to have a whole fresh start to just make it into that top 6. But right now, this is the time, guys. You've got to be able to lock it down. The one thing I really worry about when it comes to these kind of situations is a lot of teams get into their own head. They're thinking, man, I just got to get 1 point. Maybe we just play super passive, do something different here. And that's not what got them here in the first place. So you have to just wipe off that anxiety, stay calm, stay collected, play the game you know that you could do, and make the best plays possible and make it to that next stage.
And if any team's going to do it, honestly, you know, talking about that mentality, talking about
भाई
that
एक
pressure,
एक
it's going to
पॉइंट
be
के लिए बहुत
Nongshim. They're
गलती कर सकते हैं,
falling
पता है
out
बंदे.
of the top 5.
एक एक पॉइंट मैटर करने वाला
I will
है.
tell you what, they are the one team in all of this lobby that I really feel will not crack under pressure. Hello.
While you guys were talking, I had that graphic up. I was able to find none other than Killer Joe from Go Gaming, a team that was able to get 8th place in Group A. Killer Joe, you're currently getting a chance to watch all the teams here at Group B. You're going to be going to Survival. What has surprised you besides Vitality?
भाई बस आपके साथ एक मैच खेलना है, ड्रीम है. बिल्कुल भाई, कभी मेंबर ओनली स्ट्रीम करूंगा या टीम कोड दूंगा तो खेलेंगे यार.
Chance, come on. Last year at PMWC, we actually got a chance to see the winning team come out of Survival. It could end up happening again here. What are you guys going to be looking to change, if anything, going into Survival? Because it is going to be top 6. Moving on.
We will change maybe more practice, more change in like positions of the game. Obviously, we have big problems in the first group because we just no focus, but trying to fight to get consistent.
कब होगा start? अभी होने वाला है.
It's the finals. I hope.
You got a chance to play Group A. You're getting a chance to see Group B. There's been a lot of questions between everybody saying, which one is the group of death? Okay? I want you to look at that camera and tell me which one is the group of death. Group A and Group B, and why?
Only Group A, because Vitality is crash everyone. It's like above by one head of different team. I don't know, maybe it's I don't know how to explain this this game. Maybe they play by fun.
They're just playing on a completely different level. That's what's currently going on with Vitality. Even when they're slowing down here in the second day, they're still out fragging everybody else. Thank you, Killer Joe from GOAT Team. I can't wait to see what you guys are going to be doing in Survival. Hopefully there's going to be a lot of changes. Top 6, I think it's doable. But let's see what Barney and Luti are currently up to.
So, this is the thing, right? For those of you at home who are watching this incredible event, you may not be feeling the atmosphere here at PMWC, but we do have quite a bit of crowd presence. And before we go to our final match of Group B, let's test it out, shall we? Alpha 7, Fasan Barulho!
भाई वीडियो कब आएगी? आ जाएगी भाई कुछ दिन बाद. कभी भी कुछ भी कमेंट करता हूँ, पढ़ते नहीं हो. अरे ऐसा नहीं है भाई.
Absolutely electric here.
इनका बैंड बाजा बंद करवाओ भाई. सही में भाई. Irritating लगता है वो. Start हो गया guys, match start हो गया.
History to jump forwards into the finals.
Per kill कितने points मिलते हैं? Per kill 1 point मिलता है.
I think the most incredible thing is just the fans that we have here with us during both Group A and Group B. Dude, we're not even in the finals yet, and there's such representation for multiple teams across the board. However, there are some teams that we do need to focus in on. We've got Wolves, Dopeness, TT Project. We've got a lot of squads that are on the cusp of getting through and into the survival stage right now. Or
losing it all and going home right here in Group B. TT Project filled with some fantastic players, some fantastic veterans as well of the game, but still have a little bit further to go now.
If they close it down now, they would be in, but it's just so... I got that right? TT Project, they're in, I believe. I have to double check on the tables when they pop up. But yeah, it's very, very close around that bubble. A lot of teams could change things around. For Etch,
or like will not qualify for grand final. ऐसा क्यों बोल रहे हो भाई?
Not really showing us anything, and I think it's the same for TT Project.
Easy qualify होगा भाई. अभी भी top 5 में है वो लोग. उनको बस इस मैच में maintain करके रखना है यार.
Well, they could do quite well.
Top 5 तो हो ही जाएगा.
They're just not quite there yet. So they got one more chance to get there and give themselves that opportunity in the survival stage.
And to do that, we have one last man coming right at you very, very shortly. All our players getting ready to go now. To jump in 5 seconds away from conclusion of Group B here in map number 6, John.
Oh, we're right at the end of the road now. There is no other opportunity to make your mark here in the group stages. Over Miramar.
चलो भाई आखिरी मैच इस मैच में पता चलेगा कि कौन सी टीम जाएंगी टॉप 5
finals we've seen before. It looks like it's going.
भाई ये मैच होने वाला है जबरदस्त.
Southwest side. Oh, okay, yeah. So actually, a lot kinder than the most we have seen from the Middle West.
I am not ready to see that coming. क्यों नहीं ready हो भाई तुम? Guys, chat में जितने भी लोग देख रहे हैं, God like ऑफ भी कर दो और बताओ इसको कि भाई God like qualify होगी. जितने भी लोग देख रहे हैं ना जिनको लग रहा है कि नहीं होगी उनको बताओ chat कि qualify होके रहेगी God like.
So if you need to go that way, El Poto's open
होना पड़ेगा भाई qualify.
Wave of Power Grip, Picardo, San Martin. There's lots of things you can do with this one. So I think a lot of teams are going to have a bit of an easier time going forward. We still haven't changed our top players. They're all in Team Vitality. That's never going to change at all. Neither is the damage numbers. Okay.
It might go up.
It might go up, but yeah, it's the players are not changing. Vitality has just had an absolute field day here in Group B, and we do have to congratulate them again. This has been a wonderful performance. We are going back to the past once again. BGR are so strong, but we're bringing the modern era of Indonesia. It's good to see, and that Indo pride is back in full force. We are heading towards Al Azhar right now. S2G get themselves a central position. Last time they fought out from Al Azhar to get a better spot down towards the circle in Chumacera. We're able to get a second place off the back of this one. This time around, they don't have to move half as far at all. So let's see what S2G can do. Can they get back up into that top 5?
मेरे फोन में डिस्प्ले डालना है सब एक
them by 1 point.
इसी मैं आपका बहुत बड़ा फैन हूँ. एक बार नेम ले लो. विक्रांत त्यागी मेरे भाई. Big shot to you.
Godlike west of Al Azhar right now, looking to try and keep themselves in the top 5. They are bubble team right now, tied with Horror, but losing that tiebreaker as it stands. On placement points alone, I believe, is the tiebreaker between these two rosters, both with a chicken dinner under their belt.
77 Kaniki bhai, thank you so much for 67 jewels यार. क्या बात है?
But still pretty fraught with
danger. जितने भी लोग देख रहे हैं, अगर आप लोग ने अभी तक jewels नहीं भेजे हैं तो jewels भेज के अपने भाई को support करो यार. और 1 million कराओ जल्दी से.
They're going to need to try and find a lucky spin over towards the circle, just like you guys can find a lucky spin in game right now. Make sure you're heading into the game to draw for an exclusive set for the PMWC, making sure you're looking fine, fresh and ready for battle, as many of our players are today and for the rest of this tournament. Back on board with TT Project split near Chumacera. They are again in the hot seat when it comes to elimination.
It's a very, very fun final
Invader
map.
Bhai, thank you so much for finger heart yaar. Kya baat hai?
6th and 5th, and 1.6 between 13th and 14th. One of those is a little bit more consequential than the others, because one means you go to the finals or survival stage. One means you go to survival stage or you go home. And I think right now, if I was TT Project, I'd be looking to try and get some more consistent points on the board. It's a difficult thing to try and figure out at the end of the day, of whether to try and play aggressive, try and get a lot of points early and risk going out and opening up that door for other teams underneath you. But I think the best you can do is just try and play
Invader Bhai, thank you so much for jamming yaar. Kya baat hai Invader Bhai?
very, very difficult to do. And honestly, with some of the strong teams that are going to be in your path over towards that northeast side, Petiti project, I think playing a slow game is maybe the better decision.
A couple of points can be make or break, but there is always that flip side of like, well, what if Dopeness just pull out a 20 Elim chicken dinner out of nowhere, right? Maybe we should have done a little bit more to try and stop them, but
thank you.
I don't think you can trade on that. When you have so many teams in the mix, I think you're definitely right. That's a nice little pickup for Godlike,
nice,
though. Not so nice for Hustler Crew. Like the Dust said, we really haven't seen anything from them during these group stages. But it's a brilliant news for Godlike to just get a little bit further ahead of Horror and break that tie, put themselves up in 4th now.
Yeah, I'm putting Horror in the hot seat versus S2G.
किसका बंदा मारा वैसे इन्होंने HC का ना
जो लास्ट में टीम they may
HC का तो मुझे नहीं लग रहा भाई कुछ हो पाएगा
in the near future though, and that is a terrifying prospect.
HC के लिए तो मुश्किल है.
But for Godlike, actually, I don't mind what they're going for. If they swung back in towards Impala and tried to finish off Hustler Crew, I mean, it's
Spyrox Live, bhai, thank you so much for 350 jewels. Thank you so much for finger heart, मेरे भैया.
Way to guarantee some elimination points.
Spyrox भाई,
like you say.
Guys, आप लोगों के पास भी अगर jewels वगैरह हैं तो jewels भेज के अपने भाई को support करो.
Finals, the first 2 days of finals of Western Europe, we just have not really seen anything else from this team.
I mean,
I'm
just slightly perplexed as to why Godlike did leave right in the middle of the circle and go to Los Leones, given where the circle did pop.
WMX Army, thank you so much for
10
jewels, मेरे भाई.
So it is a big flex out. It's Luton time, I guess, down in Los Leones, and that's where they want to go. That's where they.
Invader bhai, thank you so much for 100 jewels.
If they were going to flex back to Impala, I feel like.
I don't want to see them coming in top 6. कोई बात नहीं भाई, तुम support करो भाई अपनी टीम को ना.
Up on the northern side, Horror are making their way in past water treatment.
Well, forgot that they've already cleared out one player from
Tag Apex Gaming, thank you so much for 200 jewels, यार. क्या बात है?
They could just swing back over towards the eastern coast. Know that they might run back into Hustler Crew at some point in the future. Feel fairly confident
Hard
about winning
भाई
that
एक
fight
चीज
versus
बोलूँगा.
them, which is an extra 3
तुम्हें अपनी
points in
टीम को
their
support
bag,
करना है
but
करो.
also more space
लेकिन
on
यहाँ
the
के
map. Tiamba
hate मत फैलाओ
getting
को, ठीक है?
very, very close
अभी Godel
to
इंडिया को
Dopeness here.
represent कर रही है global stage पे.
Tiamba on top right now.
तो यहाँ के बजो मत.
Tika underneath. Speaker on his way.
Spot one. QZ with the shot.
Support नहीं कर सकते तो hate भी मत दो.
That high ground is available. He's got the Mini 14 as well. Tiamba with the chicken dinner they were able to find in the match just
Tag
previous.
Apex Gaming, क्या बात है यार? Thank you so much for finger heart यार.
Bubble currently 13 points
Tag
ahead of
chat कर दो
13th
guys.
place. And for multiple teams to be able to
Roy
jump
Gaming,
that gap, it's
thank you
going
so
to
much
take
for
something
10
quite
jewels.
big to make that one happen. So for Tiamba, I think they certainly are going to
BGMI को बोलो BMW की skin डालेंगे भाई. अगली skin BMW की ही आ रही है I guess.
Eagle. Oh, it's just too easy. Couple of
DNA
shots
वाले
to
भी
bring
पिल रहे
out.
हैं अब तो.
The M249 tears through Matika.
मुझे लग रहा है भाई टियान वालों को थोड़ा ना
is nice, but
वो आ गया अभी.
already
Confidence.
two
एक
of
chicken
our
मारने के
teams
बाद.
at risk of going home right now have lost one player. We always say how hard Miramar gets when you lose players in those first 10 minutes of the game.
Spyrox
A lot of
thank you
times
so much
can't
for
take the
350
same
jewels.
angles you wanted before. For Dopeness,
Tag
they're
Apex
sat
Gaming,
out
thank
in
you
the
for 10
open.
jewels.
Even though going against Godlike,
Tag
they lose
Apex
one.
Gaming, thank you
A
for
piece, really.
jamming यार. क्या बात है? भाई इंडिया ही जीतेगी.
Is close enough to really go for this fight. Both teams now are going to have to send in. And TT
बंदा
Project
knock हो
are
गया
pushing
यार.
in from the
मान्या knock हो
southwest
गया.
side, past Los Leones.
हो जाएगा revive हो
Immediate
जाएगा
response
मान्या.
coming through,
Easy.
and Godlike will be first on the
पहले
scene.
kill
They
confirm
can get the
करेंगे.
res here, and it looks like a no commitment from Ida. They're going to give up on that one. They know what is
क्या
at
बात है?
stake.
बच जाएगा
And
मान्या.
another point for
चलो.
Godlike. Sees them one step closer, and taking a player away from Ida is a great result for them. It's a target team. They can push past very easily.
You know, I do like. I like.
ईडा का एक बंदा मर गया है. अभी बहुत सही किया पता है गोडल ने.
Good time in these games.
अभी होगा क्या कि ईडा के लिए पॉइंट्स निकालना थोड़ा सा मुश्किल हो जाएगा. और क्योंकि ईडा के पॉइंट्स गोडल के बराबर ही थे, तो वो बहुत ज़्यादा एडवांटेज देगा हमें.
I mean, it is quite an awesome turnaround.
ईडा को, ईए को, होरा को और S2G को जितना टारगेट करे उतना ज़्यादा फायदा है.
Representing. I took 1 year to do as well. It's kind of.
Tian is getting better. भाई यार confidence की बात होती है. एक चिकन निकाल के थोड़ा confidence boost हो गया.
Clutch after clutch, play after play. I can't respect it enough. Anyway, we are moving down towards the south side. Ida, like you say, they just gave up on it. in preference of a better spot inside the circle as a 3-man, which is tough. Wolves, they're not out of the woods just yet. They're on 41 points. But with both Dopeness and Hustler Crew going down to 3 players, I think Wolves are a little bit more set than we might expect.
Etch, the most flexible team in terms of trying to get through. Unfortunately for Etch, they have all 4 of their players up on the north side behind Vitality, who, as we know, are really good at this video. Very, very hard for them to push past on the northern edge. Past El Azahar as well, which is a difficult area to navigate around. They might have to send through the town if they don't want to go straight past Vitality on that northern side. So a difficult approach for Etch to try and survive in this tournament blank, to get out of that zone where you get your key crushed at the end of the day. 7-2-1 trying to play center, and S2G can't quite keep them at bay. With more than a knock, not just yet. They haven't managed to get rid of them.
S2G, suit and boot here. They've got a lot of
S2G खत्म हो गई ना starting में.
up over towards GS now.
और सही रह जाएगा.
Some good damage in. Malik will go down the back lines. Lost adds a point to the tally here.
7-2-1.
GS is crumbling.
Not really providing too much resistance here. Kamikaze stepping forwards and S2G now drawing level. And remember, they lose that tiebreaker due to lack of chicken dinner. But they bring the firepower instead. They'll get another point to add to the tally. And they are now in the top 5 for the time being.
Top 5 आ गए लोग.
Needing to try and catch up in the meantime. S2G want to add even more of a buffer. They have the potential here to jump up all the way to second with a clean fight.
More util sent out. Solke spots the jump out, takes a little bit of damage, but there's 2 players now to contend against. The smoke is making it difficult. Solke opts to pull the pin. Molotov over the top. He might just cook this one. Off the air burst around the side. It's good. Great damage. Can't quite get his shoulder around the corner though.
Third party.
हो रहा है एलिमिनेट हो जाए तो मजा आता है. हाँ वो आसपास की जो टीम्स है ना हो रहा है S2G, ये दोनों टीम्स अगर मर जाती हैं तो बहुत इजी हो जाएगा.
From these fights, they've already got an elimination on side, and they are on 3 players. It's a bit of a do or die play, but I feel like if you're going to make one, now is the time to do it. Right in the middle, right in the truck stop. Try and survive as long as you can.
3 टीमें यहाँ पे आसपास.
3 players across the way makes S2G a little bit more timorous here. I think rightly so.
For S2G though, the points are coming to them. These are teams that are not playing up to scratch right now. For GS, they fell fairly quickly up against S2G, who have been showing a very different style of gunpowder than they have in the past. Like I said before, it feels like finally S2G have found their footing now. Looked decent at points yesterday. Were able to swing back into the driving seat. Down to the smoke, quick loop, some more of that utility online. They're not taking any chances either, John.
Absolutely not. Can't afford to. The circle did center up on truck stop as well, so if S2G can clear things out here in the next minute or 2, it could get better for them, or it could get much worse, because EDA have now stepped 2 behind. They've scouted it out, they know there's a team here now, and they're looking to move the rest of them in to play. And S2G just can't catch a break, trying to clear this one out. Clear the last player from 7-2-1 GS. And they will make it harder and harder. Meanwhile, the hills to the west are going to start to get occupied. Tiamba moving in to try and get some oversight on it. Try and make an impact.
This is a bit more of a spread than we're used to from Tiamba as well. They're looking for more and more value on the map. They must feel a lot more comfortable coming into this game with 48 points. Will be hard to overlap that. Definitely doable, but will take quite a few things to line up, if I'm quite honest. But once again, it's S2G here looking for Miramar miracles.
Right in the middle of the map, Alpha 7 and Horror towards El Azahar. At the moment, Horror just have such brutal oversight onto Alpha 7's position. You've got Nuths up on the high ground out on the northwest side of El Azahar, and he's kind of the only operative with a chance to shut down an angle for Horror, because right now the rest of them trying to run through the town, trying to get anything done.
Brother, will God Like qualify for Grand Final?
GT Project
कर सकती है.
Going to try and crash in towards Vitality.
Potential
and they have opened an opportunity there, taking down one of the players. And remember, 13th place is not comfortable.
Max भाई क्या चल रहा है?
want to jump up higher. They can push the Wolves into that hot seat too. There is so much at stake here.
हाँ समझ में नहीं आ रहा भाई कौन क्वालीफाई होगा.
S2G के पास बंदे हैं. S2G अगर किल निकाल लेती है ना गोल्ड लाइक से ऊपर आ जाएगी S2G.
See if they can pull it off right now. Vitality do go down to 3 here.
एक दो किल भी निकालेगा कोई भी एक दूसरे को ऊपर आ
जाएगा. यही चल रहा है.
All cylinders firing.
एक किल क्या वो ऊपर आ गया, ये एक दो किल क्या ये ऊपर आ गया, क्या बोलूं.
To start feeling that lactic acid. But again, it has just been marvelous. But TT Project, that initial pick-off does give them a little bit more space to work with on that northeast side. They can even pick up some of the high ground, start to swing their way through on that ridge. But it does open up to sightlines from Alpha 7, who do now need to move.
God, there's so many teams who have been circling this circle for quite a while. Nongshim Red Force
have been playing all
the way from the northwest side. They've been in the blue zone for ages, and they're just crashing into a fight potentially with Galacticos. Godlike as well, disengaged from the Wolves, and they've moved in behind Hustler Crew, who you said they know are diminished in power. And they could try and punch a hole through.
Push कर दिया क्या S-Power ने push कर दिया.
Blood in the water for Godlike to try and strike.
And Godlike move up, it's almost
Godlike
poetic how it's all happening as we expected it to. Vinny goes down to Mania.
Finish किया.
And again, perfect plans laid in motion by Godlike. The blueprint being followed to a T.
Godlike को नहीं दिखा रहे यार ये लोग.
है कि किस प्रकार से ये फाइट जीतेंगे, क्या वो फाइट
reinforcing the south side against this godlike push. Sure, Hustler Crew kind of not able to do too much here, but in this compound, Yangon Galacticos have a much stronger foothold.
ये फाइट निकाल लेना करिए, kills भी निकल जाएंगे और position point तो निकल ही जाएगी.
Towards TT Project up on that northern side, a little bit closer to that fight. Tiamba looking to take on Arena, who as well are in danger. All of our linchpin teams on the tables blank are going.
S-Power ने मार दिया. क्या बात है भाई, क्या बात है.
S-Power finding another over towards Hustler Crew.
Second पे आ गए.
With just one player left alive. Jameson will have to try and make this one work, but he is stuck between most of the players from Godlike, and they are not going to give him an inch. Arena over towards Tiamba. Very, very important fight for them. Arena also, despite what was
nice.
start to their day on day one. They have dropped down to 4th, and Hustler Crew will be the first team to leave us from Group B.
No longer will they be here in Paris. They have been rebuffed. The rest of the lobby did not allow them access. Godlike, the ones to deal the final blow to them, and they want to try and earn those points even further, get higher and away from that bubble position. In Group A, we saw the bubble being 88 points, but now it is going to go even further beyond. Etch making a mad dash in, and this could be another team joining. Hustler Crew on the northeast side. They crash, and they crash into horror. Ida taking a chunk out of them, and it is just one player left now for Edge to try and cross the boundary.
For Edge, I don't know what the move was. I don't know what the play was either. We've been out in the blue for the longest time, still trying to find a way in. They played this game a little bit too slow, in my opinion, leaving them only with speed remaining. For TT Project, they honestly do not need to do a lot here to stay ahead. It will require one hell of a game here for speed to get through in towards survival stage, leaving Dopeness as the last chance.
Wolves taking a lot of damage, trying to roll around the hills, but keeping themselves nice and safe. Tiamba a little bit more at risk, and I think that this may just be a flush if Elementrix can find the right spot to spray down. Arena as well, looking to try and get the points earned and confirmed onto their tally to make sure that they're further away, because it is just so volatile. A single place going down, a single player getting lost diminishes your point scoring ability to the point where it could be tournament making or tournament breaking.
क्या उतारा है? क्या उतारा है ईगल को? ईगल को सामने वाले बंदे ने उतारा है, पता है तेरे को? किल इसने चुरा लिया.
Wolves with any more points they can get here, keep them in the running. Now S2G, they moved away from truck stop.
आर्या पार का मैटर है, वही तो. आर्या पार का मैटर है.
On the map to play, honestly, for S2G, gives them a lot of control. They look down towards some of the low ground on that eastern side and can give them points off the back of it, which they're already looking for now. Getting knocked over towards Vitality. Wolves Continue to pump those points there. Move further and further away from the bottom three.
They keep increasing that buffer, but E-Arena not so lucky. They're taking damage. They tried to jump into the fight, but it's not going well. They try to move forwards, and they're playing as two. TT Project taking damage as well. Vitality eliminated. Tiamba are out of the running as well, but they may have done enough. Elementrix moving forwards. E-Arena going down here is a massive change in the tables. S2G, Horror, and Nongshim Red Force all with a bigger opportunity to take one of those top 5 spots. A Joker stands tall. The E-Arena belt buckle on the floor.
They need to hold on here. Joker moves up. Elementrix moving off the back of the position. But more and more players coming through. This is going to be an incredible clutch if he can make it work. But Joker does go down.
A trade, a Norman turning
गाड़ी
away,
बटी
the
इसकी,
vehicle
मरेगा ये भी
going
शायद.
up in smoke. E-Arena in danger. E-Arena right down to the wire. They do manage to pick up a point or two.
Oh, ये ऊपर आ गई
95,
गोल्डन
they
से.
are far from safe. A sliver of HP, and he swaps the vehicles out. Where can he go though? Where can he call home?
The teams underneath him, they all have better positions inside the circle. E-Arena
Zone में तो आ
forced
गया
to
ये.
stop off at a shack here down towards the south side. Only real option they have. I'm more laughing at the fact that TT Project thought that their only way to stay in towards survival stage was to defeat Vitality of all teams. I mean, if it works, I guess.
A little pincer maneuver with Nongshim Red Force, who are one of the chasing teams as well, in 7th place. Moving in, the South Korean roster looking to try and turn on those afterburners. They do have a chance to make it work here. But they have TT Project to try and guard out. So many crucial battles happening, spanning the entirety of this leaderboard blank. It is so important for about 50% of the lobby as to what happens in the next 10 minutes.
रीएनिमेशन जुत्सु लगा के रिकॉल ऐसे गॉडल के भी 4 बंदे जिंदा है यार हो सकता है बस
Still rich sides to work with, denying those sight lines. But as we head over towards that northern edge, goodness me, you have the eyes of many teams looking your way. Alpha 7, I think, have done more than enough. However, it would require a gargantuan game to get into top 5, but I think they can be very, very pleased with their current position on the leaderboards.
Oh, zone cut gaya.
Up and again, S2G, they just
और पूरा open zone है भाई इस side
the
तो.
right time. They knew they had
जहाँ पे ridges
control of
start
the
है वहाँ पे
truck
S2G की team है.
made an executive decision to move over towards this
गॉडल
area
के
of
पास
the
बहुत
map.
थोड़ा सा
Again,
ridge रहेगा
this is
पर
a
right
winning
में
spot.
YG की team है.
And
आगे पूरा
as you say, the decision to leave truck stop itself really is going to play well for them. That northeast side can get rebuffed. That's the arena. That's the arena down blank. The last player spotted. Ida, the ones to deal the final blow there, picking up a point for themselves and taking E-Arena down. Now 95 points is a clear target for these teams behind them. And there is a tiebreaker between them and Godlike. There's Ida 1 point behind, 3 points behind for Aura and for S2G. And Nongshim Red Force with a chance to blow that one away.
गॉडल ने अगर 1-2 पॉइंट और निकाल दिए ना फिर तो हो जाएगा उनका कंफर्म है फिर तो बस ये से ऊपर आ जाए
कंफर्म ही है फिर going down at a time like this.
क्योंकि मुझे नहीं लगता कि आईडीए भी सर्वाइव करेगी आईडीए भी पिटने वाली है
TT Project, but it's Alpha 7 actually waiting.
हो रहा है हो जाएगा
TT Project
गॉडल क्वालीफाई हो जाएगी
make quick maneuvers. They move out in the convoy.
1-2 पॉइंट निकालने बस
taking a ton of damage as they move in over towards S2G, holding the line.
So मैंने knock दिया
And Nongshim Red Force chiming in as well. Another knock over towards Zerich, leaving 2 of TT Project alive on their bubble position. Dopeness wanting to stay alive in truck stop and try and surpass it. More damage is pouring on through. Alpha 7 looking to close the trap. And in comes the backup. There's Nongshim Red Force trying to wrap around behind, and the nades are brutal. TT Project on their last legs. Effect the last to stand.
Effect की location नहीं पता इनको भाई.
Nades go long. He's just about able to dodge it. And with an S12K, he's got a hope and a dream.
Effect staying quiet, hoping Alpha 7 and Nongshim Red Force fight against one another first. Edge will have to move in across the road. The singular player still left alive here. Dopeness being the other problem, also having to leave soon too. Nongshim Red Force taking a little bit of damage, but it's S2G who bear the brunt of the pain.
This is on a double split though, so there's 2 reses going off at the same time for S2G. They are so lucky that so many teams on the northern side are all fighting against one another. Gives them a brief opportunity of respite.
And it means that the sightlines for S2G were distracted, not in operation, and that's going to allow a little bit more maneuverability. Those reses have come through, and S2G are back into the fight. Alpha 7 crashing in, trying to take down Nongshim Red Force. There goes Effect. TT Project losing out on the more point scoring opportunities here.
हो गया भाई इन्होंने थोड़ा लेट करे
but maybe the edge so easy cruising around the sidelines but Carrillo spots him
बहुत बढ़िया नॉक निकाला
looks for the spray to
confirm ही होगा वो
doesn't quite get enough damage then he's out strong here on the final
बहुत बढ़िया अरे क्या रिफ्लेक्ट दिया है भाई इसने क्या रिफ्लेक्ट दिया है
puts Alpha 7 in
क्या
the
रिफ्लेक्ट था सीधा ही ट्रांसफर दिया पीछे वाले पे
at the end of the day Nongshim Red Force, good to speak. Hyunbin's finally down.
ने तो भाई
he is still up, still kicking. Alpha 7 still out.
अरे क्या मारा ओरा ने?
Will leave.
क्या मारा इसका ही नहीं भाई?
Nongshim Red Force down as well. Nongshim is there. E-Arena drop one spot because Horror.
ये भी खत्म है.
To get involved.
और ऊपर आ गए.
गॉड लाइक बस एक किल निकाल ले यार.
भाई 1-2 किल निकाल लो. लास्ट में हो जाएगा वैसे तो
बट because nobody else can pass them.
Goodness me. What an insane fight that was there.
भाई होरा अच्छा खेल रही है लिटरली. चल एडमिनो ने नॉक दिया एक को कंफर्म हो जाएगा. ये से तो ऊपर आ जाएंगे.
Versus S2G, they left Kamikaze as the anchor once again towards the center. Godlike watching from a distance. Patience.
And choosing their time to strike. Hamzy goes for face but Sky.
अबे क्या मार रहे हैं डोमिनेट कर रहे हैं होरा तो.
And Hamzy hits the deck. A fall could be brutal for S2G's hold.
पता नहीं भाई पागल हो गए लोग भाई लोग अचानक से.
They're in right now, but either are across the way. They're a lot safer.
खतरनाक ही मार रहे हैं.
Have got more players alive and ready to take this fight.
All right, they lose Sleepy, but it's okay. They're awake now, right now in this game. Looking to put some more points on the cards. Is the difficult push up for them. Opportunity now looking for more. Godlike under pressure from the walls as they send over towards their position. They're playing this one slow, cautiously. Marnet though will find Sky. Jiggle up on high though, drops the nade. Could be big, but they scatter.
Horror doing bits against Yangon Galacticos, but in the meantime, the wolves are burning away on Godlike on the south side flank. They are going low, they are going down. Horror with the danger on the roll-up, but there goes the first, and no fear now. Last to stand for Horror. A chance to make it through, but
नहीं
the wolves
अरे नाइस यार ये क्या मारा है
एडमिनो ने they have made it.
अरे दिखाओ रिप्ले दिखाओ भाई कैसा मारा भाई.
हाँ क्लच मारा क्या एडमिनो ने.
पता नहीं
होरा भी खत्म 1 किलो और बस 1 किलो.
98 on an 8
मॉडल 1 किलो.
S2G
सर्वाइव पॉइंट भी आ जाएंगे अब थोड़ा सा सर्वाइव कर लो.
हाँ बच्चा ही कोड लेके.
दो बज गए रिवाइव हो गए ना. सर्वाइव भी कर गए ना. #4 आ गए ना. एडमिनो ने एक और को दे दिया. क्या बात है फिनिश. चलो आ गए कंफर्म है. गॉर्डन कंफर्म है.
make it in.
गॉर्डन
those
कंफर्म है.
last moments they played slow from truck stop.
100 प्लस पॉइंट होने.
And they will be going through the survival stage.
एडमिनो 100 मिनट है.
With the opportunity.
चिकन भी आ सकता है पता है. बस ये आईडी है ना थोड़ा दिक्कत दे सकती है.
We could see a chance to maybe push Dokas aside, but the placements are kicking in. Already 2 guaranteed. Meaning you need at least 3 points, if not more,
okay,
to try and close
qualify.
that gap on the overalls.
Confirm
and down go
let's
They are out, and the placements are there for Ida. They are 3 points behind. And
10 kill कर दिए भाई लोगों ने.
Godlike get a 10th.
अरे इतना तगड़ा मारा वहाँ पे भाई. एडमिनो ने पर दिखाया नहीं उनका. बहुत तगड़ा मारा एडमिनो ने.
The Centurions inside the lobby. These guys have been marching towards success between the beginning of the game. Speed moving up. Ida potentially backstabbed here by a player at the bottom of the rankings.
ये speed दिक्कत दे सकता है.
Into the top 5.
Speed दे सकता है ना.
They've done enough though. E-Arena is already
उसको पता है.
And there goes Edge. Our bottom 3 are locked on in.
टायर के नीचे से देख लिया लोग.
Spotted है.
E-Arena out of the top 5. Sure, you can break records, but you can't go the distance. You don't make it to the top 5.
ईडा का भी कंफर्म ही है भाई.
Let's see how this game does end up, but we have our top 5 gone through to the finals. Vitality, who have been a wealth of life spring here over towards Group B. Godlike with 100 points, hitting the triple digits, the only other team to do it. Horror underneath, S2G and EDA, 2 Turkish teams getting through to the finals in one group. This has been an incredible 2 days, John. It has been so closely fought. It's been right down to the wire. It's just a matter of shutting this one out. Dopeness making it through by the skin of their teeth to join the survival stages over the top. A lazy float over will be enough to shut down Mana and Yangon Galacticos.
Oh, एक knock हो गया. खुद से knock हो गया उनका.
Now Ida.
गॉडल का चिकन है, गॉडल का चिकन है. तुम लिख के ले लो तुम मेरे से. चिकन है.
Looking to put the hurt
zone
down
धोखा ना
as
दे
they
बस. चिकन है गॉडल का.
Speaker low gets the first aid off though. Kenji potentially rezzed up here off in the distance. Either trying to play around this little bit of terrain. Salmi has a nade, looks to throw it. Goes long, but not long enough.
थोड़ा सा दूर करना पड़ेगा सोमी को नीड.
Wants to go a little bit further maybe, if he's got that read right. The cook looks pretty good and attacks Lufa. Takes him very, very low. The smokes are bloomed to keep in Ida safe on their angles. There's a nade in response, and Lufa able to do what Salme couldn't and managed to clock that one. Amino was clutched before, but will he be
revive के चक्कर में नहीं, revive के चक्कर में फंस जाएगा.
3 would be necessary. अरे go Godlike, they have done enough though.
कोई नहीं हो गया.
Made their way to those grand finals, and Ida looking to join them. Dopeness, are they going to find it right at the end? A 1-2 punch against Ida. Speak out around the tree with the shotgun goes down, and Rita and Emre look to try and bring it to bear. They find what they
ईडा ने 3 चिकन मारे भाई आज 3 चिकन.
And they make their way to join the top 5.
3 चिकन मारे ईडा ने. क्या बात है. चलो गाइस अपनी इंडिया की 2 टीम्स थी, दोनों की दोनों फाइनल्स में क्वालीफाई हो गई. क्या बात है. एक भी टीम सर्वाइवल स्टेज में नहीं गई, दोनों टीम डायरेक्ट क्वालीफाई हुई है फाइनल्स के लिए. भाई इंडियन फ्लैग स्पैम कर दो गाइस चैट में, रुकना नहीं चाहिए.
S2G and Ida both putting pedal to metal when it mattered, and their metal was tested, and they proved themselves worthy of one of those direct spots to the grand finals, joining some of the best teams in the world. We've got to make a couple more spots available though, and that is for our survival.
अभी मनदीप ये चूतिया है क्या भाई? सैड फॉर आवर कंट्री. क्या चूतिया बंदा है क्या भाई मनदीप चौहान है?
क्या बोलता है?
पहले कह रहा था गोल्ड लाइक क्वालीफाई ना हो, अब गोल्ड लाइक उस टाइम पे भी हेट दे रहा था, अब गोल्ड लाइक क्वालीफाई हो गई तो सैड फॉर आवर कंट्री. क्या दिमाग से पैदल है क्या भाई मनदीप? बिल्कुल ही चूतिया बंदा है भाई ये. कहां से आते हैं भाई ऐसे बंदे? मेरे को समझ नहीं आता. हेट दे रहे हैं भाई. अपनी इंडिया की टीम क्वालिफाई हो गई फाइनल्स के लिए ई स्पोर्ट्स वर्ल्ड कप में, इसको बुरा लग रहा है.
अरे भाई क्या
दिमाग घुटनों में है क्या? क्या पागल आदमी है क्या मनदीप? यार ऐसे चूतिए भी हैं बहन के, समझ नहीं आता मेरे को कहां से आते हैं ऐसे चूतिए भाई.
When it comes to PUBG Mobile, they have impressed.
इसको बुरा लग रहा है, इसको बुरा लग रहा है अपनी टीम क्वालिफाई हो गई तो.
It is more than enough.
Sad for our country.
More than enough for plenty of our players too. Nobody seems to
तुम
be able
जैसे
to
लोग हैं
handle
भाई
it.
अब हमारी कंट्री में
Honestly, I
इस
thought
चीज
that
के
we
लिए
were
सैड
kind of
होना चाहिए
locked
भाई
in
हमें.
towards the bottom of the leaderboards as well, but there was a lot of changes going on there towards the end.
एंड जो खुद कभी कुछ किया नहीं होगा जिंदगी
Very
में,
much having
जो
the
लोग कुछ कर रहे हैं
last
एक्चुअली
little
हमारे
bit
लिए,
of gas
हमारा
in the tank to get
हमारी
them
कंट्री को
through.
रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं बाहर,
The TT
उनको हेट दे रहा
project,
है.
it
खुद
is a
चूतिए ने कुछ
devastating
खाड़ा नहीं होगा
result,
जिंदगी में कभी.
Not making it. What can you do? What can you do for such prominent players with such storied history? It is difficult to bring it on through. Etch as well, having a real tough time of it. Speed trying to make the most of that final opportunity, but it just couldn't happen. That mad dash from the northeast ruining their chances. And they got to join Hustler crew, who, to be fair, look pretty devastated themselves.
भाई इसको जो वो बंदा था ना मनदीप, मॉडरेटर जितने भी लोग देख रहे हैं उसको, इस चूतिए को हाइड मारो चैनल पे, परमानेंट हाइड मारो. फिर लिख रहा है चूतिया सैड डे फॉर आवर कंट्री. इस गांडू को हाइड मारो चैनल पे, परमानेंट बैन दो इसको. इस गांडू को रुको मैं खुद ही बैन दूंगा. परमानेंट बैन दे दिया इस चूतिए को. ऐसे गांडू लोग नहीं चाहिए भाई चैनल पे.
They will be taking a tumble into the crusher fairly soon. We're making sure that that one is done.
I feel like, you know, the big storyline over the course of all of this has been, of course, Vitality. And we are going to tune in with them down on the stage. Barney, over to you.
One shot भाई, thank you so much for 200 jewels. Guys, जितने भी लोग देख रहे हैं, guys अपने भाई को jewels भेज के support करो यार, और 1 million कराओ जल्दी से.
We obviously have our
proud for our country.
The last 2 days of
Let's
the group
go.
stage here in Group B.
Proud moment है भाई, proud moment है. दोनों teams qualify हो गई finals के लिए यार. Group A में OG थी, OG भी qualify हो गई. Group B में God-like भी qualify हो गई. क्या बात है?
Impressive, such a great day for you guys. Was today an opportunity
दोनों दास भाई,
to
thank you
just
so
try
much for
some
10
new
jewels
things and try out some new strats? Like, what was today like for you guys?
Yeah, that's definitely what we do right now today. We try new rotation, we try new gameplay, the way we try to fight more.
गांड फाड़ दी बेंच दोनों टीम ने, वही तो गांड ही फाड़ी है सच में.
Now, waiting for you guys in the finals next week. We obviously have some pretty heavy hitters, the likes of.
क्या हुआ haters? वही ना जो haters बज रहे थे, उनको क्या हुआ?
What are your thoughts going into next week? Who do you think is going to give you the toughest time?
इंडियन टीम क्वालिफाई नहीं कर पाएंगी. और जो लोग कह रहे थे इंडियन टीम्स फाइनल्स में जाके ग्लोबल लॉबी में जाके फ्री किल होती हैं, उन चूतियों का क्या हुआ? बताओ, उन चूतियों का रिएक्शन देखना है मुझे, जो कहती थी इंडियंस फ्री किल होते हैं. गांड फाड़ी ना भाई दोनों टीम्स में, दोनों टीम्स क्वालिफाई हो गई.
Dan juga grup B. Menurut
अब बताओ.
tim paling susah untuk
One shot भाई, thank you so much for finger heart यार.
Apakah ada?
Ras भाई, thank you so much for jamming.
Sekarang
One
kita
shot भाई,
masih
thank you
belum
so much for
kebayang
chai
sih
toast ya.
kayak lobby yang ada di final nanti. Cuma pasti bakal lebih keras daripada grup stage ini karena tim-tim yang masuk kan tim-tim yang terbaik kan.
For now, I have no idea because the final stage is not set yet. There's still like another teams that are gonna join them, but it's definitely gonna be harder for us to win because it's definitely gonna be the best of the best. Yeah.
We'll be the best of the best in that lobby. Federalis, good dodging for that question. That was good. Right, okay, gentlemen, it's time to do the fun bit, the bit that everyone loves. Let's walk to the crusher. And we've got a little bit of a ways to walk, so while we walk, let's have a quick I'll continue to chat with you. Dude, earlier on today, while the desk were having a chat, some of the other pro players stopped by.
भाई मंदीप भाई दूसरी आईडी बना के आ रहे हो ना, तो मैं आपको हाइड दे दूंगा, उसकी कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, पर हाइड करने से पहले ना चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर देना यार. नई आईडी बना के आओ, चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर देना यार पहले.
Feels good, but we can do it.
हाइड तो मैं तुम्हें दे ही दूंगा, सब्सक्राइब कर देना यार.
We're do it in the finals, guys. Right, I want you to go around to the back of this crusher.
1 million
I want you
होने
guys to
वाले.
line up for me, so everyone step up onto the step, please. This is the fun bit. Right, now we've got to do a little bit of explaining. Let's set the scene here. 3 teams are being eliminated from the entire of PMWC right here, right now, by you guys. Okay? We've got Hustler Crew. We've got TT Project.
Admino का clutch ढूंढो. मेरे को देखना है भाई Admino का clutch.
Esports. Look, this is the nature of the competition, but you know, is there anything that you would like to say to those eliminated
नेपाल की टीम कौन सी है? नेपाल की टीम है होरा. होरा भी अच्छा खेली यार. होरा भी तो हो गई ना क्वालीफाई.
होरा हो गई.
Nice try and better luck next time, I think.
Nice try. Better luck next time. Okay. Would you like to press
अभी तो स्टेज सर्वाइवल स्टेज होंगे.
of the crusher?
इसमें से भी क्वालीफाई होंगी 6 टीम्स.
Nice and smooth. I like it. Okay.
क्या है भाई, ये क्या है यार?
This is how the cookie crumbles.
What is this, bro?
Pull on this lever, and it's going to crush the remaining keys. Would you like to give it a go? Who would like to do it?
दोनों इंडियन टीम सेकंड पे फिनिश करी ना. नहीं, गॉड-लाइक थर्ड आई है. टॉप 5 क्वालीफाई थे, थर्ड आई है गॉड-लाइक.
Was that satisfying? Was that good? That was good.
आईडी थी सेकंड. फर्स्ट ही वाइटलिटी.
Yeah, kind of. Okay, you got to stop doing it, man. Come on. It's all fun and games until someone gets hurt. Now we're going to have to do that, obviously, again next week. And of course, in the survival stage, plenty of PMWC action to come your way. Congratulations one more time to Team Vitality. What an incredible performance over the last 2 days. But we've got to break down everything we saw today on day 2 of Group B. Let's head back to the studio to do that.
A dominating performance out of Vitality in this past 2 days for Group B. PMWC at EWC 26. This squad was just looking different. You heard it there from Federalis as well today. They were just trying different stuff because they didn't really have to try that hard with how they were able to perform in that first day.
No, they weren't. They had
final
nothing to worry
point
about. Nothing whatsoever. I mean, even after 6 matches of all these teams really giving it their all, getting all those points and making some leaderboard, which we'll get to later. But
तेरा गुस्सा आता है ना भाई.
There was nothing that anybody could do. They were just far and above beyond. So really nice to see them kind of work on a few other things and try to figure out what they want to do for those finals.
Well, it was just scrims, really. Exactly. That's exactly what it was. But something that we do need to note, as we were able to note it in the past, for India, step up, baby, because it's time for you to shine. You have 2 teams now in the grand finals and getting a chance to maybe, honestly, with the way they've been performing, to end up finishing in the top 5. They have Orangutan, they have Godlike, and boy, have these teams have performed well for India.
There were so many haters, so many doubters, and you know what? Doubters, I was one of them just a few days ago, but we were proven wrong. Orangutan, Godlike, stepping up and making it right into your grand finals.
Casters को भी पता है कि इंडिया के haters हैं बहुत सारे.
And you know what? After their dominating performance, getting second place in their respective groups, they can do it again. Who knows? Maybe a podium is on the line for India.
And there we have the teams that are already in the finals, gonna be waiting from group stages for thrives. Oh,
भाई ये देखो, ये finals की ये 10 टीम है. 40 है, OG हो गई, Aurora Gaming, Team Flash, Nigma Galaxy. भाई NG भी अच्छा खेल रही थी. Team Vitality, IDA Esports, Godlike Esports, Hora Esports और S2G. ये 10 टीम्स तो डायरेक्टली क्वालिफाई हो गई हैं. अभी 6 टीम्स और आएंगी. वो सर्वाइवल स्टेज मैचेस जो होंगे ना, उसमें से सिलेक्ट होंगी 6 टीम्स. जो ग्रुप ए और ग्रुप बी की 6 से लेके जो भी कितना 13 तक जितनी भी टीम्स थी, 6 से लेके 13 की जो टीम्स थी, ग्रुप ए और ग्रुप बी, इनके आपस में मैचेस होंगे और उसमें से टॉप जो 6 टीम्स होंगी वो फाइनल्स के लिए क्वालिफाई हो जाएंगी. फिलहाल के लिए ये जो 10 टीमें हैं ये हो चुकी हैं कंफर्म. हाँ, ये देखो 105 पॉइंट है गोल्डन के, हो गई है. बहुत बढ़िया खेला भाई, बहुत बढ़िया खेला. पर भाई मैं ये देख रहा हूँ आज के दिन, एक ही दिन में आईडीए ने 3 चिकन मारे हैं गाइस. आईडीए ने कितना अच्छा खेला है, तुम ये सोचो, एक ही दिन में 3 चिकन मारे इन्होंने. और वाइटैलिटी का देखो कितने पॉइंट है भाई. बहुत ही टफ कंपटीशन होने वाला है, मैं तुम्हें बता रहा हूँ.
Arena, what happened after that initial record-breaking rondo? 30 points on a stadium finish, and after that, they just disappeared and fell out of the top 5. It's not like you have to be number 1, top 5, and they still couldn't make it. What happened to this team?
Neptura more than 1/3 of their points in one match, but they ended up crumbling.
I'm so mad. I'm so mad because E-Arena was one of the teams I was really looking forward to seeing, and we just didn't see anything. Yes, we had a massive record-breaking rondo to start off everything, and you're right, they got 1/3 of the points. But where did they go? You said what happened? What did they do after that?
फाइट लेंगे.
भाई कुछ सही होने के लिए बहुत कुछ खराब होता है, पर अंत में सही होता जरूर है.
बिल्कुल, जैसा आपने कहा, अंत में
मेरा दिल ऐसे धक-धक हो रहा था, लेकिन बंदों ने पार दिया वही तो
अंत तक पहुंचने की. बट अभी भी कहानी खत्म नहीं हुई है. देखना होगा ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में दोनों टीम्स कैसा खेलती हैं. ओरंगेटैन भी, गॉडलाइक भी. नेक्रोस, आपसे जानना चाहूंगा, थोड़ा सा हॉट टेक हो सकता है, थोड़ा सा हॉट क्वेश्चन हो सकता है कि क्या आपको लगता है दैट बोथ ओजी एंड गॉडलाइक गॉट एन एज, बिकॉज किसी ने भी कंसिडर नहीं किया था कि ये एक्चुअली इतना ज़्यादा बढ़िया खेल जाएंगे. सो नो वन वाज प्रिपेयर्ड फॉर दीज 2 टीम्स टू प्ले लाइक दिस.
Yeah, I will agree to that fact because मुझे लगता है एक बहुत बड़ा फैक्टर ये बन जाता है कि जब वही होता है कि आप जब किसी को कंटेंशन में नहीं पकड़ते हैं वो अच्छा परफॉर्म कर जाते हैं तो सबको सरप्राइज करते हैं. बट यहाँ बहुत ज़्यादा सरप्राइजिंग चीज़ इस रोड टू MVP में आपको नज़र नहीं आएगा. वहाँ पे वाइटैलिटी के जो प्लेयर्स हैं वो आपको टॉप 3 में नज़र आएंगे. रेजैक, एक्सेल, रेजी आपको नज़र आ रहे हैं, बट उसके पीछे नो फियर एंड एस पावर.
आज का हाईलाइट आईडीए 1v3 अरे बहुत क्रेजी था भाई, वो बहुत क्रेजी 1v3 था.
एग्जैक्टली, मैं जी आपसे जानना चाहूंगा, यू मेंशन्ड यू वर.
चलो गाइस यार, आज के मैचेस में तो मजा आ गया लिटरली. अभी फाइनल्स वाले मैचेस देखने यार, फाइनल्स में बस अच्छा कर दे ये लोग, मजा आ जाएगा भाई लिटरली. अगर इंडिया जीत गई ना भाई, मजा आ जाएगा, लिटरली मजा आ जाएगा भाई. चलो गाइस, बाकी आज की स्ट्रीम एंड करते हैं, मिलते हैं आप लोगों से अगली स्ट्रीम पे. लेट्स गो.